population on Facebook that they went for this propaganda, and there were these useful idiots and also like true believers in so like ridiculous things, and there still are. So people who are vulnerable and people who are a little bit outside, like outsiders and lower income, as you said, and also in the countryside, they are not that awake with this thing. So I think we can improve with this, and just like take out the Russian propaganda for good at some point. Thank you.
Yeah, also, I know that they especially started paying more attention to media literacy after 2014, something which Ukraine failed to do. In Finland, there was a state program with the president involved and the prime minister, and I know that the prime minister traveled himself to some villages and towns, and he was actually teaching media literacy to older people, which was probably more for like promotion and, you know, just to show that the state pays attention to the topic. But still, it's a nice move, especially if the key political leaders support this. I guess it's great. It works great for everyone to understand why they need it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Just a quick check, Valerie. Do you need to run soon, just so that we have a grasp on time and don't accidentally make you late?
I still have 10 minutes, so it's all good.
Okay, perfect. Then let's go to Dani. Dani's from Romania. He's exposed to all manner of Russian disinformation and propaganda all the time, aren't you, Dani?
That is very correct, and it's spreading, and it's really quite prevalent over here in Romania and other neighboring states of Ukraine. And my question is related just to that kind of international aspect of it. And I was wondering if you've had any NGOs that have reached out to you and offered to collaborate with you on projects that combat fake news, or if you have yourself reached out to maybe international NGOs, governments of other states as well, to kind of at least put them on the path of understanding how big of a problem this is. I was wondering about that. So thank you, Valerie.
We actually had this idea to work with governments internationally and establish some sort of like filter Poland, filter UK, and hopefully in other countries, some filter Germany, filter France, especially in those countries where there are many Ukrainians now. But again, all this requires more resources, which we don't have currently, to be honest. A state budget is very limited, and everything which we did last year, including all those media literacy mazes, we actually did media literacy maze. It's a physical construction, and it's an actual maze. We did like expos in the center of Kiev. We did a live concert in Kiev with a discussion about media literacy in a park in the center. Lots of other things where we actually never used budget money. It was all through partners and through, you know, like cooperating with various organizations. So again, this is very much an agenda, working with international NGOs. But in order to have something of a lasting initiative, something which would actually happen on a regular basis, we actually need more people and more resources. That's an issue. But at the same time, it's going to be Global Media Literacy Week, this actually in a month, at the end of October, and that's the week when we plan to have some international events just to highlight that there's filter, and maybe it will grow into something longer. I don't know. Let's see. But for now, unfortunately, it's just like something, some very, very short interventions or some very limited projects which we had. Unfortunately, nothing nothing more lasting.
Thank you. I think you're on an excellent path, and of course, I think we should all be supporting such initiatives. And so we're looking forward to the media kit that you're building out. Maybe we can distribute it to the people in our lives that matter.
Yeah, please get in.
Thank you so much.
This English version of the website as well. and hopefully it's going to be there. I hope so. I think people will be able to use it freely. So yeah, just follow us and it'll be there.
Thank you very much. Shaggy.
Good afternoon. And hello. I was wondering what your strategy or tactics are to get your message across to the what I call the attentively deficient. So the people on low incomes, the people who work long hours, like farmers or manual workers who don't have the time because they've got kids and they've got to work long hours to read full articles and do their research and whatever. And to some degree, kind of the older people as well, who kind of maybe in the same boat and haven't got the same attention levels as somebody who's very interested or somebody from academia. So, kind of what tactics and strategies have you got to engage with those attentively deficient people?
Yeah, that's a good question. So something which I already mentioned, what works for these people is face-to-face communication and socializing, especially after COVID. People were willing to go out and actually talk to each other. That's the first thing. It has to be face-to-face. They need to kind of feel, they need to trust you. And that's where we go to the second method, or second insight. It must be a person they respect. So if you want to teach older people how to be media literate, it must be coming from someone they respect and someone they know as a leader. So it worked very well with the leaders which we selected. Those were the people who had some reputation in their communities before. So it was easier for them to establish this network and make sure people were coming to this event. I was super surprised when I saw myself up to 30 people on Saturday night talking about the local news and media literacy. It just because the leader was super active and was always like a bit of maintaining this healthy balance between pressuring them to come and making things interesting and exciting so that they felt the benefit of being in this specific place at this specific time. I guess this works well. We sometimes we talk to influencers. Influencers all have their niche. For someone, it's a singer. For someone, it's a beauty expert, and depends on who you target. You go to these specific influencers because people build trust with them. Of course, if I speak about someone 60 plus, very unlikely that they follow someone on Instagram. But when I talk about someone 40 plus, very often these are women who have children, and the easiest way is to find an influencer who actually talks about children, how to develop critical thinking of children, how to make sure your child succeeds in life. And then through these messages, they, for instance, promote our platform, our website, where we collected all media literacy materials for children, and all of them are available for free. That's basically how we interact with these people. Of course, something needs to be the main, the most important part is repetition, because if you make a training once, it's not going to change people's habits. That is why this type of meetings of media literacy clubs on weekly basis, where they come and discuss and analyze, and they build a dialogue. They learn how to criticize their government or local politicians in a very how to say, not polite, but how to find arguments, how to voice their opinions to be heard, how to verify information before you start criticizing. Everything, it's like learning by doing. And it must be repetitive, otherwise it doesn't have any effect. So I guess that's my fourth insight.
Right, yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, for the older people, a lot of them maybe go to church and stuff. So maybe their vicar, who's giving the sermon every Sunday, that would tick the repetition box as well. Might be a good group of people to be their respected person to influence them. Thanks very much for your answers.
Absolutely. Actually, we were thinking about that, about interventions with like some cooperation with the church. It was one of our plans, to be honest. But that's a tricky thing. I mean, we have to be careful with how we approach to promoting media literacy through church. But that's definitely a good point.
Well, you now have the instrument of the Romadas who have been empowered with proper allocation of federal tax. So as a consequence, you can talk to the municipal organizations in future and talk to them on that basis. This may mean that you have to, walk a few miles, talk to a number of people, but actually talking to people physically, face to face, generates a whole host of better acknowledgement and access. So tend to believe the same thing as happens in other civil societies and transition economies and transition structures is the same applies here. The lessons learned have always been if you send people to talk to them and present the case, you actually engage in civil society discussion, and that is what's needed.
Exactly, and that sort of decentralization can also help build trust strongly, right? And that is something that will certainly be taken for extensive benefit after Ukraine is liberated. I think Valerie has time for one more question. Let's flutter over to War Pigeon.
Hello, Valerie. It's nice to meet you. It's great that you're here, and thank you for doing what you're doing because it's very important to counter Russian propaganda. I want to share one thing which was done here as a counter propaganda measure here in Poland, and it was really very interesting. I never saw anything like that before. So, like about a week ago, while watching YouTube. One of the commercials that popped up was kind of like a sketch with two friends sitting at a table. One of them lost his job and was whining that it's probably because there's so many Ukrainians, right? Because this is actually the Russian propaganda in Poland. They don't. They're not pushing for Russia as the good guy or as but they're kind of blaming the domestic problems on the high amount of the big amount of people that came to Poland. So the two friends were talking. One was whining that he lost his job and it's probably because of the refugees, and the other, his friend, told them that look out, man, because this is propaganda. They're pushing this narrative. They're trying to convince you. There's huge money being paid just because they want you to think this. And it was a very short sketch, but it was very, very well done. And I just wanted to share it because it was funded by some NGO, and I find it very like it addressed exactly the problem and exactly the message that's being sent out here. So it might be different in different countries, but if perhaps there are NGOs in other countries which you can connect to, maybe then I find this to be very convincing, actually. So again, thank you for what you're doing. It's really, really important.
I'm actually surprised that you saw it because this is a newly launched campaign by Google. They have a department called Jigsaw, and they are researching how to kind of inoculate people against disinformation. And there is also inoculation theory, which they promote. It was, I guess, Sanden van den Linden and then John Rosenbeck are the main academics at Cambridge who work on this theory. And basically,
Did Valerie time out? Is that how this works? Mykola? Is that how this works?
I don't know. I need to find out, but I think the data may be ended. That's why.
Okay, Mykola. Okay. I know Valerie has to go. Get her in touch with us. Get her back. Get her chatting with us. Just whenever, and the usual stuff we say. For we are here all the time, and Valerie seems like a very sensible, very well spoken, very clear-minded. Very, very clear-minded person, and we would love to hear a whole lot more from her on her, specialty as well as other things. And I think that's where we're going to have to sadly leave it due to technical difficulties, which have been affecting this entire interview from the start till now. No, we are getting her back. Let's see if she heard the compliments, because that'd be awfully embarrassing if she did. Valerie, do we have you back? Very briefly, anyway.
Very briefly.
Excellent. Have we lost you already? We have, haven't you? Okay, we got Valerie back for a very brief, which is good. It means it still technically works, but no, alas, I fear this isn't going to be working, which is really a shame.
I'm sure Valerie will be able to join us a bit later, probably not today or something like that, but she's continuing working on her filter project right now, and she has a little team, so they will definitely will be heard soon. So just as Valerie mentioned previously, if you could give her a follow and just wait until they release some of the information how to counter the Russian propaganda, it will be great. Thank you for joining for this little interview. And yeah, I guess, Domen, maybe we should continue speaking a bit of Russian propaganda, because there was quite an event yesterday and today, is that one of the main newspapers that is pro-Russian in Ukraine, called Strana UA, is actually was supposed to receive one of the awards from international organization. And what happened is it was cancelled. And now Ukrainians managed to launch the petition to actually cancel the Strana UA, because they think that it's spreading Russian propaganda on territory of Ukraine, and it has been doing it successfully from 2014. Have you heard about this?
I have not actually heard about this. I just want to say we're very grateful to Valerie for her time. It was wonderful hearing from her, and we hope to hear from her again. Now, Mikola, I have not actually heard about the thing that you're talking about. Strana is in country or foreign?
So in this sense, it's actually like a country, strana.ua. And the problem, and that's actually, I also wanted to mention this, is that unfortunately, due to Russian propaganda, it's mostly publishes it in Russian. If you know Russian, you may be affected by it, and that's actually what happened in Ukraine. So the people who were speaking mostly Russian in Ukraine, and who were using it in just day-to-day life, they would listen to Strana UA, and they would also watch the blog on YouTube where these Russian narratives would be spread. And this was due to the language and the cultural sphere of Russia. And what we actually see right now is that in some of the countries, like Georgia and also other countries actually accepting the Russian refugees, Russians actually tend not to learn the language, and they start asking how to get around the things with just knowing the Russian. And that's what I find kind of, I don't know, critical, how we send the message to Russians that they have to actually appreciate other cultures too, and not just organize their little Russian worlds in different countries.
Oh, and Ukraine is far from the only one, right? Ukraine just gets kind of a brunt of it just because of the linguistic reasons. There are many other countries in which Russia is doing exactly the same thing, but just in slightly different approaches and with a little bit more translation involved.
Yes, that's absolutely. I mean, all post-Soviet republics, right, they're suffering from Russian propaganda a lot. And what we're seeing right now is that Russians who are traveling to Kazakhstan as well, as soon as they cross the border, when not Ukrainians, but Kazakh people confront them and ask, so who do you think Crimea, belongs to? They say, well, it's not as black and white, and we don't know, and everything. And yeah, I think that's what we need to understand, is that unfortunately they still have that mentality, and they're spreading that in different countries.
Mikola, this is a question from one of the listeners, one of our Ukrainian listeners actually, and she sent it to me just as War Pigeon was asking his question, and I knew it wouldn't come to this, but let me just propose it as a topic of discussion. I think it's very interesting. She asks, something I wonder about is, are there initiatives to improve media literacy among previously occupied territories, for example, as in previously prior to this full-scale invasion, the long occupied territories in the east of Ukraine and Crimea? And I think this is where it will really come to a fore, right? This is really going to be the test when it comes to the reintegration, for which, of course, there's an excellent ministry in Ukraine tasked with this, reintegration of these long occupied territories who have suffered under years and years and years of just wall-to-wall Russian propaganda. The detox from that is not going to be trivial. And I think that these sort of efforts are going to be rather important at it, don't you think?
It's 100%, man. I think what we're actually going to see is there going to be something similar to what happened after Second World War to Germans, where we're going to see the people going to the cinemas and they're going to be shown the movies about what actually happened and how, you know, people were lied all this time. Also, I think gonna be very difficult for those regions to integrate them back into the Ukrainian curriculum, because for almost 8 years, for example, like Donetsk and Lugansk and Crimea, right, those regions, they were studying under Russian curriculum. So how do you integrate those people, you know, to study with Ukrainian now and actually study in Ukrainian? That's going to be difficult as well. I think that's what Valeria is going to be actually doing with the media literacy as well. I think they will, in the end, incorporate some sort of disproving the Russian propaganda and actually showing Ukrainians how it actually was, how people were, you know, struggling for all this time, and that the attacks that were Russian kind of soldiers committed and everything, they were putting it on the Ukrainian soldiers, but they were actually lying and just sending the misinformation. And that's actually, I mean, we've seen it quite a lot with even Bellingcat, right, that is working internationally, how they're trying to debunk those myths and how the Russians, what they were doing, right? We've seen what they were doing with the MH flight, and how they basically were spreading the lies that it's the Ukrainians who actually shot it down and everything, and how Russians are continuously doing that about the attack from Ukrainian side, although those are not in real, you know, those are not in reality like this. Also, we should remember that what Russians did quite recently is that whenever the Ukrainian soldiers go inside those villages, Russians tend to use their propaganda, say that the Ukrainians are torturing the Russian teachers, right? Because they're just teaching in Russian, which is absolutely...
Why are there Russian teachers in occupied? Is that normal?
Precisely. But nobody even questioning that, because for Russian audience, they're thinking that they're being somehow offended, or the language is not being appreciated anyhow, right? And this is ridiculous, because if you go to any European country and there are Russian speakers, nobody prohibits you to speak Russian, and nobody prohibits you to speak Russian in Ukraine, right? We've seen Ukrainian soldiers who speak also in Russian, because that's the language that they grew up with.
Mykola, we've had like 5 Ukrainian soldiers on this space in the past month and a half who wanted to, for the interview with them to be conducted in Russian, because they didn't feel comfortable with speaking in any other language, because they didn't feel they are sufficiently competent, sufficiently proficient. And they are just as patriotic Ukrainian soldiers as every other Ukrainian soldier. This whole language issue is, frankly, a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? It's an artificially created construct by the Russian government that's being used for its own irredentist, revanchist, imperialist aims.
Absolutely. And the scariest part is that they spread this not only to the language, but they spread it to the definition of Ukrainian itself. They start saying that there is a Western Ukrainian, there is an Eastern Ukrainian. No, there is no such a thing. There's just Ukrainian person, right?
So Mykola, you're Ukrainian, right?
Yes, precisely. Yeah.
No, I know. I need the answer, but just let me entertain this Socratic method for a second. So, in your when you talk to your family, what language do you use?
You will be surprised. I'm actually coming from a Russian-speaking background. So,
okay,
actually,
excellent.
With my mom,
do you feel discriminated against? You are a Russian-speaking Ukrainian on here. Why? Because you care about Ukraine and you're helping out this multinational effort to inform people about Ukraine. Have you ever felt put out in Ukraine or treated as a second-class citizen in Ukraine because at home with your mother, as you say, you speak Russian?
No, absolutely not. All the way around. The kids who were speaking Ukrainian in Ukraine, sometimes they were discriminated and they were called as they're from the village, which is one of the narratives that Russia was pushing for a long time, that Ukrainian language doesn't exist. Then they start pushing, well, it actually exists, but it's only the people who are in villages speak it, because it was constructed by some nationalist during, kind of Nazi regime, and which is outrageous idea.
No, exactly. This is just what I wanted you to say, right? Because I know that you're from a Russian-speaking background, that you were never in the slightest at all discriminated by anyone in Ukraine where you grew up and where you lived for the vast majority of your life. And whenever you go back to Ukraine and speak in Russian, nobody says anything negative about that, right?
Precisely. Now,
That's terrible, Nicola.
Moreover, I'll tell you one thing, just to kind of, because this is not something actually being mentioned, but the Russian as a language was, I don't know about now, but actually was studied at schools. So Ukrainians had to study Ukrainian, they had to study Russian, and they had to study English. So people had to study it. It's not that, Russian language didn't exist and it was banned or something. People still had at least 1 or 2 Russian lessons, a week in some of the schools.
Thank you, Mykola. We have Anatoly here with us. Anatoly grew up in Lysychansk in the east of Ukraine, in Luhansk Oblast. Anatoly, were you discriminated against for what I presume is that you probably spoke Russian more than Ukrainian since you're from Lysychansk?
Absolutely not. I just want to second everything Mykola said, right? As a Russian-speaking Ukrainian growing up in Lysychansk, which is, the heart of Donbass, zero discrimination, everybody speaking Russian, nobody caring if you spoke Ukrainian, that you spoke Russian, nobody discriminating you, nobody ever making you do anything you didn't want to do. The Russian curriculum was on par with Ukrainian. I don't know how old Mykola is and when he went to school, but it was certainly more than 2 hours a week for me of Russian. In fact, it was more like 10 hours of Russian a week for me. The curriculum was quite heavy because, Russian grammar is tough, to say the least, right? Russian literature was, studied quite extensively. So, absolutely zero discrimination. What else can I say? But I mean, one comment I would like to add is like a lot of people in Ukraine speak in the mix of the two called Surzhyk, and that is that was quite common for Lysychansk and for a lot of people there, that they would speak this kind of a, not to say anything derogative about it, but kind of a bastardized Russian / Ukrainian.
It's a dialectical form.
Dialectical form, exactly. Yeah, so that, and a lot of people spoke that, and once again, nobody would discriminate. And likewise, if you were Ukrainian and you use some Russian words in your vocab, or vice versa, if you were a Russian speaker in Donbass, you would have probably used an awful lot of Ukrainian words in your vocab without even realizing it as well. Zero discrimination, once again.
So wait, all of that Russian propaganda, was it all lies, Axel? Was it all? No.
I was just about to say.
Imagine that,
Anatol,
guys.
Nicola, Anatol, you have not been sufficiently discriminated against. Let the Russians show you how you can be discriminated against.
Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. And do you know, so that's exactly what another narrative that is being pushed in Russia all the time is that, so because I was studying in actually 3 different cities. So I was studying in Chernivtsi, Vinnytsia, and Kiev, because my parents were traveling and so on. So I actually experienced half of Ukraine, right? I haven't been to eastern part of Ukraine and studying there, but still. So what happened is that actually the regions that were closer to Russia, they would have even more Russian lessons, because they were under influence of it and everything, and because there were neighboring countries and so on, and because the trade was going. That's why some of the stuff of Russian language was actually taught more, and the Russian literature was taught as the main literature. So we had actually 2 lessons of literatures, where the Russian literature and when they had worldwide literature. right? So you would study English, American, and other, but for Russian literature, you would have a different one. And this is what I found outrageous. Now, another thing that you should remember, and for the fact that I will tell you about how when I finished school. So I finished school actually in 2014. It was a very turbulent time. But at that time, I had to complete my final examinations at school in Ukrainian. So I was completing ZNO. But I found out just recently that in some regions of Ukraine, you didn't even do those examinations because they were scrapped for Russian-speaking territories. Not for Russian-speaking territories, but like in Kharkiv or Donetsk or Lugansk or Crimea. They didn't even do those examinations. And that's what I found surprising, right? So all this propaganda that the Russians were pushing for a long time, that Ukrainians are Nazis and they're trying to completely negate our language or something like that, is absolute ridiculous. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah, it's all lies.
Well, it's a really good thing for you to say this, because earlier today, I was asked by one of our faithful listeners if we could please discuss, the language issue in Ukraine at some point and have a Ukrainian explain it. And now you did it without me even having to ask you to do it, which is great. So let's since we've opened this topic, let me open another component of it, which is often brought up in
Domin, you have not been
Yes.
sufficiently outraged. You have
I
not
am
been sufficiently
disgusted.
outraged at this lack of discrimination.
Actually, I am outraged. I am so outraged and disgusted. I am additionally outraged and disgusted. It's too late in the day here for the stationery stores to still be open because I have run out of my green ink, and I desperately need to get more. That's how disgusted I am. Okay, now that we've clarified just how disgusted I am, Mikola, I will ask you this, right? A little bit more of a contentious issue, but it's not really a contentious issue. It's a contentious issue because it's made more of a contentious issue by Russian propaganda. In the recent years, since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, there have been an increasing number of Ukrainians who come from a Russian-speaking family who have decided to no longer use Russian in their everyday lives and switch over to Ukraine. They have been decried by Russian propaganda as awful nationalists. I would like you to talk a little bit about what the attitudes are to the people with a Russian-speaking background or a Russian-speaking family who did not opt to switch to Ukrainian. Would those people be definitely very strongly discriminated against now by Ukrainian authorities, Ukrainian, various, I don't know, football fans, whatever else?
So in regards to that, we need to understand that a lot of people, they know about this situation, and specifically in Ukraine. So people know about this. And even my friend, Estonian friend, he speaks Russian and Estonian. He visited Kiev, right? And he was at that just before the war, and he was actually appalled that a lot of people were speaking specifically in Ukrainian, and they were saying, okay, if you want, we can switch to English, we will not speak to Russian. And I think that's because some of the language laws that were passed in Ukraine. Now, in terms of specifically Russian speakers, because people know that a lot of people lost their houses, a lot of people run away from the those terrorist attacks and everything. They know that some of the people may not speak Ukrainian very well. So they will assist those people. Moreover, they know, for example, in Lviv, which is western part of Ukraine, and it's very, kind of predominantly Ukrainian-speaking part. There are people.
Did I lose Mikola or did I lose everyone?
Yep. Nope.
Okay, we lost Mikola. He got a phone call, I bet. It's fine. He'll be back. No, but I just really wanted to, Mikola to speak about this. Mikola, when you're back, just unmute yourself and pipe up. I really wanted him to speak about this because there's a whole lot of nonsense being spread by Russian propaganda that say that Russians are being treated as second-class citizens, or Russian speakers are being treated as second-class citizens in Ukraine on the basis of the language that they use at home, which, of course, isn't true, because they're treated perfectly fine, such as Mykola is, for example, and he's a living, breathing, well-spoken, well-educated example, who can tell you that in at the very least 3 languages. I don't know what other ones he speaks perfectly fluently. But if you want it in multiple languages, there we go. Here's Mykola back. Hope he missed out on me praising him, because that would be obviously very and thoroughly embarrassing were he to have heard that. Mykola, welcome back.
Sorry, my
Phone call, eh?
dog accidentally attacked the router, and that's why I lost the Wi-Fi for a moment, and that's why I switched to a regular. Yeah.
What? Okay. Now we need to know, what kind of a dog is it?
It's actually Australian Shepherd. Yeah, mini Aussie.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Mykola. Okay, I don't know. Do you remember where you were? Because really, you were in Lviv. You were in Lviv. You have just arrived in Lviv. Everything was in Ukrainian. Everybody only spoke Ukrainian. What happened?
Precisely. So those Ukrainians who actually visited Lviv, they were speaking Russian, and there wouldn't be any problem whatsoever of people speaking Russian. In the restaurants or anything, people would look at it suspiciously, but of course they will continue serving you because they don't know. Perhaps you're not just Russian, right? Because you might be coming from a post-Soviet republic, and a lot of people speak Russian, and that's why they will still try to serve you. Moreover, they will teach you some Ukrainian as a response, but nobody will try to bad, right? Because you will be sent to prison, or there will be some, they will just call police because there will be assault in person or anything. So you don't really see this in Ukraine. Moreover, there was a launched campaign in Ukraine where Ukrainians were told specifically that a lot of people from eastern part of Ukraine that unfortunately lost their houses and flats and everything, and they're technically refugees. And those refugees, they need your assistance. So be kind to them. And that's why Ukrainians would understand, and they will still try to help those people. And that's why you would never be discriminated if you're speaking Russian. Moreover, right now, what we're seeing right now, Ukrainian channels, TV channels, they still invite Russian opposition or anything to speak about, about Russia, what's the state of it, and so on. Why on earth would you do that? And yet they still do it, and they still do it in Russian because they want, the people to hear another point of view and perhaps add a bit of more information and so on. And that's what you need to know, that nobody would discriminate you just because of a Russian language. But you should always remember that you will be discriminated of your imperialist views, and that's exactly what happened to some of the people.
Thank you, Mykola. Okay, so in other words, you have lots of Ukrainians who come from Ukrainian-speaking families, lots of Ukrainians from Russian-speaking families, with some Ukrainian from Romanian-speaking families, or Hungarian-speaking families, or Yiddish-speaking families, or Slovak-speaking families, or Polish-speaking families, or Tatar-speaking families, or if we could probably list about 5 or 6 or 7 other languages, all serving together in the same units, in the same trenches, in the same mechanized companies. Wait, and they all get along? And none of them are superior to one another on the basis of what language they use at home, and only on the basis of things like, say, rank? There's a question mark, Mykola. Please tell me that your dog didn't attack the cell phone tower as well.
I've heard the beginning of it, but could you just repeat the question itself?
I was making a very silly point. I was saying, there's Ukrainians from all sorts of linguistic backgrounds: Russian, Ukrainian, Yiddish, Romanian, Tatar, Hungarian, number of others, all serving together in the military, the Ukrainian military, in the same units, in the same trenches, and none of them are superior to another just on the basis of linguistic background.
No,
really?
Absolutely. I mean, how could you, right? Because what actually happened is that some of those people, right, they're serving in the army, and Ukrainians are actually appreciating that those people, dedicate their life and sacrifice some of them sacrifice their lives to actually help to liberate Ukraine from Russian terrorists, right? And that's what you should know. You should know that, for example, in Ukrainian army, you still have Belarusians, right? Belarusians, better to say, and Russians who are serving in Ukrainian army. And how could you discriminate those people if they come from other countries to serve in Ukrainian army? And that's everything what you need to know. Now, we should look at another something quite interesting fact. And the interesting fact, find me a Ukrainian person who's actually in the Russian army, speaking in Ukrainian, and wants to defend the Russian interests in Ukraine. You'll never find it, because there are none. You're either part of this Russian world, and that's why you're trying to assist Russians in this, or simply you're not there.
Thank you, Mikola. I just wanted to really
if only,
clarify that.
Doman, if only people were properly discriminated. What could they possibly do? What kind of referendum could they make in order to be properly discriminated in a proper Russian Federation? Doman,
Here we
this
go.
needs a
Mikola.
shamarandum, doesn't it?
It does, Mikola. Next time you go home, you know what I mean. Next time you go to visit your family, you should start agitating strongly for a referendum to start being properly discriminated against, because you simply cannot take the fact that you have to keep debunking this nonsense Russian propaganda, and you would much rather change the facts on the ground to fit it instead, because it is so very tiring indeed. How does that sound?
Doman, I think you have the perfect solution there. Mikola, there's nothing against that, right? I mean, you'd really welcome that opportunity, wouldn't you?
Of course, 100%.
Okay, well, good. Now you have your homework for next trip to Ukraine. That's been clarified. Nina, comment or question, or both?
Question, thank you. To Mykola. In the biggest cities in Ukraine, is there like any kind of difference in if they speak more Ukrainian or Russian language? Is there? Can you see like in certain cities or yeah, like for example in Kyiv, which is the most spoken language? Thank you.
So, Nina, I will expand on your question. I have a list of cities by pre-war population here in front of me, of Ukrainian cities by pre-war population. And then Mykola can tell us for each of them roughly his rough estimate on the basis of his experience of what proportion of the population of the city would default to Russian as a default language, let's say in 2021. Kyiv.
To Russian or Ukrainian you want right
now? Let's say Russian, just because it'll be easier, I think, with the bigger
I
cities.
think, funnily enough, for Kyiv, it's going to be 40-30%.
Okay. Kharkiv?
Kharkiv will definitely be more. I'm talking about 50-60%.
Odessa?
Odessa will be similar to Kharkiv, but a bit probably less. So we are talking about 45-50.
Dnipro?
Dnipro is an interesting case because it was very dominantly Russian one, and yet it changed a lot since the 2014, and I would say about 30-40%.
Okay, Donetsk is next, but that's more problematic, troublesome for
so Donetsk,
technical reasons.
So do you see, that's quite interesting. So Donetsk itself, we are talking about 70-80%. Yet, what is important to remember is that the region of Donetsk Oblast itself would have so many Ukrainian villages that I was surprised myself, and a lot of people will speak Ukrainian there, and that's what we should remember.
Zaporizhia?
Zaporizhia less. We are talking about only 30-20%.
Lviv.
Lviv, we are talking probably 90%
10.
Ukrainian.
Yeah, so maybe 10% Russian.
Yeah.
Kryvyi Rih.
Kryvyi Rih will be interesting one. We are still talking about 40-30%.
Only, actually, I would have thought more. I would have thought more like 50, 60, even 70% Kryvyi Rih. Okay. Mykolaiv?
Mykolaiv, I wouldn't know. That's the one that is kind of like a dark matter in my head because I haven't been to Mykolaiv before.
And then the last one I'll ask you will be Mariupol, and Mariupol will be vast majority Russian speaking, right?
Yes, definitely, 100%. But one thing that we should remember is that even though they would speak Russian, right, they would have a very distinctive feature that Russians wouldn't consider them being Russians. So, for example, those people would say, rather than letter G, they will say H. And this is very important because it tells you that those people were not studying Russian to the extent that the Russians did. And that's what you should know, is that those people, even though they lived in Ukraine and they spoke Russian and everything, they would have a lot of incorporated Ukrainian words. They would have to use the phrases or anything that are common in Ukraine, but not as such commonly used in Russia. And they wouldn't even know it before meeting Russians. So that's the interesting part. I'll just tell you even from my experience. When I went, because I've spoken to Ukrainians when I was living in Ukraine and so on, but when I moved to the UK, I was speaking to Russian people, and some of the phrases that I would use, they wouldn't understand, even though there was technically fully in Russian words and everything. It just wouldn't be common for those people to use those phrases because Russian changed a lot even in Ukraine. It would adapt Ukrainian phrases. It would adapt to the local communities things that would be known only to those communities. And that's what we should know.
And Mykola, can you give us an example? A simple, trivial, the most trivial example you can think of so we can wrap our heads around it.
So even yesterday, I was laughing at this because so in English, you have the game tag, right? Where you catch another person and everything. In Russia, you actually have a word, the genialki, right? But in Ukrainian,
so like running after.
Yeah, running.
Getting to the point when you have reached someone you're running after. Yeah.
Precisely. But for some people, they wouldn't know the word kvach, and in Ukrainian, you would say kvach.
And in Ukrainian, you would say kvach, and in most Russian-speaking Ukrainians would say kvach. This is a dialectical thing in Ukraine for Russian speakers. That's what you're getting at, right?
Precisely.
Okay, excellent. See, little examples like that. And sorry, Nina, just allow me one more little question, right? And it's little things like this that allow Ukrainian security services to quite easily catch out if there's a Russian who's trying to infiltrate into Ukraine to do some bad stuff, whatever it might be, kill someone, get himself into a military base, whatever. Because there are these subtle differences that someone from Moscow or someone from Tyumen or someone from Magadan might not be aware of and just wouldn't be aware of. A combination of that and subtle differences in pronunciation makes it relatively easy to catch out people who are pretending to be from Ukraine when they're really not. And that's perfectly fine. If you come from, let's say you're a Russian speaker from, say, Estonia or just someone who learned Russian in school and you come from somewhere else, come to Ukraine and you might want to use your Russian to more easily communicate when people might not know English or German or French or whatever other language. That's perfectly fine because you say, well, I'm, from such and such place. I don't know any Ukrainian. I did, 3 years of Russian in high school, whatever, for whatever reason, because you went to a weird high school, and you'll be getting along perfectly fine. But if somebody wishes to pretend they're a Ukrainian who's a Russian speaker, they will be caught out pretty quickly. Is that about the right description there, Mikola? And then we'll go to Nina.
Precisely. And also, you shouldn't forget that even though the Russian-speaking families in Ukraine, they will still know some words in Ukrainian, right? So some of the words would Russians make them laugh, but the Russian-speaking Ukrainians would know those words, and they will be like, "Why are you laughing? It's what Ukrainians say." And that's exactly how they were catching them at the beginning of the word. At the beginning of the war, with the word "polyanitsa."
Yeah, so for example, polyanitsa, that's a sort of a bread, right? It has a combination of vowels close together that's very atypical for Russian. Same goes for ukraziliznytsia. Right, Mikola, and that allows people who aren't used to saying those words and aren't used to that vowel combination to kind of be caught out relatively easily. Is that right?
Precisely.
All right. Thank you, Mikola. Let's go to Nina. Nina, question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Domen and Mikola. You pretty well covered what I was going to ask about the dialects and also how to know if a Russian speaker is a Ukrainian or a Russian. I can compare it maybe to how we speak Swedish in Finland and how you speak Swedish in Sweden. And there are certain words that are completely different, means completely different things. And even if I could speak the dialect of some place, I would probably give myself out with using just one word, and it would be like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. I think that's the perfect comparison, right? And the same goes for any sort of dialectical speech generally. What we've heard previously was also, some Ukrainian chaps from Zakarpattia being able to just talk in open channels, and they wouldn't be able to be. They wouldn't. The Russians wouldn't able to understand them in the slightest. They thought they were some sort of foreigners, right? Mikola, you can correct me on the details of the story, but basically, it's very difficult to fake a dialect, to fake an accent. That sort of thing. Those sort of things are very difficult if you're from the US. Imagine, say you're from New England, going to Texas or going to Mississippi and being able to blend in perfectly. You won't be able to blend in perfectly if somebody really wants to catch you out in some fragments of dialectical speech. They probably will be able to. Same goes in Britain. Trying to blend into full on Geordie when you're from London. That's going to be very hard indeed. Same goes for Russians visiting Ukraine. And by visiting, I mean trying to infiltrate themselves very surreptitiously into the fabric of Ukrainian society and sabotage things. However, Ukrainians who speak Russian, such as Mikola, our friend Mikola here, as well as a number of our other Ukrainian friends here, for example, Victoria, who handles a lot of the guest scheduling. Right, they're Russian-speaking Ukrainians. They're not in the slightest discriminated against, because why the hell would they be? It is but a figment of Russians' imagination, because they needed an excuse to go and, as they say, protect Russian speakers in these foreign countries. Mikola, Russian speakers in Ukraine, and obviously this would be a vast overgeneralization. I won't make you do the vast overgeneralization. You can walk back the overgeneralization of my question on your own without me having to help. Did Russian speakers in Ukraine want to be saved from something for the sake of their language being protected?
Yes, from Russians.
Thank you. And we didn't coordinate this, but I expected this exact answer from Mikola. And we have another Ukrainian from, I bet, a Russian-speaking background. Andrei, go ahead.
Hello. I wanted to ask. I wasn't present at the beginning of the conversation, so I was curious, like that ways to identify Russians by using aspects of the language. What was the context? Is it like to identify like their version group or?
Yeah, like saboteurs. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess once the war is over, we'll hear, amazing stories of identifying people, as well as amazing stories of not identifying people correctly, of having like maybe false negatives. And as an example, so for example, the word that Mikhailo used, I don't know that word, even though I spent 30 years of my life in Odessa.
Palinitsa?
Palinitsa, no, but the one that
Kvach.
Kvach, the one for chasing, yeah. And actually, frankly speaking, with Palinitsa, like I can pronounce it because I went to Ukrainian schools, But when I heard it, I didn't know what it means. It's just I can pronounce it. It was I had to Google the meaning. So yeah, what I'm trying to say, it's like we try to make it way too simple. And in reality, I think there was false positives. There probably were Russians not identified, and there were probably people who were incorrectly identified. So that's what I wanted to say. It's not that easy.
Oh no, you're undoubtedly correct, right? On a single word, that's undoubtedly true. I'm sure. Just a single shibboleth doesn't work, right? You'd be working through, if you're really suspecting someone. I bet you'd be working through quite an extensive script of various things, and there'd be like a 36 out of 40 or something getting correct.
Yeah, in fact, I think there were videos, like very sad videos, how Ukrainian guys in the fields see approaching troops. They talk to them, try to identify them, and then being shot very fast. So, yeah, just I think we made it sound a little bit too easy. So, yeah, thank you.
No, don't worry, Andrei. It was a much bigger conversation just before that. This was just a tiny snippet of it, because we were bringing up Mykola. Rather, we just had an interview with Valeria, who was a Ukrainian media. What is it? Critical reading of media researcher and advocate. And after that, Mykola was talking a little bit about language and how important language is, how Russia used the fact that a lot of people in Ukraine and elsewhere in the ex-Soviet space spoke Russian, understood Russian, how they were using it to promote their propaganda. But then Mykola was also touching a little bit upon the irredentism espoused by Russia, and how they were saying people in Ukraine who speak Russian, that they're somehow discriminated against because they're Russian speakers. And Mykola was saying, himself, as someone who grew up in a Russian-speaking family, he was never put out by anything, by anyone ever, and how this is complete nonsense. We had another chap, Anatoly Jumpov, who grew up in Lysychansk, similar basis, right? There's no discrimination against people for the sake of speaking Russian. That was really the base of it. That was just a little tag on that he mentioned of differences. An example. I asked him for an example with Kvach, something that a Russian speaker from Ukraine would understand, but a Russian speaker from Russia would not be familiar with, because it's a little bit of of dialectical speech within Russian. That's all the example was.
Yeah, actually, for the discrimination or lack thereof, is it okay if I add the point?
Go for it. So you're from Odessa. Odessa is a predominantly Russian-speaking city historically, right?
Yes, correct. I'm not living in Odessa since 2012, but yeah, 30 years of my life I spent there. It's an amazing city. Yeah, so there, in terms of whether Russian speakers were discriminated in Ukraine, I wouldn't say that the answer is true or the answer is yes, but some could have felt discriminated if they wanted to. There was a point in time when if you want to go to the movies, the only language available would be Ukrainian, and it wouldn't be a problem for me, but I know people for whom it was a big problem. To the extent that they even created separatist movement, organized blasts in Odessa. So if you ask me, was there discrimination, I would say no. Ukrainian language is okay to use in the cinemas. But if you ask other people from Odessa, or like those people who joined the separatist movement, they would say yes, of course it was discriminating my language and so on. So again, it's not black and white. It depends on where you stand. But I do remember that within my group of friends, when the requirement of every movie to be what's the basically voice actors had to be Ukrainian and use Ukrainian language. That's the thing. And when it happened, I kind of by inertia wasn't happy about it. But in reality, very soon we start to like Ukrainian translation much more than Russian, just because I think our actors did better job. So yeah, again, but yeah, considering all aspects, you would probably have some population of people, at least in Odessa, who would consider that, oh yeah, we were discriminated because we couldn't look at the movies, in Russian. So yeah, and it's not ignorable amount of people. And the events in Odessa when like pro-Russian group started a fight with pro-Ukrainian group, and it ended up in a tragic slaughter. So yeah, it's a little bit nuanced. That's what I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. No, of course, no. If you try to be perceived as being discriminated against, you can try hard and succeed, of course. But also, on a very case by case basis, of course, there can be perceived slights. It was the much bigger question of schooling and generally being not allowed to speak a language or anything of the sorts. And what Mykola was getting at, and hopefully we get Mykola back. I think his dogs are really desperate to consume his router. He should really feed them better. Because I don't think an internet router is particularly nutritious when you're a dog. But I will say this, right? We're really getting at how you can have all of these people with these various linguistic backgrounds serving perfectly happily in the same units, in the same trenches, in the same mechanized divisions, whether they speak Ukrainian at home or Russian at home, or be it Yiddish or Romanian or Hungarian or whatever of the or Tatar or whatever other language they might speak at home. For in a large country like Ukraine, you do get various linguistic backgrounds, and that is generally pretty normal.
Yeah, that's fair. I would add one more comment, is that it was quite common at this time. Actually, yeah, I think 2005 and so on. This is where the language kind of argument became heated, and it kind of felt that even okay, I need to be careful in the way I express it. I think many people thought, at least in my circles, like Russian-speaking people in Odessa, that the more Ukrainian language becomes a requirement. So, for example, radio, amount of Ukrainian music on the radio that you hear, the fact that the news, like certain channels, switch to just Ukrainian language and for the news, that situation in the cinema, situation in the schools and higher educational facilities like universities, like paradoxically, my diploma, for example, was written in Russian, but I had to have like just first page, title page, to be in Ukrainian. So it's like combination of language issues plus corruption. What kind of diploma it is if one title page is in Ukrainian just to show off, and then the rest is in Russian? Like it's yeah, it even feels corrupt. So there was this opinion that the more Ukrainian is kind of pushed as a one and only option in corresponding media, the more divisiveness is being created in the society. And now living in US, I see like, yeah, it might not be the language, but it's very easy to put political very heated arguments in such a way that it divides the society. US struggled a lot with it since 2016. So yeah, I think language was kind of used as a pain point to divide Ukrainian society.
Andrei, I have a question here from a very loyal listener. Would any of your friends still say that they were discriminated against, and did any of them maybe switch to Ukrainian after February 24th, or have a change of heart once we might have thought they were being discriminated against after February 24th, maybe as priorities changed, priorities of life being in a state of total war as opposed to, a frozen conflict far away?
This is an amazing question. So I will start with myself. So being the one who was kind of inconvenienced, by lack of ability to watch movies in Russian, I very quickly adopted, and it wasn't a big deal for me at all ever. So I'm kind of on that side. Among my circle of friends, I can imagine that people would be like, yeah, there was some sort of discrimination because of all the things that I mentioned, and the fact that you do have to have your first page of your diploma or PhD work to be in Ukrainian while everything is in Russian. So it sounded like silly and so on. So I could say there were people who might have find it kind of inconvenienced. Discriminated is a very hard word, but inconvenience for sure. But no, the war changed everything. It's a lot of my friends are now communicating in Ukrainian, in typing, in social media, in our internal communications. They struggle. Sometimes they just make mistakes, but it's okay. They apologize, but say no. They switch to Ukrainian. I'm kind of I'm at a state where unfortunately I'm not very comfortable with my speaking Ukrainian. I never kind of spoke. I read a lot. I understand it, and I think if I use it, I sound very awkward. But no, even though some of us are still using Russian, many switch to Ukrainian. Nobody calls it discrimination, and like pro-Ukrainian spirit is very, very high. Like I always remember saying that it doesn't matter that I speak Russian. I just want my country, Ukraine, to be left alone. That's I think very, very, very shared opinion. What we had, but I can tell you kind of kind of depends to whom you talk. Like in my university, I had this kind of famous in local circles in Odessa kind of teacher who so he was studying in a very well-known university in Odessa. His subjects were IT related, and he also was performing a lot of kind of personal computer assembly work on demand. People would pay him, and he will bring them computers according to specifications and so on. So that guy ended up basically joining some sort of pro-Russian resistance groups and being basically in search by police because he participated in several blasts that happened like when the whole kind of Russian influence after Maidan that happened across different regions of Ukraine. He basically joined that movement and caused terror acts in Odessa. So you see, if that person was available today to talk, you would hear something very, very different. You will hear some crazy speech about probably how they were discriminated, how they would, I don't know, struggle to find schools for their kids and all that BS. Sorry. But yeah, that would be
Would you say, Andrei, just to be clear, would you say that is a very limited belief, especially at this point?
I think that belief had potential to be not so limited. So basically, remember the events that led to the fire in the Profsoyuz building.
We'll get to that in a second. Sorry, I just want to say, right now, would you say that they are under the current circumstances?
No, right now, absolutely no. But you see, what I'm trying to say is that, for example, how many countries would be supporting Russia depends on their success in their military, in their BS. And thanks God and thanks to all the partners and to Ukrainians as well, they disabled Putin from being successful. But if you just imagine that he was more successful, you would probably see more support from Belarus. You will see even more support from China and so on. So I think that would be similar situation. If in Odessa, when this group of pro-Russian folks, were more successful, then they would, start the fire. Not literally speaking, but they would, they would enable even more people who are on the edge to flip to their side. And I think that's kind of the snowball that occurred more on the east of the country. But luckily they were not able. They had actually a lot of resistance from pro-Ukrainian forces, from pro-Ukrainian oriented people, citizens in Odessa, and therefore that disease were not able to grow. That cancer was not enabled to grow. Does that analogy make sense? Oh, I think I might have lost audio.
No, all good, all good. It's just that Dom is currently fighting with a wine opener down in the second cellar. It's very difficult. Whenever he travels from the Chardonnay to the Meursault section, it's a bit difficult because the stairs are so narrow. I apologize. I tend to agree that what you just said is absolutely relevant, and the analogy is fine. If you don't mind, I didn't have the order in mind because I didn't look at the screen before, and so I apologize if I just pick someone. Let's go to UK for UA.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Sure, how are you doing?
Oh, still driving. I'd just like to say thank you for the space and promoting Ukrainian voices. This space has been a fantastic resource running since before the second invasion, the illegal invasion by Russia. Thank you, Andres, for your insights into the Ukrainian language, and an observation that I've seen is that if anyone has caused a reduction in Russian speaking, it's actually the Russians, because the actions that they took and the brutality and torture and the fact that they invaded illegally has caused many of the refugees that I spoke to not want to use the language at all and see it as a dirty and evil language, and try and learn Ukrainian and really despise the fact that they were speaking it and have to they have to speak it. And unfortunately, the lady that I'm referring to, well, she had to leave the Kharkiv Oblast, and she was staying with a friend of mine in Ternopil with her daughter, and her husband was actually in the territorial defence, and I'd say she just didn't want to use the language at all because of what the Russians have put her through. And I'm about to cross an international border, so I'm probably going to lose comms, but that's the only observation that I wanted to give. And thank you for the previous speaker with the critical thinking and propaganda. It's so important. There's so much wrong Russian messaging out there. Unfortunately, people just by using the wrong language, are continuing that wrong messaging and trying to turn this conflict into Ukraine's fault, or the economy problems into Ukraine's fault, and it's Russia's fault that we're suffering this huge spike. Well, the part of Russia's fault that we're suffering this huge spike of inflation, and definitely with the energy prices, definitely their fault. But that's it. Thanks, and keep up the good work, guys, and try and listen in as I get comms.
No worries. Thank you, Sean. And don't forget, we will not leave here. We will certainly not leave here unless Ukraine is free of any Russian soldier and has repatriated those lost souls and those deported. So, welcome back, Dolman.
Thank you. My app crashed after 10 hours and 55 minutes, I think, of running straight, which is pretty good. That's reasonably good technology, right, Twitter?
You have an app which only runs 10 hours and 55
Yes.
minutes? What's wrong with you?
Ask Twitter. I got it from them. Andre, I noticed that you rather enjoyed, I think, our conversation on Monday with Svetlana. Would you like for more of such agricultural conversations to be taking place? And do you happen to perhaps know anyone else who works in the Ukrainian agricultural sector? Because that would make it easier for such conversations to happen.
Yeah, I feel a little bit embarrassed to say that I learned so much about the country, about the aspects of how country is running now with the war, actually by people you bring to this Twitter space, than than compared to what I learned in 30 years of living in Ukraine. And yeah, it's kind of sad to admit, but this amazing watermelons that we have from Kherson in the summer, you start to appreciate it so much more now than you understand what was actually the price. All those invisible people, farmers who were working to get that, on our table. I would also say that now that I live in US, I live in a suburbs, and I see a lot of farms around me, and it really brings me to tears to see how peaceful farmers here just go and work on their fields, absolutely unobstructed by anything. I don't know, maybe economy is difficult and so on, but they just take their stuff and work on their fields, and that's the joy that Ukrainians cannot experience at this point, which makes me very sad. So yeah, I really liked the guest talking with Svetlana, I think, talking about agriculture, because I learned a lot that I didn't know before. Unfortunately, I cannot recommend people in that area. I was just like studying for IT all the time. Like, it wasn't really the circle where I would be having connections. However, I did have to visit one of the Ukrainian villages quite often. So Ukraine has this practice of free education. If you have good enough grades, but you also will have to follow the government order as a result. So let's say if government needs certain number of medical specialists, you can study for free, but you will have to follow where government sends you. This is kind of Soviet model that Ukraine continued to use back then. So yeah, the person I knew studied as a medic professional, like as a family doctor. And after completing the studies, she was sent to a village about 220 kilometers from Odessa. And I would go there every week, just kind of spend some time, see the village life. So that's kind of my only exposure. But I did see how the life looks like for people in the villages, and it's not really a happy story. It looked very poor, very abandoned. Everybody who could leave the village, they would do so. So probably I can imagine that in Kherson there are very good, very successful, farmerships and so on. But in general, villages were very much in decline. From what I could tell from my experience, a lot of alcoholism, because when I think when people in Ukraine, similarly like in Russia, have nothing to do, they end up getting to the bottle. So yeah, the answer is like, do I have anybody from the agriculture sector? Unfortunately, no. Just my own experience of looking at the life of the village. That's it.
Well, if nothing else, I'm really glad that you enjoyed that, because I really enjoyed it. I love talking about agriculture. I really hate talking about war. I know I'm in the wrong place, but I really, really hate talking about war, because it's very distressing and depressing, and I have no expertise in it whatsoever. However, agriculture is something I can talk about for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for many years to come. And I was really glad to be able to talk to Svetlana, who has a wealth of knowledge, wealth of experience, wealth of understanding, and is a very good speaker to boot about something so very important to the Ukrainian economy and to the Ukrainian people, to the Ukrainian identity as a whole, dare I say. And it was a fantastic conversation. If you missed it, it's up on Spotify. Go check it out. Search for MriyaReport on Spotify. I recommend it. I think Andre recommends it. I think I can speak for you in this, right, Andre?
Yeah, I also wanted to add something. That conversation was amazing. I think we cannot always say it about all conversations we have, but that one was just really great. I know that some speakers that are invited result in a lot of kind of heated discussions after in the Twitter, but happens. Yeah. So what I wanted to say is that not only discussion about agriculture made me kind of learn more about Ukraine, even though I'm Ukrainian with a lot of time living there. But the same about port. So just as a kid who grew up in Odessa, I understood the importance of the port. My family is related to the sea in in at least 2 generations. But for people in Odessa, port is like I know that teenagers in US really love to go to the mall. I don't understand that. It's like religion, but they can spend hours and hours in the malls. So for us in Odessa, port and area around port would be like that. It's very beautiful. You go through the central part of the city, very nice parks, green. Actually, as you go by the area, you look at the Odessa. Or Odessa, probably better way to say it today. The political building where the municipal politics are there. They are in the very beautiful building overlooking the sea, and you can see the port from there. And then you go down a little bit park. There is this stairs of Potemkin. You go down. It's just amazing. I never heard the word hike before before coming to US, but now looking back, oh yeah, it's like quite a hike. But you do it not in the forest environment, but you do it in a beautiful city environment. So you go down to the port. The port had this port building which had a lot of reflective glass. And people would just go there to look at themselves and make pictures, and they would go and look at the cruise ships that were there. And now that we are hearing about functional part of the port, how important it is to economy, it expands my horizons, because for me, yeah, port is something that my family works at. A lot of people are working at. I didn't really put numbers to that understanding. But now with the guests you invite, and War, of course, highlighted the importance, I was like, oh, I never really internalized how critical that beautiful Odessa port was. So yeah, and again, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Andre. That's honestly great to hear. And I really, whenever we get to talk about logistics or agriculture, that's really what I feel I can talk about far better than some of the more military aspects. But thank goodness we have people like CJ and Yehuda and Axel and many others who can cover that really crucial, alligator closest to the boat aspect of things much better than I can. Christopher, I'm very sorry, Christopher. You've been waiting an awfully long time. Go ahead.
No, Tom and Ed, it's all good. Thank you very much. Just a quick mic check.
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. So I've been listening to this one about the language back and forth, and here in the United States, we do have a set of dialects that as I think you mentioned, going from something from New England down to Texas, and some disconnection between my wife is Australian, and she can't really she can't make out the Southern accents in the US. But one of the things I thought about during this talk was, in the beginning, it's got to be a few months back, there was a video circulating of 2 gentlemen in the trench. One was one was Jewish and one was Muslim, and they were both fighting together. Is there my question stems from that? Is there, if there's not this agitation between Russian and Ukrainian in terms of language, is there any religious issue kind of tension or friction that goes on? I can't seem to have seen any, but I mean, again, I'm an outsider, so just my question. Thanks.
Andre, you're up.
Well, definitely not an expert on the subject. From my perception, religious aspect had never been an issue throughout my time in Ukraine, but there is nuance. Actually, sorry. Before I talk about nuance, I wanted to say that actually Odessa has quite. I cannot quantify it, but it has very significant presence of Jewish people. A lot of my friends would be in a position to just because of their relation, because of being Jewish, they would be allowed to go to Israel. There were a lot of facilities in Odessa who would work with people to kind of introduce them to Israel, and if they want, they can go. Actually,
Ukraine was responsible for many murders of the Jews of Odessa. But nevertheless, of course, as you say, many people have still had very significant Jewish ancestry, and there was a very significant number of a Jewish population still in Odessa. You know, when you were growing up, let's say. Sorry, please continue. I just wanted to say this: 1/3 Jewish before the Second World War. That's how significant the Jewish population of Odessa was.
Yep, and to add to this, I know that the original question wasn't specifically about Odessa, but unfortunately, that's kind of the experience that I have. Is that a lot of language elements were present in kind of Odessa dialect of Russian that would be used. So I would know the word "tuhis" without even really kind of knowing its origin, but we would say somebody like when we are in the public transportation and we get into argument, we would use words like this and so on. And I wouldn't even know like why would they know it, but it's just a part of it's a part of culture in Odessa. This heavy influence from that culture, as well as we have a big Muslim center in Odessa, and never I recall any kind of confrontation on that aspect. So speaking of nuance, is that Orthodoxy, that is a major, I think, religious affiliation in Ukraine, has like bureaucracy roots in there is this Moscow Orthodox Church, and there is a kind of Ukrainian one is a branch of it, and it I think right now is a very heated part of the kind of religious argument as well. Like, how come we have this years of being Orthodox Christians, but Russia now has a war, but the bureaucratic mechanism of this church is driven from Moscow. And I see, even like I'm personally kind of far from that particular thing. It's not something that is close to me, but I perceive that this traditional Orthodox kind of community had been a branch of Moscow Orthodox Church, and they have their own kind of center, Ukrainian Orthodox Church, that I think right now is in some process of being divorced. But unfortunately, I'm absolutely not very familiar with the subject, so that's probably as much as I can bring to that.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Christopher. I think we have a war doggo here with us, who might want to pipe up on that. Who's also Ukrainian, and I just want to note before that war doggo. Sorry, I have a friend who really desperately wants me to say the word hypogammaglobulinemia, and now you can go ahead.
Yeah, guys. Fortunately, in our beautiful Ukrainian VL labs, we've been also studying theology and religion studies. I'm not great at history, but I think it's one of the pretty interesting stories that really deserves a deep dive with the historian or religious specialists of the Orthodoxy, because the story of the Russian Church, the Moscow branch of the Orthodox Church, and the history of Kiev Orthodox Church. That's another example of Russian occupation, and another example of the imperialism of Russia in that extent. That's pretty interesting, because if you deep dive in the history of the Moscow branch of the church, that will be one of the stories that will pop up, that the Moscow branch of the Orthodoxship was never recognized officially, like in all of the how they call in Ukrainian is kanonichne,
as canonical.
Yes, canonical, and the Kiev one was the one original that was the beginning. It's pretty similar to all the story of the Rus and the part of the history that Russia is trying to own and trying to base on, with the religious part of the Orthodoxship is pretty much the same. But this is a very interesting topic, because it was leading to many conflicts in the past that was silenced by Russia in some sense, and many church monasteries, libraries were burned or were robbed and brought to Russia, and that is part of the history that is stored in Russian, let's say, basements of secret services. That's pretty interesting story, and really deserves the deep dive with one professional on the topic. I would recommend, for instance, one Ukrainian who was living a long time in US, Danilo Yanevsky. You can Google his YouTube channel, for instance, and he is really deep diving on that. He's professor in Kiev University for history, and he's good in religious stuff like that.
Thank you very much. This is an aside, and I'm sure we'll get to it at some point. I just saw a quick note that the Bundestag, the Christian Democrats, put up a resolution, and it was shot down about 3-1. So that's for Axel for later on. But Dolman, thank you very much. I hope you didn't have a trip or fall down the stairs to get to the wine cellar, and I hope things are going to be going good for you.
He is limping. He evidently had problems, trotting up back with the whole case of the Kunstbasil back up.
It was only a single bottle of Doxa, I'm very sorry to say. And I'm very sorry to say, because I really like the next 11.
Very, very tasty, very tasty.
It
all right,
is
I'm dropping down to listening. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Christopher.
I think we will definitely be highlighting the tasting notes of Dolman's wine pairings across the last months.
That's somebody else's job, but it has to get put on the website. Hans, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. I only want to add a small comment. I was reading many years ago a book. It's called in German, Blond war der Weizen der Ukraine. Or blonde, I don't know this word for blonde. Yeah, it's a spotlight about a village in Ukraine about 120 years ago, before all the Soviet time and all such things. And it was totally fascinating for me how many languages have been spoken in this small village. There have been Polish people, there have been a lot of Yiddish people, there have been different Ukrainian people, and also a lot of churches, Catholic for Polish and Yiddish and Tataric people and so on. That was totally interesting. And what was also interesting, say, higher educated people also want to have a lot of European things in. So they invited people from England and France to educate their children to speak English and French also. So they have been really a very open society and open for all languages. And that's for me typically until now, even for Ukraine.
But one has to say that the recollections or the memoirs of Marie, Duchess of Gagarin, who was born in Moscow, that happened 1 year prior to the arch evil of the revolution attempt of Mr. Trotsky in 1905. So she was born then, and she was then in Western Ukraine somewhere. And she was shoved out of the country through the October Revolution, if I'm not quite mistaken, as much as I can remember that book from ages ago.
Yes. She was moved to France anyway, and there she was writing this book. It's remembering her childhood, something like this. Yes. But for me, it was very interesting what she was how she was describing this village and what could be found there. And also now you can, I know a lot of Yiddish things and such things. There have been a lot of different theological thinkings and a very big culture there. And also for the other areas, Polnic people and other things, I think. Yeah, I liked it very much to read. Yeah.
Let's go to George.
Good afternoon or good evening to my European people here. Lukashenko is ready to commit political suicide. Is that what we're hearing? I'm sorry, I just got on. I haven't been listening.
Okay, let me say something, George, before you go there. There is a thread by the Belarusian Hayun Project, which is the preeminent tracker of all military movements across Belarus. And they say they have not observed anything at all consistent with that idea. Indeed, and I'll read this out again. I read it out there. There are no convincing facts that would prove redeployment of Russian troops to Belarus in the first place. And as of today, the information about the potential mobilization in Belarus is doubtful. Units of the Belarusian armed forces do not take part in combat operations in Ukraine. Thus, Lukashenko has his full army and there's no need for mobilization. We'd like to note that irresponsible and unsubstantiated statements by politicians on such important topics don't help the common cause, the fight against the Lukashenko regime and Russian aggression. And there is no data backing the validity of this. Now, it doesn't mean that Belarus isn't mobilizing or that it won't have 100,000 Russian troops on its territory very soon. It just means there's no evidence of that as yet, and we can just kind of pause on the panic button. Even if Belarus mobilized 120,000 people, it would only have the capacity to equip maybe 30,000. Axel, how many could Belarus equip?
Yeah, I've read through this during the day, George. I apologize. Just in order to answer your question, they may have up to 35,000, 40,000, which they can equip in some shape or form. Maybe 12 to 15,000 of them in reasonably decent shape. The problem is that all their equipment is shite, that they just recently had to give away a large part of their ordnance. They don't have precision-guided ammunition. They have far too little. I mean, they just don't have enough of everything. And the overall combat readiness of the Belarusian forces has always been very, very low. So yeah, that ain't happening. George?
Well, you guys have to disappoint me every damn time. Jesus, Murphy. I was excited, guys. This is what we want. We want them to mobilize. We want him to send his people to Ukraine so they can join the Ukrainian army. Now you guys shot all down my hopes. Damn it.
Sincere apologies for our disenchantment of your dreams, but there you go.
I'm sorry we're so boring.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really like I would have my hopes up that this idiot's going to do this like sometime in November, and we're they're just going to be the end of him, and damn it, so disappointing.
War Doggo.
Just to give you some interest back on that, something that I've been mentioning a couple of days ago already on a different space related to that, might be that the whole mobilization that Russia is running will be in order to keep the current front line from falling on the east. But also, as soon as they couldn't engage Belarus in making this attack from the north and making something that they were trying from the very beginning to cut Ukraine from the land supplies from the west, they could be trying just entering with their own mobilization resource and trying to do that by their own. I remind that since 2004. Making the common military agreement, Belarus is like in the military union with Russia, and read it like Russia is fully free to use Belarusian resources. But de facto, we see that their leadership, if we can call them like that, is really making the brakes on participating on inland. They're just, of course, they're giving the air bases, they're giving the missiles launches to Russia, but for the inland, they don't seem to have a big will because they know what that will cost for them. But it may be that Russia may have attempt to use their own mobilization resource to do that. But as we already were being discussing several times with experts who were participating in those spaces, we would see most probably those buildups happening on Belarusian territory, and as soon as Russia is using rail a lot, that would be good targets for HIMARS. So again, sorry to make you down on that, George. It will not. It will be spectacular, but not for Russians.
There's one theory that I heard that kind of made sense to me, which was there were so many Russians running to Belarus to avoid mobilization. A mobilization by Belarus would make any idle young men look kind of out of place, and it would be easier for Russia to get to those guys in Belarus. It sounds involved, but if you have a proper Soviet mindset, it makes perfect sense.
Doman, we should make a note of the fact that we have to ensure that there is a daily dose of George disappointment.
Yes, I have a list prepared. I have a list prepared of all the ways to insult Greece, the Greek language. I think that I can fill in any day when there's no organic disappointment coming with some disappointment. Because basically, I perceive of George as I perceive of you, not entirely, but in part, very similarly to the father in my big fat Greek wedding, whatever the title
I
of
was
that
just
film
saying
is.
like the uncle. How could you say the father? The uncle had the better story.
Well, whomever it is who keeps going back etymologically with, well, this comes from Greek initially, 6 steps back.
Well, to be honest with you guys, I'm not exactly like that. I come from southern Greece, and our views on women are a lot polar opposites with that father. We like our women educated and independent, for sure. Spartan women have had that ability for thousands of years. They were the first women that were allowed by law legally to own land. So we'll just keep it.
Yeah,
at
that's
that.
because all the men were off fighting. I know how it is. Right, Axel, I have a question for you from DMs. May I ask?
But before you, before you ask that question, you have to tell me that you have vital evidence that the port of what you mistakenly call Koper has really been founded only by some Romans, because I am told by reliable sources from friends of mine in Piraeus that prior to Pliny the Elder talking about it, there were Greeks already there. So George might be right.
It's all Greek to me.
Okay, well, off to your question. Before CJ is laughing himself out of the plane at the moment. You have to look at that.
Well, I just wanted to know, do you think Windex can help gunshot wounds for the Russians?
No, CJ, only if delivered by tampon. All right, Axel, question from someone who's messaged me at some point earlier today. Why is Russia not being suspended from OPEC Plus? I have no idea. Axel, why is Russia not being suspended from OPEC Plus?
Because OPEC Plus doesn't suspend anyone. It's not a full-blown organization.
Okay,
I mean, seriously, even if they were to be able to relinquish the ties with those with whom they accord their terrible oligopolistic schemery, that wouldn't really matter, because OPEC really doesn't bloody matter in terms of fighting the war, does it? And have you ever seen OPEC being a very humanitarian aid program? Have they ever shown that they have been fighting wars? No.
They have shown themselves to be very good at whining and dining the good people of Vienna.
Well, you have the United Nations in Vienna, you have the OPEC in Vienna, and you have a lot of corrupt bankers in Vienna. So there you go. Many of them Russian.
So there you go. All right, I hope that answered the question to whomever was asking it. I've already deleted your messages, so I don't know who you were. CJ, would you like to regale us with any sort of news? Or would you like to go to Tom?
Yeah, you can go to Tom for sure. I'll try and get some more updates. The only thing I would say in the short term is a bunch of Russian propagandists are suddenly posting about Liman in the last hour, saying something drastic has happened. So we should be getting an update relatively soon.
Well, that is excellent news. Thank you very much, CJ. So would you say that Ihura might have been correct some, let's call it 11 hours ago, when he said that within 24 hours there will be major developments in Liman?
Yeah, I think his timeline might be more correct than we know.
Someone should really get onto that utilities company operator. Tom.
Yeah, that's really wonderful news about Liman. I'd love to be there when we get the update. Yeah, this is just my speculation. Obviously, I'm not actually a member of OPEC, despite rumors to the contrary. But I should imagine that probably one reason
You're not a member of OPEC? Did they not let you into the club?
Well, they let me in before I took off my human mask and revealed myself to be a cartoon dog. Once I did that, they were like, no, not sure about this.
Tom, are you going to talk about nuclear war?
I wasn't going to talk about nuclear war.
Good, then don't.
Oh, thank God.
Don't.
Is that what
It's not
everyone's been
it's not
talking about constantly?
No, fortunately, we have managed to diffuse, dispel, and completely, utterly disregard this topic. in the past hours as much as we've already organized, rearranged, and resorted it over the past months, including your kind assistance from time to time. So we should be talking about something which really matters. How about the first 2 days of the cricket match between the West Indies and England in 1972 in January?
You mean, sorry, I'm sorry, Axel, do you mean the one that ended 43-14?
Very well, yeah. No, exactly that one, not the test match before.
I was both not into cricket and not alive then, so I don't think I can really comment on that game.
Tom,
that's two of us, Tom.
You're not into cricket?
Yeah, I understand that as an Englishman, you know, this is pretty controversial, but, you know, what can I say? I'm being honest.
I'm stunned.
Other than the corded sweaters, jumpers, whatever, I never cared for any of that nonsense.
Sorry, Tom, are you telling us that you don't have all the last, shall we say, let's assume, Tom, by your voice, you're about 43. You don't have the last 43 years of wisdoms at home?
I certainly don't.
That's terrifying. Doman, I don't know how to take this. I will have to open the Lusac.
Oh no, not the Lusac.
Well, I'm on the Woods rum here.
Oh, then, of course, please, carry on.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about OPEC and what they're for. I mean, essentially, they're kind of a cartel, right? I mean, pretty obviously, they try to keep the oil price in a range, but also sort of divvy up their market share because, you know, if the oil prices are high, any individual country might be tempted to try and sell a bunch of oil then, which would increase their market share and possibly move the market price down a little bit. So if you think about what Russia's been doing, pretty much everything Russia's been doing has been pushing the price of oil up, which probably isn't pissing OPEC off that much. Whereas if, say, Russia was being very peaceful and flooding the market with cheap oil against OPEC's wishes, then OPEC might want to kick them out of OPEC Plus, if that makes sense. So I'd simply say it's that they haven't annoyed OPEC and OPEC Plus. It's just my guess. Wonder what Ryan thinks.
If only we had a Ryan. Who is this Ryan you speak of? He'll definitely not show up momentarily.
Funniest part is, Doman, sorry, we can summon the Ryan, yeah. We will have to summon someone because both Doman and I have been summoned, and we have been summoned for quite some time already.
By powers that be.
Who've you been summoned by?
Powers that be.
Okay.
He has to talk in a very, very low voice.
Not the Culinary Institute of America.
Definitely, but by someone who knows many people who work at the CIA, actually.
I'm not convinced they exist.
I am. I've been to Dutchess County. I'm very convinced they exist. Otherwise, that building would be for none.
Well, talking about meeting up, I would quite like at some point to come to Tallinn and meet some of you chaps there. Nina has said that if I do, she'd be happy to fly over. I've been chatting to Imperial.
She'd take the ferry. Why would she fly from Helsinki to Tallinn? That makes no sense.
Maybe she would take the ferry. I don't know, but she's not very.
You can take a lot more. You can take a lot more alcohol back if you take the ferry. Everyone takes the ferry, right, Axel?
Everyone takes the ferry because it's super convenient. It's absolutely cool. You have some of the best views off the ferry whilst traveling into grey and darkish Helsinki. Or if you travel back, when you go back into the beautiful light and friendly Hanseatic charm of Tallinn.
So I've not really been able to listen into the space very much today. So I've been seeing lots of patients. Is there any particular news that, other than that, you haven't been talking about nuclear war?
Yes, there are allegations that Belarus might mobilize 120,000 men, which have no basis in observable fact whatsoever, but they are strong allegations.
What, mobilizers in draft and conscript, not just stand-up troops that they've got?
Yes. And as you can tell by CJ's incessant emojiing, I mean, you can guess at our general response to that.
Yeah, that seems
CJ, explain to us what would happen if Belarus actually mobilized 120,000 men. How would their army handle that? The army that Ben Hodges very aptly described as, and you can fill in the rest of it.
No, so I mean, it's pretty obvious to everyone. You don't need to be ever spent a moment in the military to know that, you know, if the Russian military is bad off, then the Belarusian one is way worse off. You know, they only really have been able to stand up, you know, in their active duty force, so the force that they say is ready for war at any time, 50,000 people. So the idea that they could, you know, almost triple the size of their military is just pretty laughable, to say the least. You know, I'll kind of tie this with some more news that was issued today regarding troop movements in this sort of same AO, and that relates to the Russian military moving troops presumably through Belarus from the border of Finland, which we heard about, you know, over a month ago, but also near the Baltic states. Right, they still had up until recently a pretty large standing army force that was there. That they moved to fight in the war in Ukraine. And what does this tell us? Well, it tells us two things. First, that the Russian army is very badly off, despite only sending in 200,000 people to this war. They said on paper they still had 200,000 more. But the reality is, if they're moving these troops from NATO borders down to fight in Ukraine, then they clearly have way less troops than they wanted to. And then secondly, it means they must be taking immense casualties. Again, nothing too obvious here, but two important notes, sort of related somewhat to Belarus. You know, I am of the theory that if they're trying to do a conscription, it's probably to, you know, basically tie in their goals with Russia without actually having to invade. Because again, we all know that Belarus invading Ukraine would spell the end of Lukashenko in, you know, pretty much, I don't know, maybe 24 hours, right? Because the only thing the Belarusian army is good for is beating civilians. They are not an offensive fighting force, just like the Russian military really is not much of an offensive fighting force, as we've seen. So that's all I would say on that.
So, with all these Russians moving away from the Finnish border, how long is it until Finland's officially signed off as part of NATO now? It's just one or two countries got to ratify, right?
Just two, right? Yeah, it's just Hungary and Turkey that remain. So I believe Doman had mentioned that Hungary should be voting on this within a week, and then I'm not so sure about Turkey.
Maybe 2 or 3 weeks, but yeah.
2 or 3 weeks. It's going to be relatively soon, though, which is good.
Okay, so the Finns have still got 2 or 3 weeks with which to fight a very quick offensive and take back everything they lost in World War II. And then after that, they're in NATO, right?
So, do you know what the funny thing is, Tom? I was thinking about this. Finns lost basically three chunks of territory, right? They lost the Karelian Isthmus, part of the Karelian Isthmus, which is the bit between that goes towards St. Petersburg around Viipuri. They lost a chunk of Karelia to the north of that, and they lost Petsamo. Now I'm pretty sure that if you ask any military strategic planner types, the one that they would really like to take from a long-term perspective isn't the Karelian Isthmus, isn't Karelia, but it's Petsamo. Up towards the Kola Peninsula, up towards Murmansk, up towards where Russia stores a whole lot of their strategic nuclear deterrent. If they wanted to take any bit back, it'd be that desolate, devoid of population, largely devoid of population, bit up north. CJ, I'm sure you covered this in one of your classes while you were studying at West Point.
If only we had people that were Estonian and understood Russian politics and Russian messages listening, that would be very helpful. But no, I think, you know, the Finns said it best, right? There's not only would it be completely illegal for them to retake these lands that are maybe rightfully theirs, but the costs of integrating, you know, all these people into their economy and rebuilding the area. I think some of the Finnish military experts put out a number of at least 100 billion. So it's not necessarily a desirable situation for them to be in. But I would say for both the Baltic states and Finland at large, the fact that Russia is moving troops away from their borders can only be a positive thing. But maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
I mean, what if they did a thunder run down into St. Petersburg? I mean, the Russians wouldn't nuke St. Petersburg, right? They could just take it and go, this is ours now. And what could Russia do about it? Like, not very much. I think that might be a better strategy.
Antti, have you got Nicola papers yet?
What on earth is going on here?
Have we spoiled it by revealing your plan to the public, Antti?
Yes.
You should rather ask Antti in which location he currently is.
I will neither.
Antti is currently in a forest about 2 miles to the west of Alakurti.
I will neither confirm nor deny my current location.
Are you saying you might be denying that you have a location at all?
I would answer that query, but then I would have to. No, I'm not going to go there. So I just I heard quite a lot of talk, and I came up because I thought that there might be some specific questions that you might wish to have answered.
Well,
yeah, the question was how you would take it back.
Well plannedly, respecting personal space, and assuring appropriate interpersonal distances during the offensive.
Well, you see, the trouble is, and this is like I'm speaking very hypothetically here, but I think the issue is that when these parts of old Finland were taken in the Paris Peace Treaty, the Finns that were residing in them had before that evacuated with the Finnish military because they had no desire to
be occupied by the Soviets and tortured and killed and raped. Yes.
Yes. So when the Soviets did occupy these regions, they were empty, but they didn't remain empty. There were relocations from different parts of the Soviet Union, and these people, I don't recall exactly, but I don't remember the amounts or exactly where they came from, but the people currently residing in these areas have been residing in them since they were relocated there by order of the Kremlin, or it might even have been personally by Stalin. So that there is a rather large Russian population currently residing in these areas. And,
no, but Antti, you heard my plan. I said, don't take back the Karelian Isthmus, don't take back East Karelia, but do take back Petsamo. How many Russians really live in Petsamo?
Frankly, I have no idea, but I would guess that it's probably we're talking about I don't know,
hundreds.
I would say that it's more than that, thousands.
Probably low thousands at most.
Well, that should be easy enough to check by googling, but I'm not going to do
What
that
I'm getting
right
at
now.
is it's a very
Yeah.
northern area, largely devoid of population, right? Certainly many fewer people there than in, say, Viipuri.
But yeah, okay.
But of great strategic importance because it's halfway to all the Russian, strategic nuclear deterrent sites.
And perhaps one of the most, perhaps one of the largest environmental disasters in all of Europe, probably.
I concur, Antti. I also consider Russia to be one of the greatest environmental disasters in all of Europe.
That's true. That's also true. And Petsamo region and I forgot what it's called in
Kola
English.
Peninsula. What is it called in what is it called in Finnish?
Kuolan niemimaa.
Yeah, this is where Ruskaya Cola is produced. For anyone who's wondering, the Russian replacement to Coca-Cola.
And by the way, if you want a nice tidbit, Kuola in Finnish means drool. So that's neither here nor there, but just wanted to point
No, at
that
this
out.
point, I have to ask Antti, what do you call koala bears in Finnish?
It's just the same name, koala.
There's koala and koala.
Yeah, it's a bit different, yeah.
Okay, so the sentence, the koala bear is drooling on the Kola Peninsula, translates into what?
Oh God, I need a beer.
Can we
He
make
already
Byborg
drove
finish
me
again?
to opening the Rusak. So can we revert back? If I'm not quite mistaken, there's a genocide still going on.
Yes, there is. But this nonsense was a rather nice diversion from the genocide. So,
Guys,
yeah.
not nonsense. The Russians aren't going to stay. As soon as they hear the Finnish army coming, they're going to leave. Remember, in the next 3 months, those areas are going to be depopulated by Putin himself. There's not going to be a male over the age of 20 left in Russia.
Well, sure, that's a reasonable point, but I would just point out that even though there are, shall we say, a slew of tempting opportunities presented by the dearth of Russian military in certain border regions, I just the mere thought of a shall we say international law-abiding Finland, who always does the nation that always does everything by the book, launching even shall we say a peacekeeping operation across its own border to the east. Anyone who thinks that's possible, I would just ask them to please let me know the parallel universe they reside in, so I could have that addressed just in case.
Can't we just call it a tourist jamboree?
I mean, sure. I mean, I'm sure that there's all sorts of military personnel in Finland who would love to take a vacation in Karelia and enjoy the sights, and I don't know, maybe come prepared for any sort of, there might be bears or
No, Antti. See
No?
the majestic moose.
Oh yes, is that a call for battle wolves to join us?
No, that's a Monty Python reference.
Oh, right. Yes, I remember now. Yes, the Finland special. Yeah. Yes,
All
there
right.
wasn't there a song as well.
Oh, there's a Finland, the country where I want to be. Probably trekking and camping. Yeah. Or just watching TV.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I hope I didn't break you, Auntie. CJ, on the point of news today, Alexei Reznikov, the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, announced today that they have a solution for dealing with Iranian drones. They can simply jam them. Now, it's not entirely clear what they meant. Did they mean that the Kievan elder citizen who threw a jar of pickled tomatoes at a drone early in the war has discovered a large stock of jam in her cellar and will be lobbing jars of jam at the drones, or whether there's a more high-tech solution? Which one do you think it is, CJ?
Well, if you listen to Ryan O'Leary, who is an American foreign fighter who is fighting for Ukraine right now, he's kind of talked about this a little bit more. But basically, there's a couple options of things you can do. You can sort of hack into the drone mid-flight to try and take control of it, and you can also sort of change the frequency it's operating on, so the person that's controlling it no longer has control at all, and it just kind of crashes. So, actually, I was about to bring this up because I was trying to find out. Not that we've been burned too many times here, but there's just so much Belarus news for the last 7 months that have really just ended up nowhere. It seems as if this time might be very slightly different, and it's due to these Iranian drones. The Ukrainian media is reporting not necessarily a massive buildup of Belarusian vehicles or Belarusian soldiers on the other side of the border, but they are reporting, again, this is the Ukrainian media saying this, that there have been Iranian drones spotted moving into position. So far we know Russia has tried to use these drones in Kharkiv with very mixed to limited success. And then in Odessa, they've tried to use them and they've almost all been shot down. And in fact, Ukraine shot the base they were operating out of with HIMARS and ended up maybe even killing some of the Iranian trainers and many Russians there as well. So it seems Russia's still trying to make these things work. And the way they're going to do that is to maybe shoot them from Belarus. So I guess we'll have to wait and see.
So, sorry, CJ, I never got my answer. Apricot jam or strawberry jam?
I thought it was a jar of pickles, but maybe I'm misremembering.
That was for the Russian drone. What's for the Iranian drones?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe some good bread. I've had some great Iranian food in my day, so I'd be down for anything as long as it takes down an Iranian drone.
Finance, do you have a special product in your line by any chance?
Don't yet have a product. We haven't yet named the Israeli snuff product that takes care of Iranian drones. We don't know if it has a name. We're not really sure how it works. We're not even sure if they shoot anything at them. We just know it works quite well. And it seems to be occurring in Ukraine a lot these days. And the Iranian drone stopped being such a problem, and we're glad it finally arrived. We should arrive sooner, but hey, better late than never. All right, so Iranian drones taken care of by the Israeli snuff product of no name. CJ, while you're here, I actually had a question for you. We just had an announcement of, I think it's 18 more HIMARS going to Ukraine. Given the ridiculous amount of devastation of HIMARS and the fact that, these things move fast by definition, what will 18 more do? And quite frankly, don't they have sort of front coverage already with what they've got? What's 18 new ones give them?
Well, it gives them the ability to check and have fire coverage basically every 30 kilometers, so twice the range of HIMARS. And additionally, some people said these wouldn't get there for 2 years. I've not seen this written or said anywhere. It's just that this money was going to be given to Ukraine to purchase them later on, but that does not preclude them from getting a donation in the short term. You could say maybe getting them lended to them so that they can be leased out later. So I think everyone that's talking doom and gloom that they're not going to see the light of day for 2 years, I think you're in for a great surprise when they're going to be there much, much sooner. If not, they're already there. But yeah, long story short, instead of having one HIMARS for every about 70 kilometers, which is just the maximum range, they'll have basically one for every 35 kilometers, meaning that every single Russian position on the front can be hit by multiple HIMARS at once, which is really great news.
What's that mean for those of us who? All I know is that means great news, because that's what you said.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to describe it is they can rotate them out more frequently. They can move them so they stay alive. Again, we have no confirmation that any have been destroyed yet, but they don't necessarily want to have all of them close to the front. So now that they can have, basically one firing on Russian positions and the other one in the rear, it just improves their survivability by 100%. And also for sort of bigger positions that take a lot of rockets, they can mass them more effectively. And if there's a breakthrough, they can push them up with the force that's breaking through and cover. So really just gives them more options to do this more safely. And, the biggest thing, of course, is the rockets and missiles. If these 18 are given, then based on the previous DoD numbers, it should be 2,700 Gimlers given as well. And that's great news, because so far Ukraine has shot, according to a lot of people's estimates, between 1,200 and 1,400. So, and that's gotten them almost 450 different depots and targets hit. So another almost 3,000 rounds. I mean, it's another 1,000 to 1,500 targets that can be hit. So really just, it's incredible news.
Sorry, CJ, how many Gimlers did you say have been expended by the Ukrainians thus far?
What we know for certain is there's been 450 targets confirmed hit, and we know that with every 4 HIMARS, they get 25 pods which is about 400. It's based. I'm not looking at the math right now, so I apologize for the confusion. But initially, it was 100 rocket pods for 4 HIMARS, so 25 pods per. Each of the pods has 6 rockets, and so if we take that math to its logical conclusion, then with 18 more rocket systems, they'll get 2,700 more rockets. So this is enough if Ukraine doesn't fire any more, if they fire about the same, to last another 4 or 5 months.
Oh wow! Oh, that's a lot. Well, I'm very glad to hear that, CJ, because the annual production figure for the US is what, 10,000? And CJ jumped out of a plane again. Just as I was asking the pertinent questions. Antti.
Would you like to guess who I was going to ask a question?
Yes, Mykola. Definitely Mykola.
No. Wrong. Maybe I will...
Was it finance, Antti?
I don't know, Domen. Would you like to discuss Kosovo?
It's always a good time to discuss Kosovo.
No, Antti, I think you missed that, but finance already has a new friend with whom to discuss Kosovo.
He's not here now, so you're going to have to fill in, gentlemen. What's going on with Kosovo?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's always here. There's a Kosovan Albanian who jumped up, trying to explain Kosovo to finance, so he wouldn't have to bug me anymore. If finance didn't get his, name and serial number, that's his fault. Athena.
Thank you, Domen. This is a really strange
Why
situation.
did you get blocked again?
What the fuck? Sorry.
What do you mean? What do you mean again? No. This is a completely different person. So no one that you think this might be, just by the sound of the voice, is a completely separate person altogether.
Yes.
Language.
So I experienced that Nina was put into room 101 because I couldn't find, Nina couldn't find the space of MriyaReport. So I thought it was in my end, and I did everything to find back.
Nina, I have to say, somebody did put you into room 101. I'm really sorry. I didn't think it was me, but I have now remedied that, and I wasn't monitoring my messages because I was trying to eat dinner. I'm very sorry.
So did Nina do something really bad to?
No, I think Nina was the victim of an accident. I've been the victim of the same accident a couple of weeks ago. As is Ryan.
It's called the fat finger syndrome.
Well, good thing that I have like my
that you have a good friend
alter
with
ego,
a Twitter
alter ego
account.
here.
You know?
Yes, alter ego here. So I hope that Nina is still on the like.
Nina has been fixed.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Do you have a question or comment, or was that it?
Well, you know, I'm brewing here because I panicked and I was thinking that.
Well, you are from Finland, therefore it means you're brewing coffee, because Finland, of all the countries in the world, consumes the most coffee per capita. Did you know that?
Yes, no, and also
but they also have a disproportionately low level of coffee beans used for that coffee.
Well, you know, I'm not a very big coffee drinker. I drink green tea and sometimes Finlandia vodka if I'm in the mood.
I sincerely hope we didn't put you in the mood.
I have to test it.
Is that like quality control?
Yes. You are, Domen, like in control of the sparks.
So is it quality control to check if it's sufficiently finished to deserve the name Finlandia?
Yes.
But I have to butt in and ask why Finlandia? Why not Koskenkorva?
Well, I have to tell you that I don't want to use sugar in any shape or form because of like a few reasons, and I actually called Alko like a person which vodka doesn't have any sugar added, and that was only Finlandia vodka. But now I know better because there is another one too, and it's called Tom of Finland. If you Antti know this vodka.
Well, not that vodka, but the name rings a bell.
Yeah, sure, but the vodka Tom of Finland is great.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the vodka recommendation show coming to you from Finland, virtue of Antti and Athena. Who's this Nina you keep talking about? I don't know. Wisniewski.
Hello, thank you. I'm just very happy to hear you guys and to hear Nina. It feels like the whole MriyaReport is a whole big family, you know, that I wouldn't want to miss even after the war anymore. So I hope you guys gonna stick around somewhere, if not at least at the Crimean beach for having some party every year. But I wanted to actually change the topic slightly from Finnish vodka to Russian propaganda.
Oh, yes, please. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
No, like I enjoy these topics on Finnish vodka and maybe I should buy some and try it. But back to Russian propaganda. Is it only me or
yeah,
is there
Russians claim they make the best vodka, which clearly isn't true. Sorry, that's not what you were aiming at.
which is clearly also bullshit, right? I think Russians actually the more I get to know them, I think they get nothing right? But that's also not the topic that I wanted to talk about. So I wanted to say, is it only me, or has there been since, I don't know, like 2 days before the Nord Stream incident and now since the Nord Stream incident, the biggest uptake in Russian propaganda that I've seen since they started this second invasion? Like it feels that they're not only news, but like every Russian chill, if it's Kim.com, if it's crazy American.
I mean, he got blown up in the explosion, right? He was trying to crawl in the pipe from Russia to Germany. So
he would be the solution actually to the gas leaks. You just plug him into the hole.
So he's very widely spread, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, that's true. He's a gas planet, I would say almost. But so there is an uptick, right, in Russian propaganda. Every shill, every grade B, grade C American movie, ex-movie star like this Kobos, this
Hercules player. Like every one of them has exploded now in pushing Russian propaganda, as if this is the last throws of the Russian propaganda machine to try to achieve something. I would like to measure it actually. If I had the time, I would start collecting these Twitter accounts and crawl all the info. But empirically or from watching it, it seems that now there is an incredible propaganda effort going on.
I concur. I don't think if it's the biggest since February 24th, but it's the biggest in the last month or two. That's for sure. Athena, what do you think?
Well, I just actually watched. There is on Yle one usually after 9 A talk. It's called A talk, and there are experts talking about topics that are like on the table really now. And there were I won't tell you all the names, but they are experts. So they said that nothing, of course, is like accidental in that way, that Putin wants to put our like attention to this pipeline thing, because he's at the same time he's now wanting to make the referenda tomorrow. So like a distraction, and also increase of propaganda, like a lot to like put the attention away from this referenda. And also they said that this is mostly for, of course, for the Russian people, this referenda thing, that they will do it. But of course it's like there is a big picture. Thank you.
Nina, I agree. And clearly ATALK, the A in ATALK stands for Axel, because that's how very, very sensible they were. No, but I concur. I think that's exactly what it is. I think they're entirely right. It's that mixed with a set of threats against various undersea infrastructure things, be it telecoms cables, electricity cables, gas pipelines, etc. It's a combination of those two. Thank you, Athena. Irina, go ahead.
Hi, Domin. I have a question that's not related to this. So if you guys want to stay on the current topic, I can wait, or I can go ahead and ask the question.
Go ahead. We can keep two thoughts in our minds at the same time. Sometimes.
Okay. I'll just provide you guys with like a quick update, and then I have a question with regard to that update. So I just saw online that there were a few prisoners that were actually released. 4 of them were apparently Ukrainian Marines, and 2 of them were civilians. And one of the things that I was curious about in recent weeks is how many people, in fact, are currently held as prisoners by Russia. I have heard or have seen that it was somewhere around like 1,000 plus, which I found to be kind of surprising. I thought that there were more people that were held in captivity. I mean, personally, I would prefer for 0, right? But for some reason, I just found that to be a low number. Does anyone know what a reasonable estimate is of how many Ukrainians are currently being held prisoner? Or just, I mean, of course, there could be other people that are held in captivity that are not Ukrainians, but I was just curious.
I think that's a very difficult question to answer. It's a question of definitions. Irina, as you will remember, TASS reported recently that somewhere in excess of 4 million Ukrainians were, quote unquote, rescued from Ukraine by Russia. Right, so that's kind of probably the upper bound of the number. It's in excess of 4 million. You will have listened. I think I remember seeing you listening when we were talking to Victoria and Anna from Mariupol, who both went through those filtration camps and eventually made their way to Finland. Through Russia with the help of some helping hands. But at the end of the day, the upper bound would be, in the millions, if you take into account the many civilians kidnapped and deported from Ukraine. How many prisoners of war of Ukraine Russia holds? I don't think there is a number public. I don't think anybody really has that number, but I believe it's well over 1,000 of just those who were defending Azovstal alone. Still, even after these, 200 something that were returned in the last exchange, in the big exchange a week ago. So I would suspect that the number is certainly in the thousands somewhere at the very least. But if someone can provide a better, perhaps more informed number, I would be very happy to listen. Anyone? I don't have a good. I'm really sorry, Irina. I don't have a good guess.
Oh no, you're totally fine, Domin. I'm sorry I didn't specify. I would totally recognize that there are millions of people that were basically deported or, quote unquote, whatever it is that Russian propaganda wants to refer to them as. They're not in Russia, of their own doing or of their own will. I was more so referring to the prisoners of war, because just to your point with regard to the Azovstal defenders, the number that I kind of was expecting is just of the ones that are still remaining in captivity. I thought that it was upwards of 1,000. So when I saw or read this number somewhere, I was kind of confused by it. So I just thought that it was a quite a low number in terms of just prisoners of war, the defenders and such. But thank you, Domin. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Irina. Mikola or maybe Axel, if you have better information, I'd be very happy for you to jump in at this point. But I guess you probably don't either.
I was unable to listen to this as I'm having a debate on something else where, unfortunately, people are slightly challenged in terms of quantitative economics and fail to understand what is actually necessary. But it's a different thing. We'll come to that in a second.
It's a very simple
irrelevant.
question. Actually,
it's completely irrelevant. Yes, please. What's the
do you happen to know how many Ukrainians Russians are holding prisoners? That is to say, prisoners of war, combatants.
I answered
generally?
this already yesterday. I will repeat it again. We do not have any confirmed information in that regard, and that's very fortunate because we shouldn't have that information.
Right. Thank you very much, Axel. Right. So we shall think in the thousands at the very least then. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Irina. Adel.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I decided to jump in a little bit. Actually, when Athena said Tom of Finland, I thought about a new design for Russian uniforms inspired by Tom of Finland. Anyway, sorry. Something more serious. I've noticed this explosion, pun intended, in propaganda related to the gas pipeline, and it was literally within minutes. And I like to give a shout out to Rosalie and other people who helped us here on the space with propaganda literacy, because it was exactly on cue, from the official accounts to the useful idiot accounts. And they did it they're still very good at it, and it's very frustrating for me, quite depressing in the last few days, because they did it in a way that it was picked up by people who I don't think are propagandists. They're just morons. So they've figured out the recipe to push out bullshit in a way that enough idiots pick it up in the West, so it becomes a mainstream talking point. And now I can say that in comment sections, and not that those matter, but like in some, let's say, underground, or how do you call them, counterculture circles or contrarian circles, it's already established that the US did it, which obviously means that Russia did it. I mean, just because they had the concerted propaganda effort, and I don't think they had such an effort in, as you said earlier, in quite a while. So since it was a bit of a quiet evening today, I'm really hoping here on the space I'll catch the liberation of Liman, because Ukraine needs another win, and it needs something to quash this complete horse poopy. So just I wanted to share that Nina's observation is right. I also, and who else mentioned it, I also saw it, and I must admit I am very optimistic about Ukrainian victory, but the propaganda starts to get to me, not in the sense that I believe it, just in the sense that it puts me down, and I'm trying to figure out how not to let it affect me as much. Thanks.
No, and Adrian, I will briefly note that Rady Sikorski should have known better than to use sarcasm on the internet.
Oh yeah, what the hell is wrong with him? Was he smoking weed? What something? Was he hallucinating?
No, it's not that, Adrian. It's literally a case of where you have a smart, very well educated, I can definitely attest to that, man. Simply, forgetting that this is the internet and sarcasm doesn't read well.
Oh yeah, I mean, he doesn't figure out that sarcasm doesn't work on Twitter because the Max Blumenthals of the world and the Michael Tracy's, aka Butter Goblin, they have already took it as a fact, even though it was sarcasm. So I found it funny actually. Maybe it works. I don't know. Time will tell. I keep thinking about if these tools work on us in the West or on people in the West, we gotta flip it on them. We gotta find tools that work on them. NAFO is a good start. And again, I'm promoting Königsberg to be the fella free state. You didn't react last time to it, Domen, but I'm claiming it for NAFO. Everybody's welcome, though. That's why it's called the free state.
Oh, see, Adrian, I'm sorry. I thought you meant fella dash free state, as in the state free of fellas, as opposed to see. This is not good. You need to be clearer. You are now learning the lesson that Rady Sikorski should have learned before he logged on Twitter yesterday, or 2 days ago, whatever. 2 days ago.
Okay, free state of fellas.
There we go. Much better. All right. Thank you, Adrian. Finance.
Can we just break before we go anywhere else? Just highlight that we have now mounting evidence, and even the discussions are ongoing in our own, say, concours here. There's at least 4 different sources which all state that Yampil and Liman have been taken. Liman may in part have been benefiting, or Ukrainian armed forces may have been benefiting from a forced withdrawal, if not outright rout of Russian troops. Yampil, they may have vacated after having considered that it's completely indefensible. We'll be keeping you up to date shortly. I hope that Craig, CJ, and others will come on, because there's mounting evidence of heavy-duty fighting in the rear of both locations, and the Ukrainian armed forces chasing the Russians into the night.
Where could they have retreated to from Liman? As you could have noted earlier, they were canalized.
Yeah, okay.
So
there's a channel. If you from Lampil, they can go all the way up, and their biggest issue is there's a road going east from Torske, so Tsarizhne and Torske. That road goes east. The rest of the area is very, very badly structured in terms of en route to Kremina. Kremina, where Ukrainian armed forces have already had contact with the enemy through their light infantry and SOFs recently, as we all know. There is a move from the south to Kremina, and at the same time, Tsarizhne is under pressure from at least the north and the southwest. So the Ukrainian armed forces may actually cut the route from Tsarizhne to Kremina. If that happens, then the troops which just actually fled out of Yampil may well be completely, utterly encircled. That is what I think Yehuda was alluding to.
Excellent. So encircled and without defensive positions that they would have had time to build out for more than
highly likely
a matter of
minutes.
That's
at least what we have at the moment. And the interesting thing is that, of course, Ukrainian armed forces, including their mechanized infantry, do have more night vision capability than the Russian armed forces, and they're pursuing them heavily.
Excellent. Glad to hear that, Axel. Right. I do, like you, hope that the likes of CJ and Craig, maybe even a lesser spotted Yehuda, might be joining us sooner rather than later. Shall we go to finance? Finance.
Yeah. Is CJ up or down? I can't tell because I'm having.
He's coming up. he's upcoming. It's an upcoming CJ. This is before the jump. First, they need to take off, then gain altitude. He has now gained the altitude, and now he's with us.
This is when the wind blows back into the parachute and lifts him back up.
All right. Well, before CJ goes parachuting out the plane again, so for those of us who, I just love hearing about Ukrainian anything being liberated or returned to its rightful owners. But can we get to an explanation here for those of us who are not military people? My military knowledge has advanced only slightly beyond boom good.
If only we had a West Point graduate, an officer.
Exactly. If we had a West Point graduate officer who could explain to us what this means if Liman and Yam Peel are currently under Ukrainian hands, and what this means, and what sort of things we can expect / be hopeful for, since it seems like the colors on the line are moving in directions that are good.
Well, it's still not quite clear yet. I was hoping to get some more information from this incredible space myself. What we do know is that, pretty confident that Yam Pil was just retaken by the Ukrainians. And this is pretty big news because it's, not only east of Liman, but it's also basically one of the last main towns southwest of Torske, where you can sort of escape from Liman too. So the idea is if Yam Pil's gone, then Liman must be next, or maybe, and this is a distinct possibility, the Russians are so dumb that they would keep troops in Liman despite losing their only escape route. Which, the outcome's effectively the same. It's just a matter of how many troops the Russians lose. For about a 2-hour period today, Russians seemed to regain some hope that they were doing better in the sector, mainly because of two things. The first, because, Ukraine let more reinforcements come in on the Russian side. They didn't target everyone right away. They waited until they brought more artillery and more Grad rockets into the area around Liman and struck them after they got there. So Russia was hoping that these artillery pieces would save the day. And also, too, the Ukrainians that were advancing from the north of Liman suddenly turned around and started advancing the other direction. So the Russians thought, well, perhaps we're going to be saved for a little bit longer. But then this other force came from the southeast. So right now, the situation, as I understand it, is Liman's under attack from at least 3 directions, not 4. Because the 4th direction, the north, is actually advancing the other way, setting up operations against Savtove and other places in the future. So good news all around, but no official declaration that Liman has been liberated at this time.
Now, is this one of those cities that if Liman is liberated, it's logistically important for other Russian positions that would then be unsustainable?
No, it's sort of basically the way I understand it, of course, and I'm no expert, is that Ukraine took a lot of areas around Liman that were the important roads and logistical hubs. Liman is way more of a political symbol, I think, at this point, because it is, a relatively medium-sized town. And also Russia has committed so many forces and so many people to making sure it stays in Russian hands that at this point, is more of a political victory for either side. It's pretty obvious Ukraine is going to win. It's just a matter of when. And the only other thing I would say about that is, Liman is in Donetsk, despite being on the border of Kharkiv and Luhansk as well. And so with the fall of Liman, it means, the rest of Kharkiv is pretty much a foregone conclusion. Again, Russia only controls about 6% of Kharkiv Oblast at this point in time, so barely a sliver. But it also is, to your point, Finance, another key route, really the southern key route into Luhansk, which is just huge news because it means that Ukraine can attack into Luhansk Oblast from multiple directions now, which is just going to make it that much easier to retake.
Does that give them more ability with all your new favorite mobile vehicles arriving to hit even more, say, logistical things that supply Luhansk?
Yeah, really, because if you look at, sort of the railway map that Craig loves or anything of that, like similar to that, what you see is that if this sort of western side of Luhansk falls, and this is one of the corridors into there, basically what it means is Russia can't use Luhansk to resupply Donetsk at all. And they were doing this for quite some time. From Belgrade and other places, there was basically a railway, if we think about it, running north to south through Luhansk and Donetsk on the very eastern side of Ukraine, really close to the border of Russia. This taking Liman and then taking a little bit more will effectively cut that railway from being effective for the Russians. So not only will it threaten all of Luhansk, but then Donetsk as well, and really just hamper the Russian war effort greatly.
Great. Thank you, CJ.
Come on, finance. You could have carried on with that a little bit. Okay, CJ, I'm being told that Yampil was liberated at 5 p.m. local time. Is that true?
So I had heard they had entered the city the night before, but I don't think they got official confirmation until early dusk in Ukraine today that the Russians had fully left. And this was reported both by the local Ukrainians on the ground and now also the Ukrainian armed forces. So that's two important different things. But what is not really quite clear was, did any of these locals see all of the Russians leaving Liman through Yampil? Because there really is no other way out. There is a couple of side roads they could take, but it wouldn't just be in artillery range. It would be in tank range. And as we saw today, we saw another incredible video of Ukrainian tanks, either T-64s or T-72s from Poland, destroying much newer Russian tanks in open combat. I mean, again, we cannot understate it here. Ukraine is better than Russia's military in every single warfighting function and every single capability at this point. And it's not going to go the other way ever again.
Excellent. Thank you, CJ. Martin, good afternoon.
Slava Ukraini. Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon from a beautiful, sun-blessed, clear blue sky day in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Great news that CJ just talked about. Fantastic news. I'm thinking that let's consider Ukraine the next superpower, but in a very good way. Absolutely brilliant news. Brilliant news. I just wanted to point out that Secretary of State Blinken of the United States, of course, just within the past hour issued a statement marking the anniversary of the massacre at Babin Yar during the Second World War, where thousands of Jews were murdered by the Nazis. And in his statement, I retweeted it so people can see for themselves. He talked about Russia's claim, I'm quoting directly, that Ukraine must be denazified, insults all who suffered and those who bravely resisted during the Nazi regime. Distorting the history of the Holocaust undermines efforts to prevent atrocities. So I thought that was a very appropriate and quite powerful statement by Secretary of State Blinken. So I just wanted to mention that, Domin and all my friends. And finally, if I didn't have the chance before, just to say good.
So wait, I'm sorry,
Oh,
Martin. So you're separating me out from the group of your friends?
Of course.
I see how it is. Well, goodbye, Martin. That was the last time hearing of you.
Martin?
No, this is. It's been. Listen, no, it's. I tell friends, I said, you got to listen to MriyaReport. Well, we're not on Twitter. Well, go on Twitter if you want to get the latest, most updated news on what's happening, even before you see it on media sources. You go to MriyaReport because that's where you'll get the top people, the specialists, the people on the ground. Ukrainian fighters, all sorts of people who will tell you firsthand information. I mean, I'm just saying the obvious, right? Okay, you've heard that all before. But anyways, I wanted to mention that. And also to all my co-religionists and others, just a slightly belatedly, Ashana Tova for the Jewish high holidays. So thank you so much. Keep up the brilliant work, all of you. And I embrace you all in this righteous cause that we are all supporting. And I'll just drop down to listener now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martin. Athena.
Thank you. CJ, what you just told, I wonder if you can answer it or somebody else, but maybe you can answer it. In practice, can it disturb the this quote unquote what Putin was planning for tomorrow? This what is the word, Domen? I'm losing words now. Please.
Annexation.
Annexation, yes. Can it impact this annexation plan? Thank you.
It doesn't matter.
So Nina, I'll try to explain. There is no actual annexation plan. There's just Putin standing up and saying, we now declare these areas annexed. Now, the reason why nothing can impact that annexation plan, it's like nothing can impact me from going to my backyard and selling and taking, goodness, and telling my apple tree, from now on, you shall only produce apples that fall upwards. Nothing at all can impact this anti-gravitational pronouncement by me. I mean, some things I could trip and fall. I can, break my mouth. But exactly, right? So in the same way, nothing can impact the act of Putin announcing the annexation. That doesn't mean it means anything. Just like my apple tree won't start producing apples that fall upwards all of a sudden. So it's kind of. I think you get it. I don't think. Sorry, Athena. I'm very sorry, Athena.
Yes. If I wouldn't have got it from what you told, then I would just get me coat.
It's a very heavy coat. It is Finnish, therefore it has to be. Thank you, Athena. CJ, jump in, or jump out, or jump in. I don't know what you parachutists do.
Jump out is good, but so I've included in the nest now an English version map that was just updated about 15 minutes ago by.
Is it from a fisherman?
It is from our favorite crying Russian propagandist.
Zoka again?
No. The one that makes the maps, Rybar. So
yeah, fisherman.
Oh, okay. If that means fisherman, then maybe I need to relearn my English there. No, but it's what can we say about? I'll take your word for it. I know rhubarb, but now I'm getting hungry though. So before I get too hungry with this,
time for an apple crumble, CJ.
It is. Hey, you know what? It is fall in Eastern America here. So what was I trying to say? Oh yes. So Rybar, right? So what do we do with Russian media sources or Russian propagandists or individuals that are pro-Russian, right? You have to understand the bias in order to try and get some value out of it. So in the case of Rybar, they have a bad history of doing bad maps along with a lot of other Russians, but sometimes what Rybar will do, they'll show Ukrainian victories that have not yet been won. They did this in Kherson during the counteroffensive, and they also did it in Zaporizhia. And basically, the reason why they do this is they show Ukraine way ahead of where they actually are in order to show later on how far Russia pushed them back. Now, when they did it in Kherson, they came under so much flack internally from other Russians that they stopped doing it. And so the time that the Kharkiv counteroffensive came about, they had some of the best and most accurate maps as to what was going on, because like always, it was complete media silence from the Ukrainians, as it should be in terms of operational security. So now we're in a situation where, we have the Ukrainian confirmation that these towns have been taken, and Rybar, at least for the time being, is updating their map appropriately. So it is, unless there's some new information presented to me, a decent source in English to look and see how far the Ukrainians have progressed. Now, that doesn't mean in the future they won't go back to doing what they did before, which is, overextending the Ukrainian lines greatly. But if you look and see, you'll see in the orange area east of Liman that Yampill is now, what they call contested, but what we know is taken. And if you also zoom in here, you'll see how big of a pocket is, right? Ukraine ended up taking more than just Liman with this sort of encirclement. They're taking multiple towns with, several thousand Russians in it as well. So really just incredible news. That was all started by not only an eastern push from the Osko, which is all that liberated area there, but also through the bridge crossings they did north of Sversk. That was a key portion as well, to keep this force fixed on the eastern side, to not only threaten Crimea, but get ready for the next levels of assault, which of course will be to Rybizne and eventually Severodonetsk and Lysychansk and the rest. So go ahead and check out the nest, and you can see that map for now. This is as of about 20 or 30 minutes ago.
Latam Milad.
Thanks, Doman. I noticed CJ is on here, so I wanted to get his opinion on a couple of observations on the air campaign. Big surprise. A couple of things that I noticed over the last 24, 48 hours from some that appeared on some Twitter accounts, things coming from originally sourced from Telegram. So and maybe I think I may have posted some of these, and if not, I'll post them later on the comments. So one of them is an image of an Su-34, a Russian Su-34 being loaded with high drag bombs. Now, for a little explanation for for people who may not know what that means, Su-34 is one of the more advanced strike aircraft the Russians have. High drag bombs are unguided aircraft dropped bombs that usually have a parachute or some kind of flap on the back of them that slow its descent after they're released. And what that does is allow the aircraft, which is dropping it at very low altitude, to escape the blast of the bomb. So it was an interesting photo of, initially when I looked at it, I thought, okay, and others had made the same conclusion that were looking at it. Very sophisticated attack platform, very unsophisticated weapons being loaded onto it. And there was one reputable opinion from an analyst based in Israel who he felt that it showed, let's call it kind of a sense of urgency. Maybe that was the term I added there, but essentially it's what he was saying is that it seemed to show the Russian concern and desire to slow down the advance, the Ukrainian advance, that they would be adding this kind of weapon system to an aircraft, forcing it to go down low because its ideal operating height with its precision guided weaponry is actually further back to stand off and launch weapons at a safer distance from air defenses. Now, it's interesting that around the same time, there's the second part of this, the video that was released by I think it was the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. It shows essentially the same thing with their aircraft, in this case, an Su-24. And that's, again, the equivalent. It's a different aircraft, but it is the most advanced strike platform that the Ukrainians have. And it was a video that looks as though it was shot from a drone, dropping exactly the same type of weapon at very low level, treetop height. They are dropping the weapons into a wooded area where there appears to be later, the drone shows what appears to be some hits of Russian targets in that wooded area. So at first glance, it appears as though they are similar situations. Why would you put an unsophisticated weapon necessarily on an aircraft that can do precision guided when it can, and most crews would prefer to? But I think, and this is maybe CJ where we can get your take on it, I think it changes how you analyze this information when you consider that both aircraft are probably, both air forces appear to be operating in very different environments. In other words, the Russians are probably operating in a much more hostile environment, air defenses that are being much more effective. We are seeing regularly images of aircraft like the Su-34 being shot down, whereas on the Ukrainian side, where the resources are very scarce, I have my doubts about how scarce the Russians may not exactly be. They may be running low on aerial assets, I think, as well. But on the Ukrainian side, they are able to deliver that way because the Russian air defenses are simply not as effective. And I think it might have been CJ or somebody else that mentioned it is likely that they have local or something approaching local air superiority in certain areas. So a couple of observations on some recent content that's appeared. Any thoughts on that, CJ?
I would just say real briefly, because I'm definitely not an expert on it. That's some incredible observations. To look at the aircraft loadout and the aircraft on paper, are quite similar to me, but kind of breaking that down really shows that, yes, I think they are in completely different environments. And the same thing goes for the air defenses, right? On paper, they have a lot of similarities in terms of what the Ukrainian air defenses are and what the Russian air defenses are, but it's all a matter of employment. When we kind of joke that the S-300 and S-400 on the Russian side can't shoot down, Gimlers or ATACMS, and we say, what air defense doing? I mean, that may be all well and true, but the reality is with just harms alone and just masterful planning and actual great execution, Ukraine can accomplish a lot more against very similar air defenses. So I think when countries study this in the future, they'll have to really look into what you just said, because we're still lacking a lot of information. But I would not be surprised if you're probably actually way more right than you even know.
CJ, do you think that if we narrow it down to one very specific question, do you think it is accurate to say that, again, I'm trying to kind of direct this at your area of expertise, but is it fair to say that the Ukrainian, mostly missile-based air defense system, ground air defense systems, are probably successful in really limiting or making the specific areas much more dangerous, much more hostile to Russian aerial activity? I'm thinking of that video that we saw a few days ago of that very mobile unit that seemed to have a layered approach with the OSA and operating alongside the Gepard. So you think that that's your general sense, is that they're being pretty effective?
Yeah, and I think we know this from at least the data that Ukraine has given, which is that they're almost at a 90% interception rate in terms of ballistic missiles. And if you just kind of transfer that over to aircraft, it's probably quite similar. We also have, on various Telegram channels that the Russians have, where they talk about, 25% losses of their bomber crews and a complete unwillingness to fly into Ukrainian airspace. I mean, all of that would seem to support exactly what you're saying. What I would be really interested in, because it's way more oriented with my job, is, how each side is conducting SEAD, or the suppression of enemy air defenses. And of course, Ukraine has the ability with the HARMS missiles to do this much easier than Russia does. But, this is something, we'll say it a million times here, that Russia should have done from the very beginning and then just failed to do. And now, yeah, I think if we're going to make bold predictions today, and I know Yehuda is about to make some too that we all support, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised within, a month or so, based on between Lend-Lease and just the current course of the war, that Ukraine will probably have, at least local air superiority in most of the sectors, if not just air superiority at all, writ large. Now, that doesn't mean that, Russia can't use ballistic missiles and airdrop munitions to cause, incredible damage to Ukrainian infrastructure, Ukrainian people, and even Ukrainian military positions. But in terms of on the front, at the front lines, who owns the skies, it's pretty clear. It is Ukraine, or it's about to be Ukraine.
Yehuda, I'll let you get to it. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, no, I didn't. It creeps me out, CJ. I don't know if it's a special ranger skill. It just reads my mind. It's like a Jedi or Jedi Knight.
That's the third year of West Point. They teach that.
Advanced Jedi training. Yeah, no.
Impressed easily, are you?
Yes. RI, whatever. You caught me on the. I'll do my Yoda when I'm ready. Okay. Never mind. All right. Yeah. No. I mean, listen. Everyone's talking about it, and Liman, and I think we called it here. There might be a post or two written about 3,000 Russian troops, or initially 3,000, stuck in a certain place, all alone, and no one to talk to.
Sorry, you have no idea what level of an unintentional pun you might have committed.
Yeah, maybe. But if you keep throwing me off, I'm going to lose my train of thought, and I'll start talking about Mrs. Wilson in grade 1. I don't know. Is she missing still? Okay, it wasn't me. So I was 6, right? Yeah, and look, it's a bad situation, and people are like, oh, what exact date will it be? look, I mean, it's not getting better for the Russians, right? So, and people have to remember that where you can, attrit and where you can chip away and do certain things, you're going to do. You're not going to say just come on, soldiers, let's just do a charge of the light brigade into this position. They're not going anywhere, right? So I think it's fair to say that there's pretty much a de facto encirclement, and it's isolated. People like CJ, any avenues of egress, routes to be taken out, and I've highlighted them on my Twitter handle thing there. People like CJ have their little chicken bones, and they've got all of these indirect fire and direct fires set up, ready to go. So, I think it's game over for this lot. Now, it's also not some huge victory like in Izium. There aren't vehicle parks and 200 tanks sitting out there ready to be taken. This is mostly dismounted, lightly mechanized, degraded over the last couple weeks. But I mean, still, it's a big win for Ukraine. I doubt it's going to be a big cache of weapons like in Izium. What do you think, CJ? Doesn't look like it, does it?
CJ left you.
Jeez Louise. All right.
That's how long you were speaking without a break.
Wow.
He had to jump out of a plane. You know how it is.
Yeah, I get it. He's a ranger. Blah blah blah. Leading the way. It's probably dinner. That's why he's leading the way to the mess. All right. Yeah. So, anyways, Latin. I mean, that's where I suspect this is going. I don't think we have to worry too much about timelines. There isn't a big relief, formation coming to save the day. I think the Russians know the people in Liman are toast, and I think that they're preparing for other things. But obviously, as you know, at 3 p.m. local Moscow time tomorrow, Grand Wizard Putin over there, the warlock of Russia, is going to declare 99% of all the people in all these oblasts begging him to annex them. So, and that might be his argument. There we are. Thought I'd share that. And if there are any questions, let's do it. Oh, Em's there. Yeah, you changed your picture. You don't gotta let people know. So I knew it was you. Rugged, weird.
Before that, sorry, I just have to say, tomorrow at 3 p.m. Moscow time, I can't listen to the proclamation because I'm very busy telling my apple tree to only produce apples that fall upwards. And that's going to have roughly as much of an effect as whatever Putin says.
Yeah, he's a clown. All right, who's up to M? What's going on?
Good evening. Happy weekend. Wouldn't it be ironic for the Russian Federation to announce the annexation of Ukrainian occupied lands when they are actually about to lose Liman, if they haven't lost it already?
Yeah, that's the funny part. Maybe in his mind he thinks it's going to work. Then they'll have to withdraw. This guy. I don't know. I there's no point in pathologizing or guessing what Putin's thinking. This is I think he still thinks that he's the big bully, and once people only see just how strong he is, they won't even fight him because he's just so strong. I think that time has come and gone. What do you think, Em?
It is gone. There is one new theory that is emerging. It's a bit stupid, but it's not about actually using nuclear weapons to defend annexed territories, claiming that they are Russia proper, but more to give a new context to their activities in Ukraine by saying, okay, this is Russian territories now, and we are conducting counterterrorism operations against Nazi nationalists who are attacking us and attacking Russian minorities. What do you think of that, Yehuda?
Yeah, it's a sensitive topic. Look, I think he wants everyone to think he'll use them. I think the risks of using them and the consequences of using them have been really clearly spelled out to him numerous times through many phone calls and many relationships that have existed between Russian and American and NATO commanders on a higher level. Another thing you could do is so the Kiev Independent did post an article saying that the deputy some intelligence deputy head of intelligence said it's a high probability, which I think is a little
he's saying there's a high probability that he could use it, and he used tactical nukes. But he mentioned exactly where we'd been saying, which would be on the front lines to try to target as much Ukrainian equipment and soldiers, and that would be the only thing he could use them for. Using them on a city is going to cause an issue with him internationally. Someone had a good idea that he might detonate one over the Black Sea as a warning. See, look at me, I'm crazy. Again, the losses to Russia would be like profound. We know that General Hodges said the Black Sea Fleet would go. It would be no more. So he's not talking about Ukrainian forces doing it. We need to be very clear. Contingency plans exist for this kind of psychotic errant behavior, and the Russians are. I mean, they can't possibly not know. Now, at the end of the day, though, their arsenal is being watched very carefully. If you think the Americans are good at giving Ukrainians information as to Russian troop movements, you don't know how good they are watching anything nuclear. This is, I think it's a supreme fear tactic. I think, as Major Giroux said and Colonel Spencer, they would be remiss if they weren't asked by their commander what are the risks to exclude that risk. But that's just how you plan properly, by considering all possibilities. It would be effectively the end of the Russian Federation as we know it. They would be a pariah state for 100 years. It's really, I can't stress that enough. And I still think, on balance, that he loses way more, and I think he probably knows he loses way more than he gains. But he's going for broke right now. The Nord Stream, hitting his own that pipeline, which is not going to be functioning ever again, even if it hadn't been destroyed. That's a message. It affects the price of energy. Number one, just the fear of it, and number two, it also it's a warning to NATO and Europe. I can hit other things at the bottom of the ocean too. I can hit other pipelines. I can hit cables that transfer technology. The internet. I can do whatever I want if I want to. So that's meant to stoke fear in Europe, and I think he's played his cards too late, because I suspect that might have worked in the first few months. I think he has pissed off enough Europeans and enough people in the free world that the politicians know that they have that support to step it up. He wants to escalate. As what did Dick Tracy say? They send one of ours to the hospital, we send one of theirs to the morgue. The Russians are playing a very silly game of chicken, and we know just from their military, there is no such thing as this invincible Russia. It didn't exist, I don't think, and now we're calling their bluff. And these are desperate actions, desperate measures. Talk of deploying a tactical nuke. He is truly. I think it's the first time I can say it with confidence that Vladimir Putin is insane. He's actually an insane man. He's sick in the head. He's a madman. He's willing to talk about risking the lives of millions of people for generations, because he wants to look at a map and drool over 4 oblasts. You have to think of the absolute height of depravity of what this man is doing to the world. And the reaction of the West is not what he thinks it is. He was wrong. He couldn't. His own lying staff didn't tell him the truth about Ukrainian resistance, about the desire for Ukrainians to want to be free and have their own independent country. And he's making the same mistake with the West. The difference is the mistake in making that with the United States of America, with Great Britain, France, Germany, Canada. The mistake with making it with us is that we don't have fledgling NATO armies. We have the power to destroy everything, every Russian military asset on the planet, and he needs to wake up to that reality. And if he, God forbid, he does something really stupid, he'll learn the hard way. And that's all I have to say about that. All right. If you want to go, Jim or War.
Let's go to War Doggo, then Jim, then Alan, then Abdullah. War Doggo.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening for those who are in Europe. Question straight from Ukraine. It seems to be that Russia is becoming a hostage of their own propaganda, which they were building massively for a long time, and practically there is no any citizen in their country whose brain is not really messed up with all the bullshit that they're putting out of their TVs and other media. But my question is more tactical. With the positive development around Liman and the previous discussions that were held during the Twitter space, what advance it could also bring to the north of Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, considering that all their fortifications seem to be directed defending from the west, and we have now the pretty north opening.
Did I lose audio?
No, you didn't. It seems that you didn't hear his question. The question is, what consequences would the taking of Liman have for the northern part of the Donbass and Lugansk? And
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Svatove to the north, Troitsky further north, Starobilsk to the east, 100 kilometers or so, 80 kilometers. These are all, this would complete the noose around Donetsk. So pushing through, it would totally expose all Russian forces in Donetsk from the north, which is not a position the Russians have oriented themselves to. It would force the Russians to deploy enormous amounts of troops, trenchers, trench digging equipment, to try to build some kind of defensive line, maybe some concentric defensive lines in and around the northern part of Donetsk. It also cuts off their north-south railway, which is how they have been supplying already. The Ukrainians can interdict that railway, so it's not. They don't have freedom of movement along that rail, but the Ukrainians, I suppose, will use that themselves. So it's one more nail in the coffin to totally isolating Luhansk, to completely liberating Kharkiv. It is a very important. People are writing on the post I wrote about it. Liman's not important. Yes, it is, and that's why they have, that's why they put the Kuban Regiment and the 208th Separate Cossack Motorized Rifle Brigade. They spent too much time coming up with the names. I'm afraid they're too long, and these groups, once they fail, you're going to be able to see Ukraine push down also and secure Crimea as well. They'd probably stop there, consolidate, and then the next bound in the center would be Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. I'm sure conditions, as we know, situation changes. Enemy has a vote. They might continue if they feel like that it's worth the risk to exploit. They might stop, consolidate, and conduct a counteroffensive later. They might push east all the way to Starobilsk if they feel they have the A1 and A2 echelon support for their battle groups and their brigade groups bashing through eastward, as well as obviously they have to be concerned about a guard, quick reaction for like quick reaction brigades that can support the defense of Kharkiv. I wouldn't expect that to be carefree. I would suspect that the Russians obviously would still attack from different parts of Russia. So you got to remember that the Ukrainians have to force generate, have trained soldiers in defensive positions all along their north as well. They can't just leave it unguarded. So what that means is it takes away troops from their fighting echelons that are doing the fighting. So it's not such an easy picture. Perhaps that might be a good part to stop when the winter comes, where Ukrainians are arrayed defensively in northern Ukraine, northeastern Ukraine, opposite the Russian border, and then containing Russian forces in Donetsk, so that you'd have pretty much a little bulge, not even Luhansk anymore, not all of Luhansk. So if I was a betting person, I kind of feel that's where this is going. Starobilsk before winter, harass and trit the Russians in Donbass. But yes, I hope that answers your question, War Doggo.
Then let's go to Jim.
Hey, Axel. Evening, chaps. Thanks, Yehuda, for the passion. The clarity. You're a funny guy in the best possible way, a Wildian wit, clearly. Yeah, I'd ask everyone to have a look at the MriyaReport article. The Kiev Post article today that talks about the MriyaReport, and it's very.
Excuse me, Jim. Why would you have misspoken so poorly? Why would you have quoted the MriyaReport article when it's a Kiev Post article?
It's a good point. Yeah, it's about the MriyaReport, right? And it's good. It's good to have a bit of recognition, right? And it was elegantly, epically expressed. I'm sure you know, it was just really nicely put. Some good words, basically. So I think everyone should read it. It certainly inspired me. Thank you for what you're doing. Love the new profile photo. Very Jason Statham. So the reason I heard M came on. So M and I had a gentle divergence of opinion a couple of months ago on whether or not the breakup of the Russian Federation would be a desirable outcome. I'm greatly in favor, of course, freeing 40 plus oppressed nations from the Russian Empire. M, you were quite reasonably against it with some vigor, I might add. So this dangerous little man tomorrow proclaiming nonsense has taken the conversation on a bit. What do you think now, M, basically? Threatening WMDs, I'd argue it's a very favorable outcome now to save Ukraine in the future, right? You can't have him next door. So I'd be interested in your thinking. Thanks.
I think M popped down, and I have to jump on a call real quick, but I will be back momentarily. I'm really sorry, I just got a message. Yeah, Jim, but thanks for the good words, and I will say thank you for the kind words. I think we're all in August company here, so it's good to meet amongst friends.
I mean, some of us are in September company by now.
Maybe. Slovenians. All right. So I don't know what that even means. Yeah.
Slovakians.
He's Slovakian? Oh, jeez. I'm sorry. I actually thought you were from Slovenia. No, I'm not being funny. I thought that because I said Slovakian once. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, he's playing with me. Stop doing it to me. Stop confusing me. All right. I'm easily confused. Easily humored and amazed. I still see magicians and I wonder what's going on. Can't be real. And it can. All right. About the Russian breakup. We there was a time that even Em and I were talking about that, and it kind of was centered around we don't want to talk about maybe have it fall into Russian talking points of propaganda. See, they're out to destroy us. They're out to destroy us. I think we've passed that point, Jim. I'm not going to speak for Em, but I suggest that perhaps that point of no return is Russia could very well be destroyed, and it could have a major schism throughout a lot of its territory. But that's an own goal. That's their own fault. They're doing it to themselves at this point. Ramps, were there ramps given? There's only one ramp that was required. Get out of Ukraine. It's that simple. Presto changeo. Pretend it's the day before you invaded. How's that? There's your off ramp. Goodbye. Right? But no, he went for broke. He's like a gambler. He's got a gambling addiction. I can do a little bit more if I agitate just enough people. And now he's called look, he's made every threat he could possibly make now. In a way, it's almost like the mask is off, where we can relax in that sense. There's he can't call on his alien space invader brigade. He has now played every single card that he has, and no one's flinching. So that's got to give him pause. I got to jump off. I will be back shortly. Cheers, ladies and gentlemen.
Meantime, I apologize. I've been switched off, and I apologize for jumping in. And I thank really Yehuda for feedback. Strategically, it looks like the Russians already lost, and the small thing we need to do is just to finish it off.
Thank you, Wardago. There's a lot of hard work left to be done.
It's not a magic, because it is magic only for those who don't understand what kind of hard job is behind.
Exactly. Precisely. I'm also glad Yehuda went on for a bit, because I think I might have burst a few blood vessels laughing earlier. Well done, Axel.
Slovakian blood vessels? What?
Yes, it's boats and ships that float on blood. Yes.
Or wine.
No, those are wine vessels, not blood vessels. Come on. It's in the name. All right, enough levity. Alan.
Thanks. I specifically had some questions for Yehuda, so I look forward to him coming back. But meanwhile, do I recall correctly that Putin had ordered the Russian forces in Liman to hold to the last man or the last bullet? And as ironic as Em talked about, as it will be for Ukraine to be reclaiming its territory wide and far when Putin announces his meaningless annexations, it will also be a tremendous embarrassment to have to admit the defeat in Liman.
Honestly, yes and no. Just in the sense that the Russian organized retreat from Izium and much of the rest of Kharkiv Oblast was a much bigger deal than them being kicked out of Liman. So purely from a territorial perspective of importance of settlements captured, annexed, occupied, whatever they might want to call them on a given day perspective, it's not nearly as big a deal as losing Kupiansk and Izium and Novovchansk, etc., etc. From the perspective that they actually tried to make a stand at Liman, yes. From the perspective that Liman is in Donetsk Oblast, probably. But I wouldn't say, oh no, this is a bigger deal. I would still say that's definitely a smaller deal. It just depends how much smaller. It just depends on exactly what all parameters you include in this. Does that make sense, Alan?
Yes, it does. I think you're right. I agree. It's a much smaller deal in its way, but the timing couldn't be more perfect. Thanks again for all of your reporting all day. I'm a devoted listener, and I will drop down now. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Alan. When you see Yehuda, request come up again. Axel?
Yeah, I was just about to add that it cannot be we're close to misrepresenting one item. We've spoken about Liman when it came under pressure in May, and how crucial it was at that point in time. We've been literally guiding our colleagues here and our friends on the space along the TO514 through the woods, passing Stary Caravan, then around this circle, this round robin circle for the trains. And we explained the validity at that time. This is prior to HIMARS making its presence felt, of course, in battlefield theater, how important Liman was for the ongoing strategy of Russia supporting the routing of goods, men, supplies, heavy equipment from all the way north in Russia proper, along Kupiansk, down to Liman and onwards to Severodonetsk, which they were pursuing. We've looked at Dibrova, this little township in the woods at that point in time. And all these places which Ukrainians fought so hard for, we were discussing Yampil in quite some intensity. And then how well the Ukrainians managed to retreat back behind the safety of the river, Krivoruka, Priskonivka, Starorubivka, and then Sloviansk. And if you think back to those days, the Ukrainian armed forces have fought an absolutely astonishing defensive battle. patient, calm, preparing, pre-sighting the routes to take back. And now they've taken Liman, they've gone through Yampil, they're about to encircle, if all goes well, later during the night, Russian troops at Torska in the east. It is an exceptional feat, closing out this area. It is an exceptional feat that Ukrainian SOF are standing at the outskirts of Crimea at this moment. It's an exceptional feat that they've broken through the Russian lines, which, as Yuda said in recent days, since last week, have been exceptionally permeable. They are Novodivane, Makivka, Nevsky, everywhere. They are in and around and behind the Russian enemies. It is an astonishing feat. And whilst it may not be as important and as astonishing in itself as Izium was, the breakdown in Izium, the dissolution of Russian armed forces, the taking of Balaklia, then the push forward, going to Kupiansk. Yes, of course, this is what we've been talking about, the strategic importance of Kupiansk, but taking back Liman, which is at the center, the absolute center of the battle lines in Donbass, right at the outskirts of the Donetsk Oblast, and having safeguarded and taken Bilohorivka recently, standing all around Lysychansk already, it is an exceptional feat. And it cannot be, stressed enough how important it is that these locations, so hard to defend, so hard to let go for a time, and so hard to take back, how utterly astonishing a military feat that is. For everyone who's ever been signing on a dotted line, for everyone who's ever been interested in military history and strategy, this is an extraordinary campaign. We are witnessing, we're witnessing some of the best fighting, the hardest fighting, but also the best planning ever seen in a modern force-on-force conflict. This is history live on radio, live in the making. And whilst we talk about it and reminisce about it, and whilst we are enthusiastic here, there are men and women, those who we do not speak about often enough, who are there in the trenches, on the BMPs, in the tanks, racing about, planning and fighting. And they're fighting just right now. Right now, with night vision goggles, equipment, going after the Russians and pushing them further. This is an exceptional campaign. The whole of the Ukrainian nation, the whole of the free wide world should be absolutely not just standing up in applause. We should be sending them everything we have so that they can end it quicker. If we have it, we ship it. If we can build it, we bloody well build it and ship it. Let's go to Mark and then Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Axel, and amen to everything that you've just said. What really struck me about your commentary was the fact this really is a moment in history. I know I've taken a lot of satisfaction reading about wars, the U.S. Civil War, World War I, World War II, in case over 100 years old. I'm absolutely convinced that there will be books upon books upon books written and read and marveled at, written and discussed 100 years from now about what's happening right now. Especially considering that 7 months ago, no one gave Ukraine a chance. But if I could, I would like to go back to the discussion about the ex-junior level KBG bureaucrat punk, Putin. Over the years, I've been disturbed when the stories about Putin would stand up to Western leaders that were visiting and make them wait for 45 minutes, an hour and a half, just to be a punk. With the way he dealt with Angela Merkel, her fear of dogs, bringing the big dogs into a meeting, and I was just shocked that no one would stand up to that and just say, "Fine, I'm not waiting 5 minutes," and just walk out on him. So they tolerated him. So I have a question that I'm leaning up to. So now we have Putin discussing nuclear options for Russia. Isn't it time that the United States and other countries just step up to him and say, "Fine, you want to start talking about nuclear options? Under land lease, we're going to secretly start training Ukrainians on the Patriot missile batteries, and we're going to ship them to Ukraine, maybe secretly, just to deal with this threat that Putin is putting up as far as nuclear is concerned." I mean, it falls really good. I hate to use profanity, but fuck around and find out. So my question is what would be the unintended consequence of the U.S. providing Patriot missile batteries to Ukraine to deal with any threats of nuclear missiles being fired at them? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I think nothing deters Russia better than clear and straightforward warning by NATO, by Ukraine, by America and Great Britain, specifically within NATO. And that, I think, has happened. It is extremely unlikely that Putin will take the steps which everybody now in the West likes to fear. It doesn't benefit him. What he may wish to do, and this discussion we've had here various times, is to try to provoke the West to, in some shape or form, interact in the conflict. There's various ways of how he could actually achieve that, just in order to then retreat, because fighting, as we discussed here, fighting against NATO or the Americans would be more honorable in defeat. But then again, these are all issues which have to do with Russia. I don't really care for them. I don't really care what they think. I don't care whether they lie in bed and urinate. I couldn't care less. The only thing I care about is understanding what their capabilities are, reading specifically and very clearly the intelligence, discerning what options exist, deciding from a Ukrainian perspective what kind of availability of ordnance and capabilities they have, and then executing scenarios as quickly as possible, which keep the momentum and keep the other side under pressure, eradicate supply lines, make their life significantly more difficult, keep them guessing, keep them under pressure, light them up wherever you can, regroup, withdraw whenever needed, and then loop around them yet again. I think what we're seeing is that there's a very methodic approach by the Ukrainian armed forces, and it's extremely well carried out. This is why they are winning. And if we provide the civilian population of Ukraine with better protection against these other missile strikes, yeah, that's good. We should be doing this. But that should not deter us also from providing those weapons which the Ukrainians really need to expedite this run and expedite their campaign. It is high time that the West understands that Ukraine can not only beat Russia, that beat Russia quickly and decisively by comparison to what people in the West expected. That's the only thing which I could mention in this regard. Dolan, take it away.
Thank you, Axel. I will take it away and put it into the hands of Abdullah. Abdullah, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. It's a bit windy,
Yes,
but
yes.
it's all right.
Yes, sorry, I'm walking outside. Thank you so much for the opportunity again. I know the Americans said that if the Russians were to use nuclear weapons, there will be a response. I'm just wondering if there will be a response, if the same thing, biological and chemical weapons used by the Russians, which they do have, I think, plenty of that. Will that elicit the same response? I know Obama, during the Syrian conflict, he gave a red line that we're going to respond to.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. Abdullah, let me interject. I agree. I know where you're going with this, but let's just go through this methodically, as one should do.
Okay.
Chemical weapons make absolutely no sense. They are not effective in modern warfare. They have no relevance. They can be used in very specific, secluded areas. You could actually create a chemical attack for a very, very secluded area. That's fine. Yeah, it's bad. It's a war crime. Absolutely. Have they been used? They may have used a few things already. We do not quite know how there is certain evidence
in Mariupol, especially.
Yes, exactly. There's certain evidence which has indicated that they may have used certain chemical weapons already. So, but there is no way. There's no way, and this is in very limited areas. So they make no sense in the battlefield. That has been tested. It's not a weapon which works. Biological weapons have a significantly different impact, and they are extremely hard to deploy. And I doubt that the Russians would want to bear the risk. Don't forget how exceptionally careful they have been already with their weapons, how exceptionally competent their armed forces are, that they would risk to take whatever kind of weapon, say smallpox or the likes, and try to find a way to spread it. I think not. And they know that if they were, just imagine this terrible example, which has always been brought forward, they would try to find a way to disperse smallpox. Now, in order to disperse that, you have to find, say, a delivery vehicle. That is difficult. That is a terrorist attack. It's a completely different ballgame. I would write this off as a reasonable opportunity for them to make hay out of something. Separately, tactical nuclear weapons. That requires a certain sequence. And notably, intelligence, meaning real intelligence, would give us a good advance warning. Will they do it? I doubt it. The Russians are not that crazy. Even if Putin were to demand it, I doubt that it would be carried out. Is it relevant? No. Tactical nuclear weapons, whatever they shoot off, if they were to shoot it off, which I doubt, would impact them equally, if not more. And the prevailing winds would make it very hard for them. It's not an option. They have to seek a different option. And it seems very clear that by now, Putin is trying to buy time. And that's what these annexations are for. Creating a chimera, another Potemkin village, and buying time.
Thank you so much for that. One more thing. So, say that Putin, if he were to use nuclear weapons, are NATO members on the same page? Especially the heavy hitters like the Germans, because I feel like I know we don't want to keep bashing on the Germans. Very nice people, but I know their president. I don't trust him, and also the chancellor is on the same page when it comes to their relationship with the Russians. Do you think that they will tell the Americans not to use do not respond, heavy-handedly? Thanks.
It's absolutely irrelevant what Germany tells the Americans, trust me. When it comes to war fighting,
as a
that's
German,
not irrelevant. Yeah, well, whether I'm German or not doesn't matter, but I can definitely tell you one thing, that my American friends will not heed advice from a German appeasenik. They will carry out whatever needs carrying out.
There we go. Thank you, Axel. I stressed as a German, as in, even someone who might carry some particularly positive feelings. There's no thinking that the word of Germany in that case would carry any weight whatsoever in Washington, even London or Paris. I think we have Regina, then Prince, then Gnome, and then Pigeon. Regina.
Thank you. I just have a quick question, and I hope I've paid attention to the geography. But it's my understanding Ukraine, the army's been pretty successful in pushing into the Donetsk Oblast. Do I have that correct?
Yeah. So just to be clear, right? Ukraine right now controls circa 43% of Donetsk Oblast. A very large chunk of Donetsk Oblast was never occupied by the Russians, but yes, you're right. The part that is currently being liberated by Ukraine is a part in northern Donetsk Oblast around the city of Liman. That is indeed in Donetsk Oblast.
Okay. And the question I had was, as they're progressing to the point where they could take territory that perhaps had been occupied or seized since 2004, do you have any ideas or estimates about what type of how they'll be received there, right? Does that make sense? Because this territory had. Go ahead.
I can answer that. So territories that were seized in 2014, 2015, they are not going to be on the menu. Can I say that? They won't be on the menu immediately. There's a little bit of ground to be gained. Now, in some places, the front line has actually not moved at all since February 23rd until now, right?
Okay.
So in some places, Ukraine is actually looking at the Russian front lines that have been static since 2015. However, in those places, Ukraine isn't very likely to conduct a counteroffensive anytime soon because in those places, the front line is relatively well fortified on both sides. There's a reason why Russians haven't managed to make any progress. Also, why Ukrainians are very unlikely to try to liberate those territories immediately. So, from purely a practical perspective, the question you ask is not one of an immediate concern, simply for the reason that Ukraine isn't going to go and try to liberate any of those territories tomorrow. However, once Ukraine goes and liberates those territories, I can see why you're asking that. The people who have been living in those areas for the past 8 years, they have been quite thoroughly brainwashed. A lot of those areas have lost something like half of their population over that time period, because, well, I mean, why would they have lost something like half of their population? They would have lost something like half of their population for the very simple reason that people didn't really want to live under Russian yoke and left instead. Will there be issues? Probably some. Is there a system set up to deal with those? Yes, absolutely it is. Absolutely there is. Ukraine has a ministry designated for the reintegration of territories under Russian occupation. So they're working on it. They know that this might be a concern at some point, and they're definitely working on it, and they will deal with any problems that might arise. Will it be because there's a strong separatist movement within those regions that's indigenous and true? No, that's not true. That's a made-up idea that was launched by Russian propaganda into the Western media sphere. Will there be some people who won't be particularly happy? Yeah, probably, especially because for the past several years they were living in relative peace and they don't want war to come back. However, at the same time, once Ukraine gets deep into those long time occupied territories, one can also think that Russia will have lost the vast majority of their territories they've been holding in occupied Ukraine by that point, and the Russian military will be relatively willing to leave, probably, judging by how it went in, say, eastern Kharkiv Oblast as well. So it's a complicated question. But Regina, Queen, whatever you wish to be called, let's maybe cross that bridge when we're closer to coming to it, and maybe address it then when it's more of a pressing matter, and maybe we can. I'm sure actually in a few months' time, when it comes to that, we will be having panels dedicated to exactly that question and that issue, and that discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Regina, Regina, Queen, etc. Let's jump. Who was I going to jump to? Prince Heather. Go ahead.
Hello, Delman. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well.
I am quite all right.
Okay, you had a little wine incident earlier, I hear, but I hope you've recovered from that. I think I actually answered.
Excuse me. What sort of incident? I don't know what you might be referring.
When you were offline and couldn't get out of the cellar, Prince is right.
Yeah,
I didn't hear that bit because my phone crashed.
I think I sort of answered my question when we were talking about, someone was talking about sending Patriots to Ukraine to intercept any theoretical possible nuclear missile or tactical missile that might be sent. And what occurred to me was, I recalled towards the beginning, in early March, the U.S. setting up Patriot batteries along the Polish border, and my thought was, I wondered if those would or could be used to intercept anything like that. And I've seen that the range isn't good enough for that, but I do sort of ponder if there's anything on the border in Poland that NATO might use in that kind of a circumstance. But it's really sort of a theoretical, probably irrelevant conversation, because I don't think they're going to use them, but it was just a thought I was having when somebody was bringing up sending Patriots to Ukraine. So that's what my train of thought was, and it may be a little scrambled because as I was waiting, I was Googling and discovered they don't have the range. So thank you. Did you have another wine accident?
No, I'm sorry. I just read a tweet from Defmon and I couldn't stop laughing in time to be able to actually click on the unmute button. No, so
what was the tweet?
The tweet from Defmon was quoting a tweet from Geroman the Zorbian, and he was saying that this, in my opinion, is the best indicator so far that Le Mans is about to fall. I have never seen a person more wrong about things than Geroman. You need to be deep into genocide supporting Twitter to understand why this is
sorry to jump in, Domen, but I think you can be a good predictor of the war by following Geroman and applying the opposite of it.
Time will tell. Time will tell.
It's been pretty valid for the last 7 months.
Time will tell. CJ, give us an update. What's going on?
Well, the only piece of significant news relating to Geroman too, of course, is he just, as of a minute ago, shared the same Rybar map we all shared about an hour and a half ago. So I don't know if that means he's trying to be wrong about that as well, but definitely an indication that things are not going well. So the only other additional piece of news from Yampill being liberated was this sort of attack that's ongoing finally on Torskay, at least the highway in that area. So not only was, the last town before the highway just taken, being Yampill, but now the actual intersection and roads are being attacked. So it's just another level that the Russians would have to break out of, which again, if they haven't retreated already from Liman, it's too late if that road is already being contested, not just by artillery strikes, but by actual ground units, which is what all the Russian reporters in the area are reporting. So again, unless they're trying to get together and say Ukraine is being much more successful than they are, which is not very likely that they are going to coordinating that because that wouldn't make any sense. It means that Ukraine just had another military breakthrough in this fight we're talking about now, and it's great news for Ukraine.
Well, we are always glad to hear that last one, CJ, and great news for Ukraine. I have now lost the order, So I'm going to go to War Pigeon and then to John Howard, because that's how they appear on my screen. War Pigeon.
Hello. So I just wanted to note that there's kind of like an uptick in the whole nuclear conversation. That I've heard some rumors that they're gonna use nuclear tactical nukes right now, and I'm wondering whether this isn't actually kind of a realization on the part of the Russians sending out these signals that Putin actually shot himself in the foot, because in a way what happened with the Shamaranda cannibalizes the nuclear threat, right? I mean, if there's any kind of way that the tactical nukes can be practically used, it would be on the front line, and the front line is right next to the territories that Putin's propaganda inside Russia just says, oh, these people, 97% of them feel Russian, right? So how can he explain using nukes on people who just voted to join Russia? It cannibalizes the nuclear threat. And I'm wondering whether this isn't why it's being stressed so much, to kind of keep this threat realistic in the eyes of the West and Ukrainians. Just I thought I'm curious what you think about that.
I think the moment that they say they're annexing all of these territories and Ukraine takes about 7 square feet of any of them, which will take about a second, maybe a minute, depending on what time of day it is. Their whole, nuclear doctrine is going to be exposed for the bullshit that it is, and that's going to be the end of that. That's just my thinking. And CJ is applauding. I have a West Point graduate applauding me on my military militarily strategical thinking, whatever it is. You know what I'm getting at. So I will take that as a win and pass it off to John.
Thank you. I was actually going to make the same point as War Pigeon. So I'll say something else, but the idea of it does sort of redefine the meaning of a warm welcome to Russia, doesn't it? When you you get annexed and then you get nuked, it's not ideal. But no, we keep using, and it's understandable because everybody's doing it, and in the media and everywhere. But we keep talking about tactical nuclear weapons. And
yeah, how many? Sorry, John. How many of those does Russia have?
Oh, thousands.
Does it though? Does it really?
Well, yeah. If you read, if you read into what's known in terms of the warheads that were extant at the time of the Cold War, then yes. So I imagine that it probably does. But I mean, that was not the point I was trying to make. Tactical nuclear weapons aren't tactical. They are, by definition, strategic, because they would the use of one would redefine the entire strategic context of the war. It would engage politics and policy at the highest level the world over. So it's not a tactical nuclear weapon in that sense. It's a strategic. I mean, it's a theatre nuclear weapon, i.e., it's got a smaller warhead than, say, an ICBM. But nevertheless, the effect of its use is strategic. So they're not tactical in any sense. It's just the size of the bang. But the political fallout would be exactly the same, and the reshaping of the strategic context of the war would be the same, regardless of how big the bang is. So yeah, I think War Pigeon's exactly right, but I think we need somehow to find a way to use the language differently and to stop talking about tactical nuclear weapons. If you want to talk about the warhead size, it's a theatre nuclear weapon rather than a strategic nuclear weapon. But the use of it, whatever size nuclear weapon it is strategic by definition. And I hope that makes sense. It made sense when I was thinking about it, but hopefully it makes sense to you.
No, I think it makes perfect sense to me, but unlike CJ, I don't have a West Point education. So basically what you're saying is, however big a bang you cause, as long as it's caused by a nuke, it warrants a strategic response. which is what matters.
No, that's exactly it. And it changes the strategic context of the war, because everybody all of a sudden will be engaged. The Chinese government will have to react to that in a very significant way. NATO, likewise, will have to react to that. It will have to change its strategy. So the employment of a nuclear weapon is strategic by default. That's the point I'm trying to make.
John, would the Chinese government very much appreciate a large chunk of agricultural soil in the world to be taken out of use by somebody's employment of a nuclear weapon? Say yes or no, and then we'll go on to Peter, who will tell us what his friend, the Polish foreign minister, said in an interview just now.
They're not going to care about agricultural land, no. They're going to care about nuclear use.
Okay, still a yes, good enough. Peter, Zbigniew, what did he just say in an interview?
I have to catch up on that. I just wanted to note that what we heard right now was an interesting insight, because it reveals a fundamental problem in Russia's nuclear doctrine and in Russian thinking. So it was a very interesting insight we just heard, where technically theater level missiles, theater level nukes, they're not strategic weapons. They're not designed to kill cities. They're designed to have a very specific effect on the battlefield. But in our minds, perhaps in the minds of Western leaders, the use of a nuclear weapon in anger would have an outsized impact. That was the point I took from what I just heard. Interestingly enough, when you actually look at Russia's nuclear doctrine, when you look at how they've trained, Russia thinks that way. That's why I think that was an interesting insight, because Russia, for many years now, when they've had their Zapad exercises, these exercises have always ended with the simulated nuclear strike on basically Poland. So Zapad is kind of this once every few years, they hold these huge military exercises. They train to fight NATO, and the exercise ends with a simulated nuclear strike on basically Warsaw. Now, in Russia's doctrine and Russia's military thinking, the use of a nuclear weapon stops the war. The moment you launch a tactical nuclear weapon against your opponent, the war stops, everything ends, and your opponents cower in fear and they hold up a peace flag. I don't think that would happen in this event under these contexts. And so I would just encourage everyone to be very careful when throwing around the nuclear war. Yes, the nuclear word. Yes, we need to be cautious about it. But Doman, you were right. China is a significant lessor of Ukrainian agricultural land. And I do agree. I think the Chinese would be a little grumpy if they found out that Vladimir Putin had just nuked all of the agricultural land that they have been leasing from the Ukrainians.
And Peter, honestly, forget about the Chinese leases on Ukrainian agricultural land. A country that's not the richest country in the world, that imports a lot of their food needs, whose proxies or whose ally, whatever you might want to call them, whose debtors, let's say, import a lot of their food needs. When both Ukrainian and Western Russian and Southern Russian, all major food exporting territories, are all taken out of use for years, maybe decades, because of somebody's wanton employment of a nuclear weapon, they would not look kindly upon that. Was kind of my point to that. I want to note at this point, Zbigniew, on Thursday there was an interview. He said he would say that Russia would be hit by a massive conventional response to all effect. Is what he said. If it were to detonate some sort of a nuclear weapon in Ukraine, and I think that's a good statement from the Russian foreign minister. It's not a statement we've not heard before, right? General Ben Hodges said exactly the same thing.
Could you clarify that was a statement by Zbigniew Rau or by the Russian?
Yes. Zbigniew, yes, the Polish foreign minister.
Russia would be hit by a massive conventional response if they would use a nuclear weapon against Ukraine.
Yes.
Well, I mean, that sounds very much like Poland's position. Again, it's
not
none
just
of this
Poland's
is
position, but General Ben Hodges' position as well. Sorry, Peter, for jumping in, but you know, it's not just Poland. It's a lot of other people as well who are, you know, very senior, were very senior in these circles.
That was the point I was trying to make to our wonderful contributor from the audience, from our community, that Russian doctrine, Russian thinking on the use of nuclear weapons ends the moment they use nuclear weapons. The way they train, the way they think, look at their nuclear escalation doctrine. It all seems the nuclear weapon is this magical button they hit in which it's like an I win button. And I don't think what they've realized, I don't think what they've thought through, there's been a lot of very good analysis over the years on this, is that there is a flaw in their thinking. They assume that we would all cower like turtles, jump into our shells, and never pop our heads out again the moment that we see a mushroom cloud. What if they're wrong? And I believe they are. And I think Ben Hodges and the Polish government are communicating to Russia, rightfully so, very carefully so, that the use of a low yield nuclear weapon on the battlefield in Ukraine doesn't end the war. In fact, the war begins to go worse for Russia in that event. And that's what I would caution everyone to think about and reflect upon cautiously.
Thank you, Peter. I couldn't agree more. Axel?
I was just about to hand it to John Spencer because he may have a view as well. I tend to agree with Peter's argument that there is very little to be gained. But John.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Axel, Dalman. So I have no problem with the term tactical or nuclear weapon because it does denote capabilities of a weapon. I agree with I forget who it was, speaker, that it would have strategic impacts, but there's a classification of weapons and whether the both the delivery system and the detonation capability, but I agree that would have strategic impacts. It would change the course of history, and then it would warrant similar responses to key. It would just change the world. It would change the war. It would be the end of the Putin regime. It would be the end of the Russian Federation as we know it. But I also, just as a student of warfare, know that most nuclear doctrine is just untested, right? The last time a nuclear weapon was used was when one country had it and nobody else did, and it ended a war. Since then, it's been theoretical. Mutually assured destruction, strategic deterrence, things like these are untested, but all a country can do is signal don't do it, and I agree with the position. And if there's any doubt left, I agree on even firmer responses that if you use it, then the response will be equally as destructive against whoever uses it. I mean, that's again following in line with the rules-based global international order that Putin seems to not care about, but his actions do follow within that. So the response would be in kind, but it would change the world. It would change the war. Of course, it would have global impact. So even strategic might not even be the right word for the use of such weapon systems. But the tactical nuclear weapon does denote a classification outside of like intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear tips and things like that.
John, the context is different though, right? So back in 1945, when the United States used 2 nuclear weapons against Japan, the world had never seen this kind of weapon used before. Japan was on its back heels. Ukraine is on the advance. Japan was on the brink of defeat. Ukraine is making victories. And the big twist here, the Japanese really didn't know what was happening to their cities. No one had seen a weapon like this before. The context is different. And when you look at, I agree, this level of nuclear escalation theory has never been tested in the real world. But when you look at Russian thinking, we can see 2 things. One, yeah, their thinking is untested. And 2, the context is different. And I think all of this adds up to the conclusion that should Putin make this terrible mistake, it wouldn't work out the way he believes it might.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with 100% of that. Absolutely. The context is different. The justifications, the second, third order rationale for use, all this, the element of complete sovereign survival is not a threat. So yeah, 100% agree.
I don't know whether
Ex-
CJ can come up. Sorry, we'll just have. We now have three sources, three completely different sources, all of which convey the same message in different words. We do not know whether that is correct, but it is supposedly the fact that the last road out from Torsk has been closed off. So if that's the case, then the operational encirclement of the Russian troops trying to escape from Liman and from Yanpil in their retreat or in their route through Zarizhny and Torsk is complete, and they can't leave.
That is fantastic news, Axel. I think this is a moment to really tip our hats to the Ukrainians. That is if true, that is a major, major achievement for our friends in Ukraine.
I literally could not agree more.
The interesting thing is that they have cut through both the Liman route in front of Zarizhny, and they cut off seemingly the route northeast of Torsk. So actually, it's essentially it's a double encirclement.
Circle in circle, so to speak. Right, let's dispense with my silly jokes and go to, and yes, I do make them, and go to some hands. I think Angry Gnome was next, followed by Daniel and War Doggo. Angry Gnome.
Good afternoon, folks. How are you?
Not particularly angry today. Quite relieved that Ukrainian forces seem to be making proper advances around the Torsk and Zarizhny.
I'll get in by any good. One way from talking about all these tactical nukes and whatnot, and that's that we need to give Ukraine a couple tactical nukes in the delivery system so they can get into a mini MAD type situation. Have I gone completely off the deep end?
I think you might be onto something. I will pass it off to perhaps John Spencer, Colonel John Spencer, to comment on that. Colonel?
Yeah, I think we're past that. I mean, I think there is something to the historical aspect. If you do not have a nuclear weapon, you are at threat of being invaded. That's outside of the Ukraine and Russian war. At this point, that would be a provocative. Again, I think this war is being executed, whether I agree with it or not, within globally a set of rule book, set of rules and actions and counter reactions that are kind of set, and that would cross the line, which would then allow, which we can't let him do. He is destroying his country very, very well himself. Of course, I want this to all Russian forces out of Ukraine as fast as possible. And any weapon system we can give, like Axel beautifully said, send it, build it, ship it, get it there now. Let the Ukrainians finish it. They're fully capable if you give them the weapon systems. But giving them a nuclear weapon at this point, you're beyond that. I mean, just all the historical precedents of an ongoing conflict, et cetera, et cetera. Yes, when Ukraine achieves its ultimate victory, which it is a matter of when, not if, and it becomes a member of NATO, which is a matter of when, not if, then yes, I would support a decision to nuclear arm, if that's what Ukrainian people want. But at this point, no, that's just not reasonable, feasible course of action.
Noam, John was very polite and circumspect in his comments. I know I understand your question and the reason for it, but that's not where we are. That's not how any of this works. But good question.
Thank you, Colonel Spencer. Thank you, Peter. Let's go on to Daniel. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hi, good afternoon. I don't know if can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for hosting these reports. I'm following you for a while. So today I just wanted to add a little thinking that I had all today, especially after essentially the bombing of NS1 and NS2, so the Nord Stream 1 and 2 in the Baltic Sea. And first of all, I would like to say that this is my belief, but also is like cited by many others, more experienced analysts like Michael Clark, who say that this nuclear threat that is often is used by Putin or Medved or any other official in the Kremlin is more like a saber rattling. So it's more like a way that they have to intimidate us, and especially to put pressure on democracies, because democracies are mainly made by their own people. So government can change if people get upset, and then you go to an election, and then you lose the election, then maybe a less strong or even in some case a pro-Kremlin government can take the lead. So I think from what we see today, what is the prospect is that Putin is trying to put the West in a new type of war attrition, which is more on the side of the public opinion. So try to shift the public opinion. If there will be a nuclear attack of any type, I guess, and I hope, but I'm quite sure that the public opinion will be completely against it, will be horrified, and the response will be, of course, conventional, because we are not going to do something overreacting. But I don't see this as a very intelligent move from Putin. Instead, the bombing of NS1 and NS2, I think they are a real threat, and probably even if not many people realize, in that area, especially now I'm just on my computer, I'm looking at this data, just below the coast of Bornholm, so this island in front of NS1 and NS2, there is one of the largest windmill of Denmark, Bornholm 2 and 1. And one key aspect that I think everyone should realize, that winter is coming, we have much less gas than before, and we can do this because we are using a lot of renewable energy, and one of the most reliable that, especially in the north part of Europe, we have is wind turbine, offshore wind turbine. If you want to damage the European Union, you not use nuclear bomb, you not even damage the new Polish pipeline, but you damage the infrastructure that are under sea, even less structurally sounded, because these pipes are quite thick. But essentially all those stations that allow the electricity to get on shore, so from offshore to onshore.
Yeah,
And
but sorry, if I may interject, that's all nice and fine, but the amount of wind energy offshore which is fed into the European transmission grid is approximately 0.8% of the total energy mix of the European Union. We can overcompensate by not phasing out the third of the nuclear power plants Germany is about to phase out, and therefore reduce that amount of, increase the amount of efficacy of the overall contribution, and we could just simply force the Belgian government not to phase out its plants at this point in time, and we would overcompensate for that. There would be absolutely no risk. So this is a hilarious trope, but it's very unhelpful.
So Axel,
Europe
I think
is not at risk.
I think Daniele is close. Just identified the wrong structure. It is about what goes under the sea, but it's not about the windmills
It's about the
are above it.
communications cables.
It's about the communications cables. It's also about the gas pipeline from Norway to Europe. It's also about the gas pipelines from Norwegian gas fields to Britain. It's also about the electricity cable that connects the Norwegian hydropower stations to Europe.
We have more than 20 submarines there. 11 of them nuclear. We're going to take these fuckers out. So what? Next. That's not even a discussion. If they threaten civil infrastructure, they're fucking toast. They know it, we know it. Why are we discussing it? Everybody who's ever served in planning or in the military knows this. Jesus, please, people. We're 7 months in. We've discussed this already. Next. I mean, seriously, this is a threat matrix which we've discussed, went through umpteen times. We had Benjamin Schmidt here talking about strategic energy provisioning for Europe and the risks associated. We've discussed exactly those communications cables at a very early stage, end of March, beginning of April with Gunny. We've done this. And I think everybody knows this by now. Every decision maker in NATO and every single capable NSC advisor in any of the NATO countries will know this in, out, left, right, center, backwards, and can sing the hymn sheet, bottom up and top down. This is not an issue. It's a non-issue. We have it under control.
Axel, I'd agree. And if you notice what Putin did with his options matrix, he chose horizontal escalation by blowing Nord Stream 1 and 2 instead of vertical escalation. So I actually, if there is a silver lining to the very dark cloud we face these days, it is that Putin decided to escalate horizontally and not vertically. I think that is significant.
100%, because it underlines what we've been saying. He is in a dead end. He's playing for time to find a way to revert back. This is what's happening. If we push the bully at some point in time, the walls of the Potemkin village will fall backwards and showcase the empty steps of the Russian Empire.
Can I ask you just a last question?
Should.
So don't take this as a provocation, it's a real question. So if we have 2021 submarine, I live next to Faisal, where we have the nuclear deterrence. So I know what you talk about, but how they bombed NS1 and NS2 and we didn't spot them.
Who said that?
You say that essentially they are not going to do anything of that because we have a submarine and fleet. I know because we have the Royal Navy.
No, you just posted. You posted the assumption that we didn't see them.
Okay, but if we see,
your assumption is completely wrong. Why would we save a pipeline which we don't own, but it's a Russian pipeline? They want to create just as Peter said. They want to create fear and panic by horizontal escalation. So we see them. There was a significant NATO air asset right above. Not to strike, because that was not a strike from a helicopter.
Yeah.
There were NATO air assets in the air which can see this. We have seismic information. We have nuclear submarines which are almost likely not very far away and know this. We can see what they do, always. We have better satellite capacity and thermal imaging than they could even imagine. We are better informed. We know what they're doing. That's the whole point. But why would we stop them destroying their own shit? They're making a mistake, Daniele. Why would we stop them making a mistake?
No. I agree. I totally agree with your point. But then why we don't show the world the fact that we know that they are the responsible? I mean, I know that they are because it's the only possible reasonable way. But then why we don't show the proof as we did for the invasion? I remember.
Why do we have to? Why do we have to? We keep them guessing. It's a war, Daniele. In a war, you don't play for the gallery. You don't go to the Scala and sing for the people. In a war, you go outside of the Scala, take the gun, and kill the bloody enemy, and keep them guessing at night. That's exactly what's happening. We keep them guessing. This is perfect. It's extremely well executed.
Well, then I apologize for my naiveness. And
No.
thank you
It's not
for
naive. I'm just no. I'm just highlighting because you and I in the classic Socratic method, which we have here. Sometimes I just may come across a little bit exhausted, but then again, Dom and I have been at it now for I don't know how many days, but it doesn't really matter. So no excuses. Very clearly, we can see at the moment that when you and I discuss this topic, we end up refining it to the point that there is only one solution left. And the solution is reflected back in what we've already discussed here. The capabilities Western society has developed over the past generations far outstrip anything the Russian Empire can bring to bear. They know it by now. They didn't quite believe it, but they know it by now. They know, and we know that they know. That's all.
okay. Thank you.
I see a lot of hands up, Doman. You want to run through some hands?
I do want to run through some hands also because I have 18 people requesting. I want to go to Bionade next. Bionade, shoot.
Yeah, actually, I had a question for CJ, but he left already. But he was able to shoot me a message because I'm asking before, and I think it's maybe interesting knowledge. So I will shortly summarize it. So I was asking about him artillery firing, and we know CJ is a big fan of artillery. And if they are behind obstacles and some things like small hills or mountains, if there are spaces where the artillery can't hit, and they are so-called dead spaces. He could write me, and I understand. And they are there, but if you fire really high, you can also hit them, and also you have most times a pretty wide space of shrapnels which hit. So yeah, that was what I could exercise from extract from CJ. Maybe he can talk about this a little later, a little bit more. And the other thing about all the things with Nord Stream, so it's absolutely right, Axel. Why wouldn't we care about the shit which Russia is destroying themselves? And you have to see it out of the perspective we already saw Russian air defense, which they were already proud of at times of the Soviet Union, and years after, and still were proud until a few months ago, isn't working against HIMARS, which is basically a system which is over 20 years old, and it's not really a great new system like, oh, we have hypersonic missiles or something like this. These are normal missiles which fly, I think Mach 1.5 or 1.7. So it's not really something super speedy, super new, super unable to hit or something. And most of the technology is on the same standard. So those things we see, and let them do when they want to do mistakes. Let them do the mistakes, but you have to see it really out of a perspective. And I don't want to sound arrogant or something like this, but you have to see it from the perspective if you really have all the cards in the hand playing poker, and the Russians always telling about, oh, they're playing 4D chess or something like this. War is not 4D chess. Yeah, you have some movements on a field and something like this, but it's also a card game, typical poker game or scat game or something like this. You have to play with the cards you have, and if you have shitty cards, you're basically fucked. And Russia has really, really, really shitty cards right now.
As I said before, Putin came to play poker. He thought he was great at bluffing. The only problem was he was holding cards for Uno. Word Doggo fella.
Yes, dears. Let me help to flow the discussion in the following direction. Once during today discussion blinked about Russia. Okay, strategically, We know that they screwed up. Whatever they do is getting wrong, getting worse for them. And Ukraine will be advancing. Ukraine will win that fight with the help of the West, support of the whole civilized society. Point that sometimes is left out of the discussion. Definitely, Russia will not sustain their defeat in that war, and most probably Russia will not survive that defeat in that war. I mean, Russia is a country, and they are 180 nations inside of one country. Not necessarily all want to be free, or all of them want democracy, or they're fond of the values so far and so on. But maybe is a good point to think, like, we see them running from the mobilization, not necessarily because they are against of the war, but they are afraid to die supporting that war. But we can imagine what would be happening if they start running in the country that is collapsing. And that's I don't get me wrong, it's not the point that they should not be collapsing after the war, or somebody should be afraid of that, and that should not be used as the factor to say, let's give up, let's give Russia another chance. No, since 90s they've had a chance, and you see in 30 years, just simply when they a little bit rise up, they start attacking their enemies, their neighbors, one by one during that time. And the question is that demilitarizing Russia, denuclearizing Russia, and probably area by area taking kind of I don't know, governance, probably not the right word, but I would say mentorship over the territories. I know, for instance, our Polish friends would be fond of Königsberg. And I don't know, Karelia, we would find the country who would be really fond of some mentorship. But the question is, having the countries who have some historical links with the different areas of Russia, if there is kind of alignment between the countries, that at a certain moment when Russia starts collapsing, there needs to be a common point to take that action and making this kind of governance over some territories and make Russia, I don't know how to say, more civilized. I don't know if you're getting the point.
I think I got the point. More civilized, that's a big ask. I mean, they've had their chances a few, dozen times over, and didn't exactly learn from those. So I think you see where I'm getting at. I see where you're going as a general point, but I can't. I don't see that as a particularly likely way to proceed, if that makes sense.
So practically, we are saying that when the moment comes, we would say most probably we will give them away and try to give them another chance to become, I would say, modern nation, looking for the democracy in Russia, finding one, I don't know, some kind of alternative.
I don't think that this is what Doman tried to indicate, or what should be derived from that. I think it's quite likely that the Russian society will have to live in a not so splendid isolation for quite some time. I think this is actually the more likely outcome.
Right. Axel, I think you're right. And Axel, if I could say, look at the sanctions regime that the international community has put on Russia. I think the consequences of Putin's actions are that he is creating a very large North Korea that is going to be isolated on the international scene. And economically, they're going to be isolated. just like North Korea. I think the consequence of Putin's actions is a very dim future for Russia, and it looks more like North Korea than any other state. This is what will occur if we can hold the line and maintain our very firm and morally righteous policies that we have put in place after Putin crossed and broke our international system.
Yeah, North Korea. That sounds about right. That
So
sounds about
in
right.
about 40 minutes, we will highlight this yet again. Peter, I hope you'll be around at that time, because we will be joined by Major General Mick Ryan, who has returned to Australia after having had a very decent week traveling in Ukraine and yet another week in Washington. So, and having sort of skipped around the whole Earth and returned to Down Under, we'll be very delighted hearing his views, having reviewed matters in quite some detail. And we've all, I presume, have read his threads and his analysis recently. So it'll be very interesting to have a little look-see as to how he has experienced both the whole offensive in Kharkov. Last time we were on, it was right before that actually occurred, and we were discussing both Kherson as well as what he said might happen else, because he had a view on these matters, and seemingly his view has been quite right. So let's cycle through a few hands in 39 minutes. Mick Ryan, don't go away.
I will go away. I will listen to him on Spotify sometime later. Jim.
Mick Ryan, my word. I mean, it's a general every few hours here, guys. Amazing. Well done, Axel, Diamond, everybody. Yeah, exactly. North Korea, he's not going to do it. We know he's not going to do it. Diamond, what champagne would you counsel for a historic, once in a lifetime, once in 100-year feat of arms? The circumvent of and capture of 2,000 Russian prisoners of war, out of interest?
That's a heavy one, right? That's a big one. How about an Alfred Chrétien millésime? You pick the vintage. 02, 08, 12 even, if you want for something more youthful.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, is it time yet? I mean, I've got a couple of bottles left in that I brought up from Epinay last week. I mean, yeah, I would only open them for a special occasion. Has it happened? I mean, is this confirmed? If Rebar are saying it, these horrific war criminal million follower Telegram channels, if they're saying it, it's got to be true, right?
I mean, he must have fished it out from somewhere.
Yeah, he's got mates on the front who've just had their ass handed to them. I mean, this is revenge for Debaltseve, for Ilyovaisk in 2014-15. Similar murderous encirclements of Ukrainians by the Russian fascist regular army. You know, this is for Mariupol. This is a likely release of hundreds more of the heroes of Azovstal. If we get these scumbags and keep them safe, which we will, the allies. So yeah, I think it's time to open a bottle almost. Is it time? And do we have enough confirmation? I feel that we do.
We have the confirmation that Yampil and Liman have been taken. We have the confirmation that the road from Stavki has been pierced through. So from Stavki down south to the road towards Torske, there is, if you look at the map, there is a little, I don't know, meandering forest area and an elevation, which they've crossed over, as it seems, and have taken the road. We do not know exactly where they have taken the road, but they have taken the road, which leads into Sarizhny and Torske, and seemingly therefore cut off troops which were trying to advance across the fields and the road and along the road. And there is at least two indications which have stated that for some odd reason, Ukrainian troops have managed from Yampil to go north, circumnavigate Torske, and take the road to the northeast of Torske, which as soon as that can be in any shape or form further evidenced, is an astonishing feat.
Christ above. I mean, it feels unreal. I mean, who thought this would happen in early March, right? It's next level. I mean, credit to the Ukrainians. I'm still flabbergasted, so I'm going to go and open a bottle shortly. So briefly, tactical nukes not going to happen. They're not Wunderwaffen. Axel, he won't drop one. He's not going to do it. Even as a demo, you need dozens at least to have a significant effect on the battlefield. From what I've read, he's not going to do it. The Ukrainians will fight harder. General Ben Hodges would personally oversee the immediate destruction of the Russian army. He's an idiot, but he's not stupid. So on a lighter note, did anyone see, I'm sure you have seen by now, the utter meltdown of Putin's chief propagandists on the news from Liman? It's very funny. Vladimir Solovyev, the bogus Bond villain, the mini-me Steven Seagal, to quote Julia Davis. You've got to get on the space, by the way. Julia Davis News. He says, I have a big request for our army. Please start fighting properly by the regulations. Right? If you know anything about Russian TV, Vladimir Solovyev is as big as you get. This is the Tucker Carlson of the Republican nutfucks. And then Margarita Simonyan, the witch in chief of Russia Today, she says, just a video looking straight into camera just now, about an hour ago, she says, we need to stop lying at all levels, everywhere, in ministry,
I'm sorry,
in the
Jim.
military.
I'm sorry, Jim. I think that one's
Go
okay.
ahead. Oh, that buggers me up. But nonetheless, is Solovyev true?
I'm not sure about the Solovyev one, but the Simonyan one was published by a Twitter account called Simonyan instead of
It's a good
Sinonyan instead of Simonyan. There we go.
I'll take one of them if one of them's true. When Goebbels is running for the door, is reaching for his Luger, it is a good day. Thanks.
Cheers, Jim. Yeah, I hope it is, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I take the other points as very good ones, though, of course. Dan Minor, not a major Dan, but a minor Dan.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, Lyman is obviously fantastic news, and hopefully they'll crack the line there well enough to roll all the way to Staroblitsk, which will really just sort of wreck the Russians' winter in northern Luhansk. Does anybody have any feel which side of the river through Savatov that they're going to try to work up, or is that just still totally up in the air?
I think both.
If they've got the reserves, by all means. On the nuclear issue, I think it was Doman, a post that Camille Galieve published this morning on the nuclear thing. But Camille's fundamental thought on the matter.
I would say then I wouldn't go down that road. I just wouldn't. Okay. There has been so much talk about nuclear this, nuclear that, what they might do. I just stave off, honestly. There's a whole lot of fear mongering going on, and I just wouldn't. I know there's been lots of writing published over the last day or two, but I just stay away, honestly.
Well, let me throw something out that is a slight variation on most of the discussion. Regardless of the nuclear part, Camille's theory is that Putin absolutely cannot stand to lose to Ukraine. He has to, for whatever weird mental reasons, or maybe to stay in power in Russia, lose to NATO. So if that's what has to happen, I mean, can't we just put 1,000 planes in the air and arrange it by morning?
Sure can. And if Putin, if Putin,
I think it should
one second. If Putin is dumb enough to go that route, he'll find out really quickly what it means to play with actual sophisticated, modernized armies. We're talking about, one second, we're talking about countries who train properly, not like they do, train to fight, train to win. And you'll ask my friend Peter Doran here. I'm a Canadian. I'm very proud of it. All of our friends in NATO, the Commonwealth, know exactly where our government stands, where NATO governments stand. And if Putin was to go full dummy, this war will become international. It will, and we know already. People have to please mute your mic for a second, please. People will act accordingly. Countries will fall into line, fall into lockstep. Doman, Axel, please mute the mics that are errant. It causes me confusion. Thank you. There will be no turning back from any dumb move that Putin can undertake. And Putin knows this. He's been told it plainly and clearly. So I don't want everyone freaking out about, if I have anything to say about it, about possible next steps for Putin come 3 o'clock tomorrow, Moscow time, something ridiculous. Because if he wants the war to end, it'll end real quick. The United States of America is supremely positioned to deliver, the holy, right hand of God down on Mr. Putin. And I think we need to recognize that. I know people are talking about it. I know I'm getting hundreds of messages about it. The reality is there are consequences for making irrevocable mistakes. So this is probably the world's greatest game of chicken, not since the Cuban Missile Crisis has such a game been played. But even the Russians know their limitations, and they're nowhere near as strong compared to what the Allies were during the Cuban Missile Crisis. So just keep that in mind, that if Putin was to do something stupid, and it would probably be, according to Ukrainian intelligence, as reported in many media outlets, some kind of tactical nuke over Ukrainian forces in an effort to destroy their military capability, it would be game over. And it's just that simple. 1,000 planes might be hyperbolic, but the appropriate measures would be taken to neuter Russia. If Russia needs and wants to be neutered so badly, I think I speak for most of us. Bring it on, sure. And this is something we cannot back down from. We need to support our governments in doing the right thing. This is not a war that the West brought on anyone. This is not the fault of neo-Nazi Jewish presidents of Ukraine. This is the fault of one crazy man, an insane person, who thinks that he can rewrite the globe, lines on a map. He can rewrite them because he wills it, because it's his 70th birthday coming up. Let's just keep that in mind. Keep it in mind, because we've been pussyfooting around for a bit and trying to be as ecumenical and measured and calm, but the mask is off. Russia has made it very clear that they feel there's no threat too egregious, too outlandish, but they're not playing. This isn't a computer game. This isn't Call of Duty, Mr. Putin. You do not hold the balance of power, not by a long shot. I would argue that Poland as a country could take Russia on and destroy it militarily. That's just one of very many nations in NATO. You're excluding the most powerful one. After 1991, the United States did not slip into disrepair. Their military is more potent today than it has ever been. And they've had 30 years of advancements that the Russians clearly did not have. Please keep remembering that. Fight and support Ukraine as if there is no nuclear threat, and remember that if there, God forbid, that the unimaginable happens, the rest of the free world will come to Ukraine's aid once again, except this time with more force, vim, and vigor. I'm sorry to cut you off, Doman, but I had to say that.
Yehuda, that was one of the best monologues and interventions I think you've had on this space. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, sir. I think it had to be said.
Alrighty, Domin, let's cycle through. We have a lot of people up.
We
Do you have
have,
the order?
among other, I don't have the order, but I have a Constantine, and I will go to Constantine.
I wanted, like everyone is saying, things about nuclear. I think we should not discuss this. I mean, it's a fun topic maybe for someone, but if he's gonna use it, let him try. That's it. The people in Ukraine I speak with every day, soldiers, my friends, my family, they say if he's gonna, if he is ready to destroy our nation and destroy the country, let him try it. No one cares already, and everyone is sick of his threats, and no one even want to talk about it anymore. The only thing that we want is to have our land back, liberate our villages, and that's it. So I wanted also talk about the encirclement of Russians in Liman. Yeah. So as I understand, I'm sorry, I missed half a lot. As I understand, one of the Russian propagandist channels have stated that it has happened already, right?
Everybody, yeah.
Got it. Did they? I think they made about the same claim before regarding the situation there, regarding the Korovy Yar and another two settlements north, and they were correct for that as well, right?
Honestly, you tell me, but I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they okay. I will do. They were correct about that, and it is confirmed by other sources as well, and it appears that it really has happened, and right now there is no way out of Liman. You have to drive through the road that is contested with firearms, and it's basically encirclement. So not what I mean. Not only artillery fire, but already it's controlled by the, like, our forces are 400 meters away from the road.
And remember, the effective range of small arms fire is more than that. So when we say, when people say, is it isolated? Is it encircled? Doesn't mean Ukrainian soldiers have to be standing around the city hand to hand singing Kumbaya to make it effective. It means they have to produce the effect itself, the effect of encirclement itself. I'm comfortable after a lot of the information that I've received that encirclement is complete. So what does that mean moving forward? Well, it means the Ukrainians will conduct operations to attrit the enemy in place. That means mass fires, artillery and mortars. People sometimes might not understand how warfare works. This isn't we get to a point and we just do a mad dash to the finish line and lose half of our friends on the way just to prove a point. Just because there isn't a flag of Ukraine flying over Liman right now, effectively there is. So just remember that. The questions are, what can the Russians do to mitigate that, to slow it down, to stop it? We don't see any major relief for the Russians in play. I think the Russians know that Liman is lost. I think they're holding out for this ridiculous announcement that they've declared it unilaterally, and that's just not going to happen because no one cares. As Konstantin said, shut up or put up, Mr. Putin. You want to threaten nuclear war? No problem, because that's the tipping point. He'll lose all of the allies he thinks he has, his erstwhile friends, China and India. He's playing a game with the wrong people. I think everything the United States has done, and let's focus on the US of A, it's been very measured. When these silly comments initially came out about this or that, nuclear, blah, 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 initially Americans actually ignored them. They literally ignored him. You want to be stupid? We're just going to ignore you. You're a petulant child. We're just going to ignore it. It gets closer and closer to catastrophic defeat for Russia. So he bandied this about. I actually don't think that he would do anything. I think I'm annoyed. Sure, it's in my voice. I'm irritated by the noise that he makes, because he's not. You know, this is the person who thinks he's in power. He's the serial rapist / murderer sitting in the interrogation room, being spoken to by seasoned interrogators, and he thinks he still has power. He doesn't. He does not have power. He has threats. He doesn't want to tell people. He doesn't want to tell investigators where the bodies are at. But at the end of the day, he will crack, because he's weak, and he doesn't have morality or justice on his side. And whether it's today or in 10 years, his own people will realize it. So good points for that. Everyone, if you can retweet this space, let people know we're here. We have Major General retired Mick Ryan from Australia, super cool guy, really pleasant to speak with. He'll be on, and it'll be myself and Axel. Mr. Doman will have to hit the hay. He's been burning the midnight oil. He's been doing a great job interrupting me and throwing me off, and we love it for it.
The midnight wine, Yehuda. The midnight wine.
Midnight wine. Yes, exactly. So
that was. I'm sorry, Axel. That was regular evening wine, not midnight wine. It's a separate kind of wine.
Different wine from 10 to 11, Axel. It's called an aperitif, maybe, of sorts. And
oh God, the wine fest. Let's move on.
Peter wanted to chime in there as you.
The only time it's appropriate is when he shuts you off from your bad dad jokes, man. That's when I cheer. When you tell a joke and Doman wants.
Can you hear us?
I can hear Peter. Yeah, Axel, wait one. Yes, Peter. Well, I disagree. I think that even those dad jokes are worth listening to. Okay.
We'll agree to disagree, my friend.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Let's. Shall we go to some hands?
We shall.
Let's go to Schwarzkopf. I mean, Stormy Norman Brigade.
Schwarzkopf. Wasn't he a general?
Certainly was.
Hi, guys. You good, Yehuda?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Hi, Konstantin. Hello, Donan. So yeah, I've got some news for everybody.
You didn't just cat out, did you? Or did I lose audio just after Axel did?
I can hear him.
Okay, and we lost Schwarzkopf because I made silly jokes. Okay, Norman Brigade, if you hear us, please come back, because we'd really like to hear the news that you just flagged. Oh, and you're back. Thank God. I was worried. I was really worried there. Okay, Norman, you were just about to give us the news, and then you
yes
crashed.
So so since yesterday, I don't know if you've seen the news. Dnipro is getting bombed by a rare missile that we don't really see often, and it's called a X-22. This is the type of missile, that can fly up to 27,000 kilometers. And then, you have two types of variants for the approach. So you have the in straight line, where you hit about, 5 to 6 Mach maybe. And you have also the softer approach, like a softer angle, where you're at 3.5 Mach. And on this missile, you have 1,000-kilogram warhead. Okay, this thing creates, craters 12 meters deep, 5 to 7 meters wide. And now the Russians are kind of angry, probably, at what's going on in Liman and Ukraine in general. So they're starting to prop up their striking capabilities. And one of the things here is we don't hear any alarms before it hits, compared to the previous weeks. So there is a clear escalation in what the Russians are doing when it comes to make the civilian population suffering. And of course, it pisses everyone off over here. We're ready to go back to fight because we see what it does. But yeah, this is what the Russians right now are doing. I think it's very concerning. These types of missiles, they are designed to destroy aircraft carriers, basically in one strike. Now they're using it against civilians, and you can basically also put a nuclear warhead on it. I'm not saying this is where we're heading at, but they're probably trying, to scare people off with this. But this is what they are using now for the last 48 hours on Dnipro.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We're going to go to Jay Taylor. Jay.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Okay, excellent, loud and clear. That's good. Konstantin.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. There was a complete pause before. I apologize. I hope everybody's back up.
No worries. All right. Wow. About 100 people ran away because of it. Don't do it. We're here. All righty. All righty then. Were we going to Chris? Who's next?
Yeah, just a quick question of that. I'm not sure who was speaking about that missile, that new advanced missile they're using. Is there any defense to that, or do we know?
C'était mon ami Normand de Québec. Mais I was my friend Norman from de Quebec, and let's talk about it.
Norman, do you know any known defense to such weapons?
Well, usually they have the usual system that they've been using, to shoot down Iskanders and everything. Iskander's missile, they are a little bit faster, but their angle of approach makes it more detectable, from what I understood. Now these missiles, they just go up straight up at 27,000 kilometers, so it might avoid either some type of radars. I'm not too sure because I'm not into air defense capabilities really. My job is to fight,
Did you say
ground operation.
27,000 kilometers in the air?
Yes.
Okay. That's far.
27,000 meters. Holy moly. Language barrier. Sorry, guys. 27,000 meters. So yeah, I mean, 80 more 80 more kilometers, you're in space.
Well, that is 27. Okay, 27,000. Yeah, 27.
Yeah.
27 kilomètres.
Yeah.
C'est ça?
27 kilometers. Yeah.
27.
So I'm not too sure because I'm not, as I said, I'm not very well versed when it comes to air defense system because it's not part of my job. You know, we use portable systems. So yeah, we should probably do a little bit more research about that. But I feel like we're not. Well, this is it for the last 2 days. We didn't get any alarms. Usually, we get alarms when there are strikings. You know, with the Iskandars and other types of missiles. But this one is a nasty one. It just pulverized everything. You know, in a 10 meters radius, but a crater with 12 meters deep. This is what we see right now.
Okay.
Thanks, Norman.
You're welcome.
Alrighty. Mais
No,
qu'est-ce qu'il fait là? Infanterie ou quoi? Woody. Sorry. Okay. Leave it alone. We'll talk later. C'est ça? You good, Norman? Send me a message.
All good, brother.
All right. All right. So we're gonna get ready. It's about 10 minutes away. We're gonna talk to our friend, the Australian general, the man from the land down under. I don't know how the song goes, but it's a good one. Axel, you ready? All right, we've got some comms issues here. If you could retweet the space, let everyone know we're here. We've talked about some interesting things. Axel just dropped down. We're talking about Liman, the encirclement thereof, and what next steps are there. We're looking at a possible annexation of I don't know, 15-20% of Ukraine. Mr. Putin thinks that that's going to scare the world. He's blown up his own pipeline to show the world he'll blow up other pipelines and affect, you know, international communications through underwater connections. He's bandied about the nuclear, you know, scare tactic. I think he's begging us. I think Mr. Putin is begging us to call his bluff. So please call my bluff. He wants to retire. He wants to go to Sochi, to his palace in the woods, and maybe sleep it off. All right, James, go ahead.
Yeah, Axel, the song is "Men at Work," one of my favorites. I come from a land down under. Can't you hear the thunder? So you better run, right? The Russians are taking cover.
Run for cover. That's it. You better take.
You better get down, run for cover. Great.
No,
chat,
you better take cover, I think is what.
Exactly. And that's what Ruski's going to have to do. I mean, a quick question for you as a military guy. What does it mean to retreat under fire, to disengage? I mean,
withdraw
could they make
under pressure?
Yeah, could they do it like a reverse thunder run, whatever it's called?
No,
is it even possible?
So it's a good question. Just imagine yourself in the same position. If you're in a bunch of trenches and you're being shot at by people pretty close to you, and you want to get up and leave, can you get up and leave physically? No, because the people that are, you know, shooting at you and you're shooting at are going to notice you stop shooting. They're going to pay attention. They say, "Wait a minute, Bob's not shooting at me anymore. Well, we better go and see what's going on." So that's called being decisively engaged. And when you're decisively engaged, it's very hard to do a thing called, you know, pull pin, pop smoke, break contact. So it's just a term we use in the military. You pull a pin from a smoke grenade, you pop smoke, and you break contact. So you're running away. You say, we're not going to stay here. So you can't do that when you're decisively engaged. If you're, someone's going to see you leave, right? People are looking at you and they're like, wait a minute, they're running away. Let's go kill them. So when everyone says that it's just so easy to just walk away, it's not. So the question is, how many of those people are decisively engaged with the Ukrainians? It's a small area. And because it's a small area, it probably means a lot of those Russians are decisively engaged. So for them to just pick up and go, their adversary, in this case the Ukrainians, they're not stupid. They're going to know when the fire stops, right?
Yehuda, when the fire stops, you stopped.
Hello? Sorry.
That's all right. You're back.
All right. Hope you didn't hear me on the phone there. What was I going to say?
You said when the fire stops.
Yeah, when the fire stops, the other guys are going to go, hey, what happened? They were just shooting at us. The rate of fire was suppressing fire, and now they're gone? Well, they're going to pop your head up and go, wait a minute. I see a couple of them like, whoa, wait, there's a whole bunch of them. They're running backwards. Well, that's when you move, right? You want to exploit the enemy's weaknesses, or you want to exploit the condition that you're facing. So you move. So a lot of people, I made these posts about Liman either being destroyed or surrendering. Is people say, "Oh, they're just going to leave. Why don't you just leave? The road's open." Well, that's just not realistic, right? Imagine the stakes are less. Imagine you're playing paintball, and it's one team against another, and they're firing at you, and you're firing at them, and all of a sudden they stop firing. You see a bunch of them running away. You're going to chase them, right? You're gonna go after. You will pursue them. So that's how real fighting works too. You're not just going to give up and say, "Oh, guys, we're good. They're running away. Let's have a smoke. Let's get a hot dog and a Blintz." No one says that. I might gain a lot of weight, so a Blintz is a sunny proposition. But for the most part, you're going to see really switched on officers and soldiers following through and going after those fleeing Russians. So withdrawing under pressure is really a crap situation. You don't want, in the military, ideally, you don't want to be bumped or to get in contact with the enemy when it's not your own terms. You want it to be your own terms. You want to advance to contact. You don't want to be sitting there and be ambushed. You don't want to be, oh gosh, here we go. It does not turn out well for you, right? That's why when you're in defensive positions, you have recce's, you have patrols, people going out there looking for, the enemy or the bad guy or the adversary, so that your main force isn't surprised, that you're not ambushed, that you're not attacked. Right now, because especially the area, it's so confined, it means that the Russians are, in effect screwed. They're not going to pull 3,000 troops out of Liman without anyone noticing. They will get noticed, and they will, that will be exploited. Hope that answers the question, whoever asked it.
It does, Axel. This is not going to be like the retreat from Kiev, is it? I mean, that at that point, the Ukrainians didn't have, they weren't fully surrounded, basically.
Sorry, I don't see the similarity. I mean, the reality is, when the Russians left north of Kiev, they had a huge portion of their army available, and they had artillery and millions of rounds. So when they left, they conducted a proper withdrawal. They fired for effect to try to suppress Ukrainian forces in order to withdraw, and they did that. Actually, it's the only decent thing they did in this war in terms of organized combined arms maneuver. And I'm not the only one that said that. Quite a few of our experts have indicated that. So in this case, they can't really withdraw. They don't have a lot of options on where to go. I've posted on my page there, or on my Twitter handle, I've posted a couple maps showing satellite maps, actually. You just have to take my word for it, of a T0513, a very, very difficult terrain, which is apparently already targeted by Ukrainians, and then an open road called Bulvarna or something, Bulvarna, going east. It's a bad situation either way, however way you cut it.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Axel, is it Lennart and then Abdullah?
Yes, Leonard and Abdullah. And then Big Ryan should be up in a second.
I just think that we are discussing this from a Western perspective and not from a Russian perspective, where they don't really care how many troops they're losing, or you look at it, is it a smart decision for Putin to use nukes or whatever? It's not smart, but he takes them anyway because it's his perspective.
Fair enough.
Losing 2,000.
Yeah, the difference is though he's got his own missileers and his nuclear people that are going to be like, hey, if I do this, effectively my life is now over. I can't run to another country. I will be hunted down for the rest of my life. My family, my children won't be able to live a normal life. I won't be able to send them to the schools I wanted because I'm going to be a war criminal. So it's not just Putin's decision when it comes to the nuclear. I just want to make that point, Leonard. Go ahead.
Alrighty.
All right, Leonard, he fell off. But yeah, I didn't mean to cut him off. We do have Mick Ryan coming up. Sorry. Everyone, we're just going to have to take a pause. Abdullah, real quick. Do you have a question real quick?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask you this question earlier before you left us. Is this the classic? Is it the classic pincer movement? And,
sure.
And has there been any successful in modern military warfare? Any military that made a successful escape? And also, what kind of Russian troops are there? Which units are in circle?
All right.
Thanks.
So we'll answer real quick because our guest is here. But yes, it has been done before. It is a pincer or a flanking maneuver. LNR, DNR troops are the ones who are comprised in Liman. It is not an overly mechanized formation, or neither the 2R Kuban regiment are mechanized minus. It's really a dismount regiment, and the 208th Cossack motorized are, however, they've been attrited. So it's mostly dismounts with a bit of mechanized, not much armor, a bit of armor. And it has happened before, but we'll talk about that afterwards, because we have our longtime friend and guest, a Major General, Sir Mick Ryan. Thank you for being here. And as you know, I've been bothering you on Twitter by tagging you in a whole bunch of cool posts. And recently I tagged you on our Kiev Post article where we wanted to talk about you. We actually threw your name in there. I don't know if you read it, sir. Welcome.
No, thank you. I haven't had a chance to read that yet. My last couple of weeks have been way too hectic, more hectic than I would like, actually. But I'll certainly get to that today. It's great to be back on the show. Thank you.
Well, thanks for being here. Yes, we did note that you are our favorite Major General from Australia. Now, to be fair, you're our only Major General from Australia.
and it's a low bar. So
it's a super high bar, actually. You guys are, the Canadians, Australians, the Anzac, some of the best officers and soldiers and in all of the world, I would posit. But I might be biased.
I agree. I agree. Yes. I've been very fortunate to work with some amazing Canadian officers, particularly from the Army over the last 20 years or so, and up to and including your current Chief of Defence Staff, Wayne Eyre, who was a classmate of mine for 2 years. So, I'm very biased, and I agree.
Well, thank you. I actually had an Australian SAS instructor on one of my infantry courses, and he was my
amazing, apologies for that.
No, you should send me. I'm going to send you. Send me a message. I'm going to send you his name. I mean, he was a captain probably 14 years ago, but he looked like he was going places. I'm sure you don't send your worst over to our school centers of excellence, right?
No, we don't actually. We do only send our best over. So he would have been a good officer.
Probably
absolutely.
Yeah, no, he was great. Yeah. I have a video for you. A casual threat, perhaps. It was pretty funny. we were doing an urban ops, and he just he saw some people not prone in the stairwell, and he just lost it. But with that accent, it was amazing. It was a great time. Now, a lot of respect for the Australian military and all of your components, sir. Listen, lots going on. We're talking. Yeah, please do, when you get a chance, look at the Post article. We did mention you as one of our experts that comes in, so it was really nice. And I want to let you know that you were on our mind when that article was, given, or the interview was given for the article. And
Oh,
you get
great.
that
Thank you.
for that. Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful article. All right. So we are, things are spicing up. People are getting upset and concerned. First steps. Let's, if we could talk about Liman, get your assessment on it. We've been talking about, 3,000 Russians are in approximately. We talked about 2 regiments: the Kuban Regiment, the 208th Cossack Motor Rifle Brigade, et cetera, and the effective encirclement of them. 2 roads out, MSRs, but they're really 2-lane highways with some backtracks here and there. Can you talk about why is it? We understand it's not going to be an Izium. There's not going to be a million tanks and this, that, and the other. But why is it important to you? Why? Maybe mention Svatove, the road to Starobilsk, the idea of capturing Kharkiv and northern Luhansk for before the winter kicks in, and then having that position. Is that something? Can you discuss any of that? Liman, future positions, please. The floor is yours.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think the ongoing aspects of the Kharkiv offensive, my sense is perhaps even the Ukrainians have been surprised at how successful it's been. It certainly was part of an operational design for what they were trying to do in the south and in the northeast. It wasn't like the south was some deception operation, and some has claimed that is just not true. And I've spoken to the J5, the Ukrainian Armed Force, and he said, no, it's just good operational design and sequencing, which is exactly what it was. They continue to experience really good success, although not as massive as, say, in the first week, but that's okay. All offensives eventually slow down. The encirclement of Liman, which, is almost all but complete, essentially. They've given them a back door, but even that back door is going to be under indirect fire, I'd suggest. It's hard to see Liman really holding out for too much longer. I think that will be significant. It's not enough to say, we'll now be able to take back all of this province or that. It's just another chip away at the Russian position in the east. It's another chip away at, Putin's 9 May speech about, liberating the Donbass. And it's another chip away at treating the psychological health of the Russian army in Ukraine. I mean, they are just getting beaten to a pulp at the moment by the Ukrainians. That's why they've had to mobilise, because they've just been absolutely thrashed by the Ukrainians. And Liman is just a continuation of that. I think it finally, just to finish up, I think it also demonstrates that Ukrainians have the initiative in this war. No annexation announcement, no mobilisation announcement, no nuclear sabre rattling will secure the strategic initiative for Russia at this point in time.
Perfect. Do you think, just from your perspective, looking at the ground, looking at a map, do you feel comfortable that the Ukrainians are not extending themselves unnecessarily, that they're, I guess you might call it a death by 1,000 cuts against the Russians, right? Is there a timeline? Is there a rush? A lot of people are really eager. Oh, get here or there. And I try to explain that that's not necessarily the best move. But do you think that the progress you're seeing is, makes sense?
Oh, no, I think so. I mean, I don't see this war being over this year. I think that is just a bridge too far. But, the Ukrainians, there's a humanitarian impulse in the president and his government to, get the human suffering over as soon as they can. That doesn't mean they're rushing to defeat. It just means they would like this war to be over so they can get back to doing what they want to do, which is build a prosperous democratic society for the Ukrainian people.
Do you feel that the soldiers, the units, the brigades that were shifted down from Kharkiv, I think we now know that a lot of the holes in the Russian lines in Kharkiv were made empty by the transfer of these forces. And we initially, forces that we didn't know where they were, where they went, they obviously went back into Russia. Now they're showing up in a Kherson Oblast west of the Dnipro. We're looking at 4 motorized brigades in the northern part, the 5th Arms Combined Arms Army in the center, and then another 4 motorized. It looks as though, and I'm just gonna switch gears, go to Kherson for a second. It looks as though the Russians have put all their eggs in the wrong basket, not just a one basket. Do you think that affect? I mean, what's the effect of that? Because people are asking why is the op tempo? They're basically asking why is the op tempo in Kherson slower? Is it a thing on your level? Because I've not been there. I'm more of a battle group brigade type guy in terms of the planning sphere. Is there a benefit to the Ukrainians saying, you know what, if you want to keep pushing people into Kherson, we'll kettle you there. We'll entertain it as long as you're not somewhere else. Is that an actual planning consideration?
Well, I think Kherson is political first and foremost for the Russians. And it's interesting, and no one's really commented on this, but Putin has escalated the geographic scope of this war since 9 May. 9 May was very much about the Donbass, whereas now he's looking at the annexation of not just Donetsk and Luhansk. He's looking at Zaporizhia and Kherson in this forthcoming annexation decree that we expect very soon. So he's escalated geographically. And that means that if you're going to annex these areas, particular Kherson, you have to hold it. I mean, Zaporizhia will fall if Kherson isn't held. I mean, I just think the ground is such that it'd be difficult to keep only one of them. So Kherson is ultimately a political play by Putin, and therefore that's where they're putting a large amount of their better units. Now it's better relative to the rest of the Russian army, but it's where they're putting a large amount of them to really slow down and once again induce the Ukrainians into a slugfest like they did in June in the Donbass. The Russians like to fight like that. They want the Ukrainians to fight how the Russians want to fight there. This is going to be a pretty tough fight for a while now. I mean, the Russians have had a long time to prepare the ground. They've had a long time to think through their defensive scheme and manoeuvre. And despite a lot of their failures in this war, they're not total idiots, right? I mean, if they just went back to normal Russian doctrine, they will make life extraordinarily difficult for the Ukrainian offensive in the south.
When it comes to, just again to go back to Kharkiv, actually, you made a comment that I'd love to have your insight on. How, obviously there's a fighting echelon. There's probably a couple divisions worth of Ukrainians doing the business up in the north. Let's say they get to Starobilsk, and they secure the Svatove-Stretsky rail line, and they're positioned, and they can orient forces to the south towards Lysychansk and Sverdlovsk. Don't they have to commit a poop ton of forces to form some kind of guard in the northeast to stop any Russian counter moves? And obviously, wouldn't that take away from their ability to conduct offensive operations?
Oh no, I think you're right. I mean, flank security is always an important consideration, particularly when you're advancing like this, when you're advancing deep into Russian-held territory. You've really got to be able to secure your flanks, and that northern flank for the Ukrainians. I think if I was a Russian, I would be looking at that as vulnerable. I just don't know what kind of forces the Russians have. I mean, I see that potentially they might have the 20th Guard Combined Arms Army in the Western Military District in the north, to which it could threaten or at least fix some Ukrainian forces on its left flank as it moves east. But no, you're right. This is a significant consideration. But frankly, the Ukrainians so far throughout this war have, I think, been pretty tactically sound, but they've been really good in the operational arts. So, my sense is they will have thought of this. They have a few brigades in the north there that they'll be able to use on this northern flank security mission. They'll use the ground cleverly, but the best ground is rivers, and a lot of them run north-south in that bit of the world. So there's only so much you can do with it. But no, you're right. I think this northern flank security mission will absorb some of the Ukrainian forces in the Kharkiv area.
So I'm used to, like, when I do my planning or on course, I'm used to maybe maximum a battle group as a cutoff or a guard. Is it gonna? Yeah, I know. I'm not a general. Are you looking at like like what kind of defense does Ukraine have to field in the northeast to make their to make it safe, or whatever you call it on your level?
Oh no, I'm not laughing at you, man. I'm just laughing because we've all been on those shoots, right? And the scale of the shoots we were all brought up with are tiny compared to the scale we're seeing the Ukrainians and the Russians operate. No, I think that mission in the north is probably several brigades. You're talking territorial defence brigades primarily, probably light forces with a mobile reserve. That's kind of the DS solution we're all used to, and it's a DS solution because that's actually what's been proven to work in the past. So you're probably going to have lighter forces at brigade level, and then probably a more mobile, dedicated reserve in the north that can respond to penetrations or local counterattacks by the Russians.
Yeah, because I mean they have quick reaction brigades, right? So that's probably what they might use in their territorial defense ones, right?
Well, your quick reaction brigades are also they're normally very mobile. They're mechanized or motorized, and these are the things that are also very useful in offensives. So there's a trade-off here about how much do you want to have in a reserve to respond to a more static defensive regime in the north, and how much do you want to commit to potential further offensive operations, either in the northeast or potentially in other areas in the south.
So if they did, get to Starobilsk and then they threw up these brigades as to defend the northeast, whatever, could we possibly be looking at a winter where the Ukrainians just, mass fires and direct fire into Russian positions in Donbass? Is that kind of where you see this going?
I think the Ukrainians so far have surprised us with how they've been fighting. I can't see a Ukrainian desire to slow down. The only thing that'll slow them down is total exhaustion, and they're not quite there yet. There's an assumption that it's winter, everything will slow down. It'll be like winter in Afghanistan, right? Afghanistan has a campaigning season, and I don't know whether Ukrainians are going to do this. I certainly perceive they don't want to. And remember, Russians and Ukrainians, they've been fighting over this ground for a millennia. They know winter. It is possible to fight in winter. And remember, the Russians launched their invasion in winter, in February. So I don't know we're going to see things stop over winter. I don't see a desire in the Ukrainians to allow a static fever to emerge. I think they want to keep pushing the Russians out of their country. They want to keep taking back their territory. They want to give the Russians no political capital to really bed down in these annexed territories. The Ukrainians want to take them back. So they may do it slower in winter, but I don't see them stopping and just shelling the Russians. It's a very Russian approach, and as we've seen, Ukrainians don't want to fight like Russians. They value their people more.
So tracking that, so basically the op tempo will slow down because of the elements. So you might see this death by 1,000 cuts continue piece by piece. Is that a fair assessment?
Oh, I think so. I've written about what I've called this strategy of corrosion that Ukrainians have used. Fixing the Russians in a lot of places and then attacking them where they're weak. So things like HIMARS, their air force, artillery will all come into play, attacking C2 logistics nodes and key fires capabilities, and then they'll launch local or larger attacks where they perceive there's a good chance of taking back ground and or destroying Russian units.
Thank you for that. A bit of housekeeping. If you could retweet the Maria report. Also, if you could follow our esteemed guest, Major General Mick Ryan. He's not just a general, he's also an author, and he writes prolifically. And it's always a pleasure to read your insight on it.
Thanks.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure. And do check the Kiev Post article. We do doff the cap to you, sir, because we
No,
do
I'm
appreciate.
just reading it now. It's a good piece. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so that's a bit of a military thing. I don't know if you're comfortable with switching gears and going towards the political. Like,
Sure, absolutely. Let's do it.
let's do it. All right. So Nord Stream. Nord Stream, I think it's fair to say the Russians are quite aware that there will be no more methane or natural gas pumped through those pipes. I think anyone who's a functioning adult or a reasonable person will understand that it was the Russians who did something or other, and perhaps to one, affect the price of energy, number one, number two, to let the Europeans know that if we can do this within Denmark's economic exclusionary economic zone, that we could do to other things, other pipelines from Norway or transatlantic cables with the internet and all that jazz, communication cables. Is this so? It's a bit of a softball, but I'll just say it outright. So, in my estimation, it looks like Russia's, making, undeliverable threats against the West. And I don't think the West actually cares anymore. I think that they're falling in lockstep, especially NATO. What's the purpose of it? What can they gain from it? It seems like it seems like the action of an irrational state actor. When we talk about rational, and a lot of people, our audience might not know the difference between a rational and irrational state actor. We always generally tend to assume that most of our opponents are rational state actors, in that they do want to maintain power and stability and territorial continuity. But do you have anything to add to that? Like, why did Russia do this, and how does it benefit them? Are these the actions of a madman, sir?
I don't think they're the actions of a madman. I think we all believe Putin is a repulsive, unethical, brutal character. Whether he's mad or not, I think, is a separate question. I think there are a few aspects to what they have probably done here, and we'll probably never know definitively, but I think, logic points towards this being the Russians. Firstly, they're sending a strategic message to Europe and a reminder to them that, guess what, winter's coming, and you are all paying much higher energy bills because of the Ukrainians. So that's part of the Russian messaging, and they want to keep reminding the Europeans that they're paying a high price to defend a country that no one in Europe cares about. This is Russian propaganda. This is not my personal belief, but this is Russian influence operations, right? So once again, it just gets back on the front page for the Europeans, the cost of supporting Ukraine. So I think that it's part of Russian strategic influence operations. And remember, not only the Ukrainians can do this, the Russians do it, and do it in different parts of the world. Secondly, it's kind of an acceptance that the Europeans aren't going to buy Russian energy for a while yet, so it doesn't matter whether the Nord Stream pipe's out of commission or not. I mean, remember, it wasn't pumping gas at the time. It was, even though there is gas in it, it actually wasn't pumping gas. So the damage is, they've probably done it in a way that it's repairable, but will be expensive to repair. But for me, there also seems to be a bit of desperation in this. I mean, the Russians are casting about to shape the strategic environment every way they can without having to resort to the use of nuclear weapons. Because I think even they understand that it's using a nuclear weapon, they instantaneously lose. So, so there's a bit of desperation, but there's a lot of strategic shaping and influencing that was in this.
So it's posturing in a way.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it is. And there may be a bit of, strategic bastardry in this as well. But, the Russians this will be about the Russians sending a message to Europe.
So, as a divisional J5 type of guy, I had the unpleasant experience of having to dust off in the end of 2018 our con plan for our pandemic. And I remember my boss saying to me, "Don't worry, just brush it. It's not a big deal." This was sorry, correction, and about October of 2019. And it was before COVID kicked off, and I got, when you back brief a commander of the div, he's a brigadier general, and you go through the motions, and they're listening because they have a million other things to do, and who would have expected, what div commander would expect that there would actually be a pandemic, right? Like we do major air disasters and naval disasters, but really like a pandemic, right? And with the chickenpox, Ebola, like, what are you thinking? So what really struck me was one of your colleagues and one of another friend of our show, General Ben Hodges. He was asked about
my old boss.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. No, I worked for Ben for a year in the Pentagon. Absolutely. I love General Hodges.
Yeah, he's great. And what really, for those uninitiated, he was asked something or other, and about nuclear weapons, and without skipping a beat, he said something to the effect of, if Russia was to deploy the Black Sea Fleet would be the underwater Black Sea Fleet. He didn't say that, but close enough. And one of my friends was listening at the time, and I said, "That's a con plan." He didn't just make that up. That's actually a thing that the general types know about, and a bunch of COSs at that level know that exists. Is probably very well kept secret. So I said, "Oh my goodness, that makes perfect sense, right? Because you're not attacking the Russian mainland, you're not attacking Russia proper, but you're limiting the Russians' capability to project their power via their navy." So, and he said it again. I thought maybe he let it slip. He said it again. So I didn't want to go there yet, but it's something that's on the minds of a lot of our listeners. Putin banding about this threat of nuclear weapons. From your experience, just to start off, first of all, is what General Hodges said. This is not outside the realm of possibility. NATO, the United States, have the ability to severely damage, let's just say, Russian naval capabilities, and we get why, right? Because it's not on the Russian mainland. Is that something that you see, if God forbid this was an actuality? Is that something that you think NATO or the Americans would do?
It's pretty hard. I mean, NATO has, largely been deterred by Russian threat of nuclear weapons so far. You haven't seen NATO boots on the ground or NATO aircraft over the top of Ukraine. But if the Russians do something truly stupid that outrages the world, that could change pretty quickly, and we might all be surprised by the swiftness with which NATO might work. UN's not going to do anything. I mean, the UN has been absolutely inept and useless throughout this crisis, so we shouldn't expect anything out of the United Nations. In fact, this has been the greatest failure of the United Nations in its history, probably. I mean, and it's had some doozies. So, this is going to have to be a NATO thing. I don't think you could take off the table a fairly significant NATO response if the Russians were to do something really, really stupid. But I don't think we're there yet.
No, fair enough. Yeah, sort of. I mean, it's a bit of a landmine question. The reason why is, Kiev Independent just reported that the number 2 Ukrainian military intelligence fella said that there's a high probability of a tactical nuclear weapon being used against Ukrainian troops or material, manpower, and equipment in eastern Ukraine in an effort to to do this. But my gut feeling is that in a cost benefit analysis of that type of situation, Russia would lose, possibly the Baltic and the Black Sea Fleet, the Baltic Fleet. If that did happen, let's go with what General Hodges said. is that kind of like the gauntlet thrown down to the Russians and being told, now we've done it, what are you going to do? I mean, they're not going to do nuclear against the West. They're not going to attack a NATO member. Is this kind of like the panacea, the silver bullet that we've been waiting for?
Not yet, but we could get there. You know, I think there's a few steps to go before we get there yet. And you know my views on silver bullets. I don't think there is any such thing.
No, that's fair. Okay, yeah. Sorry, you know what? We have a bunch of hands from our regular listeners. If you don't mind, sir, can we go to one, or maybe?
Absolutely. No, let's do it. No, it sounds great.
Thank you. All right, that's great. Do retweet the space. We're here with Major General Mick Ryan, former general of the Australian Armed Forces, and an author and lecturer. Let's go to Craig. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again, and thank you, General Ryan, again for joining us. We really appreciate it. I just have a quick question in regards to something that you mentioned. It's time, and that was the time. Obviously, you had mentioned. Let me preface that by saying that war can be done in the wintertime. But do you see the way that Ukrainians are acting? Do you see them being under their own clock, or do you feel that some people feel they might be rushing this? Obviously, they've been successful. But do you think, just based on what you've seen over the past, say, several weeks, that Ukraine feels like it wants to accomplish something before the wintertime, before those lines do get there?
I think absolutely the Ukrainians feel an imperative to, you know, liberate as much of their territory as possible, free as many of their people from Russian occupation as possible. And I think if we were to put ourselves in their shoes, we would feel exactly the same. So that's one time imperative. The second one too is, as much as Europe and the West is supporting Ukraine at the moment, always in the back of their mind must be this sense that that will start to run out at some point. So, you know, they have to make hay while the sun shines. While they're getting this support from the West, they have to use it well, and they have to use it quickly. So, you know, I think there's the domestic political imperative, but there's also the strategic imperative to use this Western support while it's still there.
So if I could just kind of summarize that thought, if it would, it seems like Russia is trying to mobilize to hold that kind of line that you described, this artillery battle that you described when you first joined us today. And then also simultaneously try and grip Europe as tightly as you can and influence operations there to kind of produce this, hopefully this culmination moment to one you're describing, where around wintertime or just after winter, say February, that this is kind of what they have left in the bag of tricks, right? That this is what they're going to be trying to do over the course of the next several months.
Yeah, I mean, the Russian combination of the Nord Stream attack and the mobilization is all about delay and seeking to carve off European publics from supporting Ukraine. We've talked about the Nord Stream. Mobilization is about stemming the loss that the Russians are suffering in various parts of Ukraine, but also drawing out the war. You know, right from the very start, Putin has wanted to, once he found out he couldn't do it in 3 days, you know, switch strategy to, okay, we'll play for time. Russia's not moving anywhere. We're always going to be here. If we can play for time, the Europeans will get sick of supporting Ukraine, and that is part of our theory of victory. So, you know, the Russians are in no rush, despite some of the, you know, more dire predictions about the future of Putin's regime. I don't think he perceives he's in any danger. I think he perceives that, you know, Russia's position relative to China and others might be a threat. But Putin only sees one way forward out of this, and this is winning in Ukraine.
Thanks for that,
so
Craig.
much.
I just wanted to announce to the audience and to you, sir, that 38 minutes ago, TASS news agency and Russia Today, the premier source of propaganda information, has reported that Vladimir Putin has formally recognized the annexation of Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast.
Yep, right. Okay.
Interesting.
Well, certainly not a surprise. And I think this really is a escalation in the war from Putin. His narrative from 9 May has been about liberating the Donbass. It's substantially more than that now. In the Russian mind now, if these 4 provinces are Russian, it changes where they can use conscripts. It extends the nuclear umbrella to that territory. But it also, I guess, places, operations in these 4 territories on a more defensive posture. I mean, they're just going to flood people in who can hold ground and do vehicle checkpoints and suppress resistance efforts and terrorise and rape and torture and murder the local Ukrainians like they've been doing throughout this. So I guess that's my initial thoughts. And the Ukrainians, this will just double their resolve. Like they're saying, this is not part of Russia. This is our land. We are going to take it back, and the sooner the better.
Fair enough. All right, we've got Axel who has a few questions for you. Axel, go ahead.
Sure. General Ryan, good morning. Good morning.
Hi,
to
Axel.
down under. Good to have you back. On one of your previous visits and our discussions, you had said that you would love to be a fly on the wall when General Zaluzhny and people were discussing their battle plans and their strategies. Now, you've been to Kiev. We've seen that you've obviously met the president and others. What was your impression of the operational command and the overall atmosphere amongst staff?
I got a sense of quiet confidence. Certainly, we spoke to the J5 from the headquarters there. I thought he was a very impressive individual, with a really good grasp of the operational art. He was probably a little bit frustrated when people started asking about how many tanks this. It's like, ask the J4 that. But, there was a very quiet confidence, but also a tremendous competence. I mean, the Ukrainians have proven throughout this war that they can outthink and outfight the Russians. And as long as they don't get drawn back into these grubby attritional fights that the Russians like to engage in, particularly now that they've mobilised a couple 100,000 more troops, they will continue to take back ground. Now, whether it can be over before the end of this year, I think that's highly doubtful. But, 2023 could well be a year of decision in this war.
When we then last spoke, and this was in discussion still prior to the, for many people, rather surprising attack in the north, we discussed Kherson.
Mm-hmm.
You indicated that you had a couple of views, which you didn't want to go too deeply in at that point in time, as to what Ukraine might be doing. Can you lift that veil a little bit today?
No, I still think there's a campaign plan to play out. I think that the Ukrainians might have one more surprise left in them before the winter. And, if you have a look at the ground, I think there's a few areas where that might occur. But my sense is they're probably still looking for where that might happen. Where are the opportunities for potentially one more significant offensive before winter? And I don't have any evidence for this. It's just my, experience and spidey sense here. But I would say the Ukrainians are just watching Russian battlefield deployments at the moment, having a look at where they might be weak, where the logistics aren't working well, where it will be hard for them to reinforce quickly for potentially another opportunity counter-offensive before winter. That could be in the east, it could be in the south. I could imagine 2 or 3 different axes along which you might launch such a counter-offensive. But my sense is they've got an operational design for this year and into next year, and they're still playing that design both as a plan, but also maintaining the capacity to exploit opportunities where they arise.
So you could say that in layman's terms, that they're very fleet of foot, which requires an astonishing amount of logistics behind that in order to keep that mobility up.
Oh, well, yeah. If they are going to launch something, clearly this offensive in the northeast will have absorbed a huge amount of logistics support, a lot of ammunition, and a lot of fuel, a lot of trucks, these kind of things. So, another offensive would require stockpiles of similar natures of supply. Have they done that? I don't know. If I knew it, I wouldn't say.
The interesting thing is when my friend Yehuda and I were observing this, and he was guiding people through here on space during those rather heady days and hours of the Kharkiv Oblast offensive, when Ukraine pushed to Balaklia and onwards to Izium, where there was so much momentum, we had thousands of listeners and everybody was quite giddy also. It was still very clear that the Ukrainians had follow-up forces. They had a lot of brigades in the rear. They were very concentrated, and it never seemed to get out of hand. There was no excessive movement. They were never too far out. There seems to be a lot of discipline. Is that what the impression you got when you spoke to people in Kiev?
Oh, no, I think so. I mean, there's discipline, but you also want aggressive commanders that push as far as they can. And that's always going to happen. If you've got good aggressive commanders, that's going to happen, particularly if you're operating in a mission command construct. People will seek to exploit opportunities as quickly as they can without having to go up the chain. Sometimes that means they go beyond their orders, but I get the sense that they've probably been issued pretty good limits of exploitation, as we'd call them, and they do seem to be operating with great discipline. They don't appear to have been surprised or had people cut off in any Russian counterattacks. No, I mean, this has been, I think, a very competently planned and executed offensive. And certainly well worth studying once all the details emerge at some point. I mean, clearly we've only seen a small proportion of what's happening here, but at some point, when we see all the information, I think it'll be a very interesting campaign to study.
My last question is just also then opening up to others, but how do you see the supply side going? How do you see the coalition of the willing contributing? Speed, obviously the land lease is now kicking in. We can see that the United States of America, Britain, the others are supporting Ukraine meticulously, heavily, with a lot of support. But what do you think is missing yet, or are they doing the right things? Are they providing the right kind of weapon systems?
I think so. I mean, I think we are providing the right things. We're not providing the right quantities. Particularly, I think air defence at the moment, you're starting to see a more significant influx of air defence capabilities. Certainly in the short and medium range, probably long range is a gap that needs to be filled, and the Ukrainians are very clear that they need short, medium, and long range air and missile defence in an integrated system. But it's also clear that the Ukrainians, with what they do have been very effective. I mean, from a couple of sources, I've been told that the Ukrainian Air Force actually has shot down very few Russian aircraft in air-to-air engagements. They've almost all been through ground-based air defence systems. Now, there's a lot of air forces in the world that will not want to hear that. They will be horrified. They will not want to study this because of the prevalence of ground-based air defence. But we're going to have to. So the air defence is the priority one that the President and everyone down that we spoke to mentioned. Once again, on the quantity side of things, armoured vehicles, whether they're tanks, IFVs, APCs, they need more of them. I mean, you go through these things very quickly, particularly in offensive operations, whether they're destroyed, whether they break down, whether they just wear out. I mean, tanks in particular aren't designed to drive for 100 kilometres at a time. There's reasons you have tank transporters. So, we need more. I think now's the time, particularly over winter, to start equipping them with Western tanks and I think it can either be an M1 or a Leopard fleet. We don't want to choose both. I think the M1 is the best tank in the world, and that's the one we should give them. It's a very difficult tank to use and maintain. I know I had a brigade with them, but they are extraordinary tanks, and I think if we gave them to the Ukrainians, they could use them very well. And a third area where just quantity is required is artillery, long-range strike. We've seen that being fixed in the last few days with the American latest package, 18 more HIMARS over the next 6 to 24 months. So that's not going to have an immediate impact, but it will certainly help. So these are the areas where they are getting aid, but more should be provided. And we visited the Polish logistics hub at a location in Poland, and it's probably only operating, according to their briefs, at about 60% capacity. So there is capacity to receive and on ship into Ukraine additional assistance from the West.
It's interesting that you highlighted that whilst it is a difficult tank, given its sheer force and capabilities, the M1 should be the one selected. But then again, there's lots of them available.
Absolutely, there is, and they're just they're a fabulous vehicle.
So
Well,
back
please.
sorry, just back in about May, General Wesley Clark, out of nowhere, because I monitored the means there, said on American television, "There's about 500 Abrams we can cut away," and that I'm sure that's not a number he just made up. Is that something that's been in the offing or for a while, or can you share that?
That sounds to be the right quantity they need. Remember the Americans have several thousand of these sitting out in the desert in storage, and their fleet is going through an upgrade program. I think it's SEP3, which is the variant we're also going to get in Australia. So there are tanks around. They have them in storage in different locations around the world. The US Army has brigade sets. And that's what you really want to issue, right? Providing a dozen or 2 dozen is pointless. It's a liability without a capability. But you start providing brigade sets of the tanks with their Hercules recovery vehicles, bridges, engineer support vehicles, the heavy tank transporters, the whole logistic, first and second line logistic support. All of a sudden, you've got a pretty capable armoured and mechanised army that, frankly, the Russians with their T-72s and T-55s and whatever other ancient armoured vehicles they're pulling out of stocks just will not have an answer for.
Oh, perfect. We've got Konstantin. Konstantin is a Ukrainian American living in the United States, and he was a combat veteran in the Donbass from 2014. He has a question for you. Go ahead, Konstantin.
Hello, General. So my question here is related more to the illegal sham referenda that's going on specifically in Zaporizhia. So my question is like this: since Russian forces, they did not even capture the majority of Zaporizhia land. They failed in doing that, and the city, and Zaporizhia is a big city, and the capital of Zaporizhia. How do you rate the fact that right now Putin says, okay, we acknowledge it part of the Russia, even though they did not even get close to the city to take it? I mean, does it mean something like he's desperate, or why would he has no chances of doing that, or why is it he doing that?
No, this is really what we call warfare. This is Putin engaging in quasi legal measures to illegally annex parts of the world that, one, aren't his, and two, he's going to have to defend at some point. I mean, I think this means he's in real trouble, because when the Ukrainians take back the south, which I think they're going to do, what does Putin do? He looks like a fool to his own people, and it puts him in a pretty difficult position about defending them. So, this is in some respects a pretty dangerous step by Putin, because it backs him into a corner when the Ukrainians, I think, inevitably launch further offensives to take back their territory in places like Kherson and Zaporizhia. This by Putin is, a bold move, and I use that term cautiously. But all through this war, he's tried to have these bold moves, whether it's the rapid assault on Kiev or reorienting around Donbass, or the weekends where they fired a whole lot of missiles to try and shock the Ukrainians, and to, in at least Putin's mind, bring them to their senses that they can't, overcome the Russians. I think this is another one of those bold moves by Putin. How it all ends up remains to be seen, but I don't see any prospect of the Russians taking all of Zaporizhia province anytime soon. I mean, that's a front line that's been pretty static for some time now.
Thank you for answering it. And if you don't mind, I have one follow-up related to this.
Sure.
So, what will happen, and I believe it will happen, when Ukraine does liberate, for example, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and all other things? And if he said, like, this is Russia, of course, that's just his words, but still, like you said, he's like, he making a fool of himself. What his steps are going to be next? Like how he can try to maneuver, or just say, well, I was joking. What do you think he can? His reaction to that would be?
Oh, I think what we'll see in these provinces is kind of what we've seen already in a lot of them, where they start Russifying education, the officials, bring in rubles as the currency, lots of sign changes, probably changing lots of names of roads and all these kind of things that will give them a sense of satisfaction, but which are very easily reversible when the Ukrainians take back. I think too we may see a step up in resistance in these areas. It's hard to see where this is going to end, and it's hard to see it ending well. But he will have a sense of satisfaction. He'll have a domestic, probably bump in popularity in Russia. But he's got to hold it, and that's going to be very difficult.
Can I jump in and just very quickly, Konstantin? Thank you very much for that. General Ryan, should the United States, respectively, should the coalition of the willing have a proportional or a disproportional response to Mr. Putin's stated annexation?
It's hard to judge what would be proportionate or disproportionate, but there's going to have to be some response. And, I would sense that there's probably people in the United States and NATO who've been wargaming this outcome, as branches and sequels, as you do in plans, and they probably have a range of different response options, but they will be waiting for Putin to make this formal announcement. Now, the announcement, as far as I can see, has not yet been made. It's only, I think it's 1:52 a.m. in the morning, Friday morning in Moscow at the moment. Reuters is saying there'll be a ceremony on Friday. So, maybe sometime in the next 12 hours we will see something. Once that declaration is formally made by Putin, then I think we'll see announcements, potentially from SecGen of NATO, from President of the United States, and possibly, from Britain and other political leaders about this. This is ultimately a political act. There'll have to be a political response.
Ursula von der Leyen, perhaps from the EU, but I will tell you that TASS in Russia today have, strangely, I would like to add, have reported that Putin has declared part of Russia's Zaporizhia and Kherson. In the announcement, it didn't say Luhansk, Kharkiv, or Donetsk. So that's interesting to me because I don't understand it. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that. But we'll just see how it plays out.
I'll send it to you. It's very interesting because it's such a strange announcement just to say those two oblasts. I
Mm.
suspect that the oblast they might feel more confident in terms of, their position. I don't know, but it's a weird announcement. It's from Russia Today, as we know. That's a mouthpiece, right? They
Yep.
say, breaking, Putin recognizes the independence of Zaporizhia and Kherson Oblast. And that's from about an hour and 10 minutes ago now.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Yeah, no, I can't see it being reported anywhere else, and it's the middle of the night in Russia, so they might
Right.
be just getting. They may have got a press release from the Kremlin that they've released a
Okay.
little bit early, but I can't see anything online, including his official site, which I would expect to see some kind of declaration on. So, I think this will be part of what we're going to see in this ridiculous charade in Red Square at the moment, where
Right.
they've set up this school fate type arrangement for this announcement. So that'll be sometime today, I expect.
Fair enough. Yeah, no worries. But if you could look in the nest, I just posted it. Can you see the
Yeah,
nest
sure.
from where you're at? Okay. So
Yep.
it's just a strange announcement. The reason why that strikes me as odd is if he was to do all 5 that he thinks are his, but he did 2. So it's just weird to me. Anyway, food for thought. Sir, as a pleasure, I have to respond to the warden as we've had discussions in the past, and I have to jump off. So I'm going to leave you in Axel's capable hands and our great
problem.
listeners. As always, a pleasure. I'd love to pick your brain. Maybe it'll help me pass the next courses I have to take. How's that?
Well, I think I've accepted a invitation to speak at the conference at the Gregg Centre, Canadian Army Combat Training Centre conference in February
Done.
next year. So
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Whether it'll be in person or in virtually, one way or the other, you'll be able to pick my brain.
Amazing. I'll probably be if it's virtual, I'll be the clicker, the PowerPoint clicker. So I'll look forward to it. So have a great one. Cheers.
No worries.
Right. General Ryan, would you allow me to go to our French, Italian, then Uruguayan and Canadian bunch of people?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
We'll start with, if you have a few minutes.
Yeah.
that would be
No, I've got
great.
about another
Ben,
20 minutes.
yep. Oh, that's fantastic. Ben, please, shoot.
Thank you. Good morning, General.
Good morning.
I've got a quick recommendation for you. Wonderful book published in January. It's called War Transformed. It's a fantastic book. I really recommend it to you and to all our listeners. And in this, the author, I can't remember his name, says that...
Sorry, what's the name of the book?
War Transformed.
Yeah, I know the author very well. His name's Mick Ryan.
Oh, yeah?
His name's Mick Ryan.
Oh, Mick Ryan. Oh, good fellow. I love him. You're saying in this book that so war is being transformed and that we're reaching a period when brain is winning over brunt. And I wanted to know if what you've been seeing over the past 6 months confirms what you're saying in this book. And also, if you're seeing a sort of Ukrainian way of war, or if the way the Ukrainians are fighting is more of a degraded version of the NATO because they don't have enough airplanes or something like that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think certainly the Ukrainians have outthought the Russians all the way through this war, but I mean, they've still had to have a very large military to do that at the same time. So whilst having an intellectual edge over your adversary is vital, you still need all the other elements of a military capability, whether it's massed forces on the ground or the ability to generate mass influence strategically, politically, in an information warfare sense. You need those as well. So you need the physical and the informational to win, but most importantly, you need this capacity to outthink and then outlead your adversary. And I think the Ukrainians have also been better leaders from top to bottom in this war. I mean, the centrality of leadership has really been reinforced in this war. Sorry, the centrality of good leadership, whether it's from the president or from Zelensky or his subordinate commanders who've clearly had a far more decentralized command and control method than the Russians. They've outthought, outled, and outfought the Russians all the way through this. Doesn't mean there haven't been reverses. I mean, war is like that. It's unpredictable. You never know the full situation before you commit yourself to acting. But by and large, I think the Ukrainians have fought in a way that reflects NATO doctrine and ways of thinking, but also, I think, reflects the best of operational art, which, emerged out of Russia. So I think there's large parts of NATO doctrine and what they've done. I think there's large parts of Western training methodologies that incorporate professional non-commissioned officers, although they're not quite there yet, as some people have said. But they really, I think, have a good cadre of leaders that have done a superb job, and I think we'll all be studying for some time.
When you met those leaders, or some of them, in Kiev, what was the attitude that they generally had? You said earlier, calm demeanor, both disciplined but aggressive. Is there something which is very typical for them as a group, or are they already quite comparable to what Ben has highlighted as well, NATO generals or NATO colonels, majors?
No, I think my sample size was pretty small, so it would be very difficult to generalise. And as my sample size for French, German officers, I've come across as well. But the ones I did see, I was impressed with. That could be just because they chose the impressive ones to interact with us. But I think their performance on the battlefield is indicative of a pretty professional and competent planning and leadership approach in the Ukrainian military. It's not perfect. No military is. We should always remember that. But you've just got to be better than the enemy. And pretty much throughout this war, the Ukrainians have achieved that.
Yeah, I get that. It's an impression which we share. Now, I'd like to move to a friend of ours, an Italian in the Silicon Valley, Luca.
Thank you, Axel. General, thank you very much. It's always great to hear hear you talking here in the space. So I like to try to expose a narrative here and let me know what you think. And then also, what do you think the potential, strategic reaction for this narrative, if true, would be? So it goes like this. I think by now Putin knows that the war is lost, so he needs to escalate because that's just what it does. So hey, let me show you. I blow up my own pipeline. That looks like an escalation. I annex a bunch of territories. Sure, I conscript people. That's not working out very well, but still, look, the hordes are coming in, and I can really see it on Twitter, the explosion of a campaign about, hey, we're gonna nuke, Ukraine and don't do anything, otherwise we nuke the world. So we are scared about that. So now, the thing is, it's kind of you cannot just talk about escalation. He needs to do some escalation practically to maybe justify, the unthinkable, which would be the use of nukes, right? So maybe blowing up the pipeline is part of the kind of madman theory. You're kind of crazy if you're blowing up your own pipeline. Why would you do this? Ecological disaster and all of that. And then so I'm mad, and when I tell you that I'm gonna nuke everybody, I will do it. So now you guys are scared. Okay, so that's the narrative. What do you think about it? And if that's the case, that it's kind of potentially what's happening here, what should be our response?
I don't disagree with the thrust of what you've said, but I think we need to be careful in assuming that Putin thinks he's lost. I don't know that he thinks that. My sense is that he sees himself in an existential fight for Russia, that, the NATO expansion, the EU expansion over the last 3 decades, and he's been very open about this, is no mystery. He sees this and the collapse of the Soviet Union as the greatest geopolitical tragedy of the 20th century. So he, I think, doesn't believe Russia's lost, but I do think he believes is in an existential fight. And when you have that mindset, it justifies all kinds of repulsive and brutal behaviours, from destroying Ukrainian cities to, the subjugation, torture, rape, and murder of their citizens. So I think, we should be very careful about assuming Putin thinks he's lost. I think it's more that he sees himself as in an existential fight for the future of the Russian people and the Russian culture. And I think then that, in his mind, justifies all kinds of things, potentially including the use of nuclear weapons at some point, to ensure that there is a Russia in the future.
That's a very good point. If you allow me, I'd move to Uruguay in this regard, or someone who has has a little knack for aircraft.
This is an amazing
Latin.
tour of the world we're going on today.
Yes, exactly. And we're going back to the Southern Hemisphere. That's also not bad. Latin.
Thanks, Axel, and great to listen to you, General. Always interesting. Actually, I've always had a soft spot for Australia because my parents almost took us to Australia instead of Canada, so I would have had a different accent.
You would have, yes,
but
very much.
Very much so. My question, sir, is about we've spent a lot of time on this space, and there's been a lot of analysis generally about the quality of some of these forces that are being mobilized in the last week or so. And I think that speaks for itself, the general opinion on that. But I want to turn to sort of the other side of the Russian military spectrum of the forces in Ukraine. What can you share with us? Any insights on the sharper end of the Russian forces that are still in Russia? From what you've seen during your visit there, are the Ukrainians still worried about that? Is there significant? What can you tell us about that end of the spectrum?
I don't think there's a lot of their high-end capability left. The Russians, I think, depending on the estimates you see, and there was a document leaked by the Russian Finance Ministry a couple of weeks ago that indicated around 48,000 have been killed in Ukraine, which means, it's probably that number at least again, probably double that wounded. The Russian army before this was 350,000, so they've lost 100 to 150,000 soldiers in this war. That will have ripped the guts out of the Russian army. It is no longer the force that it was 8 months ago. Mobilization, I think, wasn't something they wanted to do. It's something that was essential to actually have a Russian army in 6 months. So, that will have an impact of no matter how good the best units were, they will have been stripped out of officers, they will have been attrited on the battlefield, and a whole range of things. So when it comes to first-line units, there's not too many left in Russia. They may have kept a few in reserve for other contingencies, but boy, there isn't a lot left there now. It is going to take them some time to regenerate the capacity for large-scale offensive operations. This mobilised force is really going to be a defensive capability for at least this year and probably into next year.
That's great. Thank you, sir.
All righty, let's stay in Canada for a little while. Leonard.
Thank you, Axel. And thank you as well, General Ryan. It is awfully generous of you and good to share the time that you have with this space, and specifically the great insights that come out of your recent trip to Ukraine. But I have a question on 2 points you raised for you.
Sure.
And the first is with reference to the element of surprise, which you discussed briefly. And then the second relates to the assessment in terms of potential longevity we may be looking at as far as this war. But on the first point, you may recall the last time you were on, there was a little bit of lighthearted banter about how a certain Western Canadian hockey team had employed the element of surprise and speed and firepower on the Russian army teams. But it seems that the Ukraine has, certainly the Ukrainian army has has really owned some of those aspects in terms of the element of surprise, the element of speed, and perhaps even the aspect of firepower, given the backup that seems to be flowing now into Ukraine continuously from the west. And I just wondered what your assessment might be in terms of what you've seen just currently of the Ukraine army. It seemed that, at least in the Kharkiv offensive a couple of weeks ago, they truly did succeed in the element of surprise and speed, and really just dazzled the Russian defenders. Now we see things unfolding towards Liman currently, and I'm just wondering if you have an assessment in mind as to firstly how important that aspect of surprise was, and further how possible it is that the Ukraine will it be able to continue surprising the Russians. And it seems almost counterlogical that in a battlefront that has been there for months, this element of surprise seems to keep cropping up. And I just wondered what you might point, or how you may analyze that in terms of, is it Russian like total disruption in command structure, chaos at the command level, or being too diversely spread over too large a front? There's all kinds of things that could play into it, and I just wondered, sir, what your professional assessment of that might be. And thank you again for all your insight. Thanks.
No worries. Great question. Thank you. Surprise is one of those enduring elements of warfare. It's never going to go away, no matter how sophisticated we think we might be. I mean, if you have a look at Afghanistan, probably the most densely surveilled piece of the earth in the history of warfare, and we constantly got surprised. So, surprise is just one of those things that, the art of command prizes for good reason. And the reason surprise is prized is firstly, it allows you to generate shock in your adversary. And shock is a very important thing to have, because what it does, it breaks down the cohesion of forces, it slows down decision making, it paralyzes some decision makers and commanders. And it is in that period of shock, in the wake of a surprise, where you can do the most killing of your adversary, take the most territory, and generate the most profound psychological impact, not just on the enemy in the battlefield that you're killing, but also on their people back home. So it's very important. It's prized in both the Eastern and Western philosophies of war for that purpose. Why have the Ukrainians been able to surprise the Russians? There's a couple of reasons. Firstly, this is a very long fever. I mean, the forward edge of the battle area extends, well over 1,000 kilometres, much longer than that by some reports. And this is not a large Russian force that's on their side of it. I mean, they went in with about 150, 160,000 troops. So battlefield density is small. And when you take into account, high concentrations of Russian troops in areas of the Donbass and Kherson, it means some areas just are going to have a very low density of troops. Now, if you add on to that, our Ukrainian interlocutors explained that the Russian tactical reconnaissance is very poor. Now, that's important because in the battle space, you always seek to engage in a recon battle with the enemy. You are trying to get information on their dispositions while denying them information on yours. The Russians have not been doing that well, and they certainly weren't doing it well up in the north. Another reason they were surprised is, our Ukrainian interlocutors mentioned that the Ukrainians are good, the Russians are good at collecting information, but they're poor at actioning things based on that intelligence. There's a gap there between intelligence collection and then action that emerges from it. And I think the final reason in this particular incident is the Russian forces in that area were very low quality. They weren't real army. There was Rosguardia and a few other forces. these are not troops that understand things like recon battle. They don't understand defence in depth. They don't understand mobile and situational reserves, rehearsing counterattack and counter-penetration activities, logistics and all that kind of thing. These are troops that are put there to terrorise, torture and murder locals. So when they come up against a real army, they're in big trouble, and they were. So for all these reasons, the Ukrainians were able to surprise the Russians in that area, break in, penetrate, and then conduct an exploitation over multiple days. There was an opportunity there as well. Their sequencing in this operation was all about the south first and then the northeast, and it worked. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking around for another opportunity to surprise the Russians before winter, just to pile on, not just the destruction of as much of the Russian army as possible, which I think is exactly what we need. We need to destroy as much military capacity of the Russians as we can in this war. But they need to add to the psychological shock of the Russian people and to say to them, hey, listen, we're not fighting you, but you need to know you can't win. So for all those reasons, shock's important, and I think the Ukrainians probably have a few more surprises up their sleeve.
Yes, thank you for that, sir.
Thank you, Leonard. That would coincide with the complete and utter destruction and degradation of the Russian economy, which is continuously happening, and actually it's on a geometrical scale what's happening at the moment. So what you're saying is they have another ace up their sleeves. They may actually draw it before the end of the year. Russian economy tanks. That makes it hardly sustainable for Putin to continue in that format, or at least be much weaker.
Yeah, I mean, I think battlefield challenges are different to the issues in the economy. Clearly, the Russian economy is in trouble. There's no way that it couldn't be, but they've also demonstrated resilience before in their history. They've demonstrated the capacity to make certain parts of their society suffer so that the Russian military can remain viable. I expect that they'll be able to do that for a little while to come. So, they could lose on the battle space while still have a viable economy. They're two kind of separate issues, I think.
Let us go to another American soldier formerly, Raber.
Hey, good evening, Axel. Good evening, sir.
Hello.
So Putin had to go on national TV and try to explain away the mess ups with the mobilization. Given that there's at least that level of responsiveness to the public, what do you think that portends for his actual willingness to risk them in nuclear warfare?
I think there's two bits to this. I mean, the Russian people's opinion of this war is held up largely in support of it. You can question polls and methodologies, but generally around 80% of the Russian people have supported what's going on. Now, does that extend to nuclear war? Well, firstly, they're not going to get a choice, I don't think. They'll find out about it in retrospect. But Putin has been able to justify a lot by using the mantra of Russia under attack, defending the motherland. And, once Zaporizhia, Kherson, Donetsk, and Luhansk become part of the Russian motherland, at least in the Russian perspective, I think he will use that narrative again about NATO attacking Russia, Russia defending the motherland. And I can't see any reason why his support won't hold up. And that could extend to the use of nuclear weapons. We shouldn't take them off the table. I think it's low probability, but it's not zero probability, unfortunately.
Yep. I agree with that. Konstantin.
Yes. Hello once again, General.
Hello.
I have a question related. How do you rate Belarus as a danger in this war to Ukraine right now?
Oh, sorry, can you just repeat that? You cut out there.
Yeah. How do you rate Belarus as a threat to Ukraine at this moment?
Not highly. You can't take your eye off it, clearly. But I think if Belarus was going to engage as a belligerent, it probably would have done so before now. It probably would have done so in the first couple of months when things looked at their most dire for Ukraine. I think they've now looked at Ukraine and gone, oh, wow, we have a neighbour that is pretty good at this. Let's not do anything to upset them too much by engaging in combat with them. So I think it's very, very unlikely that we'll see Belarus enter as a belligerent. I think, they'll still be coerced into providing bases for Russian forces, but I can't see them engaging in this war as a belligerent. I mean, Lukashenko has enough problems on his hands. He doesn't need a war as well, which he's probably going to lose on top of it.
Thank you. And follow. How would you rate the Belarusian army itself, like its combat readiness?
I don't know enough about them to express a view, unfortunately.
Got it. Thank you for your answers.
No worries. Hey, I'm going to have to head off, mate. So yeah, I've got another appointment very shortly, so I need to move off. But thank you very much for having me again.
It has been a privilege and a pleasure. Thank you very much for taking the time. As there are more events coming, I shall hope that we shall see you return.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
All right. We'll get in touch, and I hope when there is something very significant happening that we will be able to attract you back to our space. Thank you very much for everybody here at MriyaReport.
Okay, thanks everyone. It's great to talk.
Excellent. Thank you. Everybody, give a big hand to Nick Ryan and a follow for the Major General. And if you haven't read his books and you haven't looked at what he publishes, I can only highly recommend it, as Ben has highlighted. Absolutely clear, precise analysis, dissecting the matters of war and peace and how the war of the future looks, as well as force conflict in Ukraine. So thank you for that. Ben, take it away.
Thank you, Axel. Well, that was a great interview, if I may say so. I thought that the point that will stick for me is the fact that General pointed out that Russia still had a way of being more than a nuisance, a true danger, if it manages to bring the Ukrainians down in the slugfest that they favor. And he had pointed this out earlier, saying that back in the early spring, Russia had managed to launch this sort of attritional fight that they like. They can spend their own men and kill the others with artillery, and we must avoid at all costs for this to happen. And I don't think I'm betraying the general thought when I'm saying that one way of avoiding that at all cost is by sending Ukraine the sort of material that would make this sort of strategy untenable for Russia. And this material is slipping at the moment in warehouses and on airstrips all across the West. And the Ukrainians need it dearly. And if you can take a pencil, pen, keyboard, and write to your representative telling them, please, please, please send the Abrams, send the F-16s, send the Leopards, send it. Whatever you have, you ship it. Thank you. Thank you, General. And okay, I'm so sorry for those who could not ask their question. Maybe you could ask them now, and we'll make sure at least to ponder on them. GW, I see that you're Australian. I was hoping you could talk to the good general. What was your question?
First off, I can just probably give a little bit of a clarification about the degrees that have been issued by Russia on the Kherson and Zaporizhia. As I understand it, they've recognized both those oblasts as independent states. So that now puts them on the same status as Luhansk and Donetsk. I guess they're following. Russia is following a legal process within Russia to illegally annex accept places. I think what will then happen, from what I understand, the legal process is in Putin this afternoon or later tonight for those will then invite the 4 oblasts to be members of Russia, and then their Federation Council will accept the 4 oblasts, and obviously Crimea has already been annexed. So I guess the 2 degrees this morning is just simply the first step in the process for those 2 oblasts to make them into the same legal status as independent states. It is a shame that Mick went, but I will put this out in the universe. I just very quickly wanted to say that as another Australian, I've very much appreciated his input. He's actually talked to me a little bit or interacted with me a bit on Twitter, which is very nice of him, as I'm a complete random. But it has given me some comfort to have another Australian perspective from somebody of his caliber. So I just wanted to really say to him that I really appreciated that, and that's all I really want to say.
Thank you very much. Nina, you were requesting and didn't get to ask the question. I need to apologize. It is your space more than anyone else's, so apologies, and please tell us what you wanted to say.
Thank you, Ben. And now I will put you in a difficult spot because now you have to answer this. I would have wanted to ask, and maybe somebody else can answer this also. This Putin's mobilization. Do you think that it made it even worse because of the chaos of these mobilized men who were first told to have 2 months training, then 2 weeks, and then none? So they were just sent there, and I wonder if it made it worse for the Russians and better for the Ukrainians, of course.
Okay. Of course, not having training is not a good thing for anyone, and we've all pointed out that the more men the Russians are sending, the more difficult it is going to be for their logistics. That being said, Ukrainians such as Konstantin have regularly pointed out that this was bad news. More Russians is just more trouble and more danger for the boys. So ultimately, this has to be respected and taken into account. And I think that as far as I can go, well, I've used his name, so Konstantin has raised his hand, and so have Raver. So you've got 2 very, very good military minds to answer you. Konstantin.
So regarding that, like you said, it's more problems, of course, but I don't think it's anything decisive. The only problem was that it's he raises up the cost for Ukraine, and unfortunately that cost is measured in human lives. It's bad for us, but it's not going to change the outcome of the war, and it's not going to change much. And to be honest, I think for him, it's just another another nail in his coffin, because I don't know if you have seen, there is a video that went viral recently, a couple of days ago, of a Russian man stationed in some kind of sports complex called Rubin somewhere in Russia, mobilized man, and we discussed it, and I've said that it just so stupid of them doing that, putting 1,000 men into a single room to live in, and like this is like their mobilization in a nutshell. They don't know how to do it. They just shove together a bunch of people, hoping that they will, somehow organize and become a capable force. But just like we discussed, the results from that are totally different. And today we had another videos coming out from the same sports complex where they have been put, where they have fights between them, between each other. And there is one guy who commented on that, who is actually there, and he said, like, there is stabbing going on. They're fighting. Everyone is drunk. Absolutely everyone. It's like a mess. It's 1,080 people. And it's like it's not it's just only a single example. There are I bet hundreds of those that we will see in upcoming days, because it's gonna become I would say for Ukraine better and better. And in the end, I think that they will be able to squeeze out of those 300,000 around 10% of the people, which is quite a substantial force. But at the same time, they will have 270,000 people who are totally incapable, unwilling to fight, calling their relatives, saying like, I'm in the hell here, please get me out of here. And he will get Putin will get the only thing that he will get is the desire of his people for the war to end. They will not want this war to win. Most of them will be happy to say, let's just get it all. Let's pull out the troops. Let's negotiate with Ukraine. Let's just listen to them, what they want. Why the hell do we are we even there? And that's, I think, what's going to happen for him in the long term. But in the short term, yeah, he will get around in a month. He will probably get around 30,000 capable troops that will be fighting in Ukraine. That's my take on it. I don't know. Maybe Raver can jump in, but related to this. But I'm not sure if he wanted to address exactly this question.
Thanks.
Hey, Konstantin. Hey, Nina. So my take's a little bit different. So when Putin announced this mobilization, we saw the horde mobilize to get out of Russia. So what? 500,000 Russian men have fled. You extend that out 10 years to they might have had, and we're looking at 1.5 million fewer Russians caused by Putin in a week. Looking 10 years down the road, I mean, that's a measurable decline in a nation that already had a declining population. This has demographically been an absolute disaster for Russia, and it's unsustainable.
Well, that's another angle on how you look at that, and yeah, it makes even more problems, because at the same time, like I've said, he will have 300,000 people calling their families saying, let's finish the war, let's get this over with. And on the other hand, you will have those 500,000 males that have escaped the country and calling once again their wives and their families that have stayed inside Russia, telling them just let's just stop the war and come back. And I think that's gonna be a really big problem in the long run. I don't understand why Putin does not realize that, but yeah, he's a dictator who understands, no one understands what's up in his mind. And another thing is that for those who don't know, Russia has a lot of problem with historically Soviet Union Empire, Soviet Empire. Russian Empire. They had problem with mothers of the soldiers actually, revolting and causing civil unrest, and that's one of the strongest voices in Russia that he cannot simply silence. And I mean, he can try, and he may as well be successful from here and there, but in general, like it's gonna come out. It's coming out already. Like there is people, not many people know, but in those cities, smaller cities, there are where the military comes from, those military small towns, they have a lot of problems with mothers. They are revolting. They are storming military units where the soldiers are from, and they are calling their soldiers to and tell them, write a letter that you're going to refuse to take part in it, and they do write those letters, and that's exactly why this mobilization is called up, because there are simply, in a 1 million size army, he cannot scrape 120,000, 200,000 men that would actually be willing to fight in Ukraine, and I would repeat it again. I just don't think it's sustainable, and it's in the long run, it's going to backfire much more than effect of having 10% of those people in the front line doing their duties.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. I'd like to go to Brendan, Sergio, and Prince. Brendan.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. One thing I've noticed over the last few days are a growing number of signals of concern from the White House about the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons, specifically signals from Anthony Blinken saying that the United States has warned Russia at, quote, the highest levels, that there would be catastrophic consequences. The department within the administration focusing on arms control has put out a statement that they urge all interested parties, i.e. India and China, to use whatever influence they have to encourage Russia to avoid such a horrendous situation. And with the referendums happening and tomorrow by 3 p.m., these areas becoming essentially, quote unquote, part of Russia. My question is this. If Vladimir Putin chooses to deploy tactical nuclear weapons, and putting aside the question of the EU or the United States' response, how can the Ukrainian military respond to that when I read earlier a statement that the potential tactical nuclear weapons that they're deploying could be 100 times more powerful than the most advanced missiles that Russia's been using? How would the Ukrainian military respond to nuclear warfare on the ground if Russia escalates its crimes against humanity to that level?
Axel, do you want to answer this?
Sure. We discussed it a little earlier, both Yehuda and I, and with Peter Doran with us at an earlier stage, as well as Colonel John Spencer. But I think it also shone through with General McRyan. Entering into that space of tactical nuclear weapons changes everything. The Russians and their dictator, the Russian elite, the military establishment, they're all quite aware. They're also quite aware of what the West is capable of and willing to do. They've been warned. They've been very specifically warned and addressed. There have been mill-to-mill discussions in the past. Western media is very gullible. The threat, positioning, and narrative is always there. It's agitation and propaganda. I can only highly recommend to everyone to understand what it means when the Ukrainian security services highlight that the risk is high, which it is, because they need to shout from the rooftops that Putin needs to be told off, and he needs to be told off now. And I think this has happened yet again. The Russians know that if they were to make the mistake, apart from the fact that it's very difficult for them to actually execute a tactical nuclear strike, that it's very limited in its impact, it typically has more repercussions for them than anything else, and it would immediately lead to a disproportionate response by the West. There's absolutely nothing Russia can do against a combined arms attack by Western forces. You can see it already that an army is undersupplied, is under-supported, is ill-equipped in terms of air force capacity as the Ukrainian army, because it's well-led, very capable, and still well-prepared, can quite easily resist such an intricate invasion. It's hard.
Axel,
but
may I?
it is sure, but let me finish. But you can see that this is possible already. If we were to start using what we have at hand, Russia is crisp. Raver.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to the core of his question on what can the Ukrainians do. So the Soviet Union fought to fight on a nuclear battlefield. That's why the BMP was created. It had a nuclear NBC liner. It had firing ports, so the infantry didn't have to dismount. The plan was to blow holes and then literally drive through the hole. That capability doesn't exist for the Russian army. You need troops trained to fight that way. Russia doesn't have them. To defend against a possible nuclear strike, you need to be spread out. The farther you are from your buddy and the farther your unit is from another unit, the less inviting a target you are. And that's probably the path the Ukrainians are going to choose, is just low force density in areas they think might be targeted. That way, if a bomb does go off, they don't lose much in the way of combat power, and the Russians will plug their own hole because they're not going to be able to drive through those craters. If you look at the actual blast craters of above ground tests, the nuclear weapons on the tactical side, say 15, 20, 25 kiloton, isn't really that big. You'll get a hole that's a mile wide. You'll get a firestorm, but if you're dug in below ground, that shock wave is going to go over you, and then you can pop up and keep fighting. So it doesn't really offer the Russians a lot of tactical usefulness. It may be more of a desperation strike than anything else, and I don't expect that many Ukrainians will actually die in the attack. Now, what follows after, who knows? But that's my take on it.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Raver. To all our listeners, if you want more takes like this, the fantastic comments of Axel, the very precise comments of Ravers, and all the other great takes that you may have heard today. Today was a particularly good day, but there will be a lot more excellent days like this. If you want more of it, please follow the MriyaReport. We're always happy to have more followers, and if you have it in you, please check out as well MriyaAid. It's our friendly organization that sends wonderful things to Ukraine for the support of the military, everything non-lethal, everything important. Be generous. It's the end of the month. That being said, Sergio, you've been very exceedingly patient. Thank you. Por favor, buon noite, señor.
All right. Now I just bit of dissent on this one because yes, I think Mikhail has absolutely been brilliant. I think in the previous occasions when I heard him here, absolutely spot on in terms of military analysis. But I was quite taken aback when he started bashing the UN, and it's quite coincidental because even on this space and elsewhere on Twitter today, there was quite an extensive discussion about the role and the limitations of the UN. So I was really surprised when I saw him making such disparaging remarks about the UN, because basically everyone knows that any consequential, I think that's the key word in this, change to the charter needs unanimity from the P5, and that's not going to happen. Is it infuriating? Is it unfair? Is it outdated? Yes, but that's the reality we have. So if I had the opportunity to put a question to him tonight, it would be on this. It would have been exactly, in his opinion, in his view, exactly what should have the UN have done that it didn't. Because I think, call it unfair or call it whatever you want, but I think this sort of UN bashing is not realistic in my view. And so I don't quite see how it fits in terms of his own quite informed and brilliant analysis and in his knowledge, obviously, in terms of the military aspects of this on the ground, and from a strategic perspective, and then goes on a tangent bashing the UN. That's it.
That's actually not half of a bad question. What should the UN have done? Ryan, do you have any idea?
Well, I suspect the perceived UN bashing was an expression of frustration because, by virtue of Russia's position on the Security Council, they have rendered anything that the UN could potentially do impotent.
Precisely.
So
why keep going over this?
He didn't bash it.
Axel, he did, and quite forcefully. Quite forcefully.
Eccolo qua. Give me a second, please. All right. I was just about to sign off because it's long gone here. It's 2:44 in the morning in Tallinn. So let me just highlight one thing. He highlighted only the incompetence the UN represents at this point in time. And I could go one step further. The UN has absolutely nothing to contribute to this topic. It is irrelevant with one exception. It should simply ensure that nobody comes up with any kind of idea to justify or to accept. And there you said it already, and Sergio, we do agree on this matter. It's very good that Mr. Gutierrez has at least had the clarity of thought and taken the action of already highlighting that none of these annexation attempts will ever be acceptable. That's great. We love him for it. That's wonderful. That's what he should have said. He did say so. That's great. Everything else is just a sign of the fact that the UN, in its current setup, with Russia on the Security Council and China supporting it, is impotent, is absolutely impotent when it comes to resolving these matters. And it doesn't really matter because this is a force-on-force conflict. There's a coalition of the willing, and we focus on that. And the rest is winning the war. And I think that's what we should lead back to. And with that, by the way, I have to take my leave because otherwise I'm no good in the morning for what we have to do. But I do appreciate everybody's attention, and it was an absolute pleasure. Obrigado. Thank you very much. I shall be back.
Sleep well, Axel.
Or not.
Good luck with the mute button. Yeah, I don't know so much. I reiterate everything Axel said. I don't know so much that it was bashing so much as it was exasperation or frustration in the inability to avoid this current situation we're in. But the UN's job is not to stop or win wars. It's to head them off at the pass. And in this instance, they have obviously not been effective at that.
Ryan, this is actually entirely true. The UN has organized, for instance, sanctions. And it's not completely unimaginable for the UN to have organized sanctions against Russia. It's clearly committed crimes against peace, and the UN has the means through the General Assembly to impose sanctions on a member state. It was designed for it, it's baked in, there is nothing preventing it from doing it. It was even designed to do it against states that are considered to be relatively large. And in this case, Russia being the clear aggressor, everything in the wording of the Charter of the United Nations should have allowed it, should have made it the tool to be used for sanctioning Russia, as well as to channel resources towards Ukraine. Again, it has the tools for it. It was designed with this in mind, and it never did it.
Doesn't the General Assembly route has to come back to the Security Council? Because that's my impression, that whatever is decided in terms of the General Assembly, then if you need a decision, a formal decision to make it a de facto UN sanctioned action, you need then to come back and be validated by the Security Council. So we come full circle again to the P5. So, but my main question is, in my view, the UN in terms of the war Russia is doing in Ukraine is irrelevant. So why talk about it? Full stop.
I'm not sure. I think that the sanctions are precisely designed to, because I know that at some point the US, well, it was designed to be able to fight either the US or the UK. So it's not entirely, I'm not sure. Needs to be checked. Also, it's a crucial forum, and as a forum, it should not have shied away from repeatedly proclaiming what is right, what is wrong, and instead of opening itself to half measures and both sidism as it has.
I think we'll have to disagree on that one. Anyway.
Okay, thanks a lot, Sergio. Prince, do you have a reply on this or something else?
I actually had something else, but yeah, I don't know. I see Peter Duran listening. He may have something on this if he has the chance and can come up as a speaker right now. He might not be able to. I would say, having listened to some of the Security Council meetings recently, it has been very enlightening to me to listen to those who wholeheartedly stand with Ukraine and support Ukraine, and then some that sort of support Ukraine but aren't totally willing to go that way because they don't totally want to piss Russia off, like India. And those who I actually don't know that I've seen anybody fully defend Russia completely. I don't know that I've seen that. So it's interesting to watch all of the countries make their statements in the Security Council. But what I actually came up to say, and what I was hoping to ask McRyan about, was when he was speaking, he said something when he was talking about the nuclear weapons. He said something that he thought we would all be surprised by how quickly NATO would respond to that. And my understanding has always been that, there had to be a vote of NATO for an NATO action to happen, like for an Article 5 or something like that. I'm wondering if there's any behind the scenes preemptive decision that could be made or has been made in a situation where the threat of nuclear weaponry being used is out there, that then would take the however many 24, 48, 72 hours that it might take to make a decision to act, that might shorten that time so that people are ready to go when if something happens, which I don't think it will, but it's still something to ponder. I know individual countries can act faster, but it's still it was just something that made me think when he said we could all be very surprised by how quickly NATO might act in that situation. So that was why I wanted to talk to Mick Ryan about.
NATO member states don't need approval from the United Nations, nor would they await approval from the United Nations if they felt the need to respond to an escalation of that sort.
Did I say that wrong? I apologize if I did, because I guess I sort of got confused between the two because I was speaking about the two. What I was talking about was for a NATO Article 5, for a NATO response, not a UN response. I don't think the UN is going to do anything. I think it's just interesting to watch it sometimes because you can see the differentiation in support in the more nuanced support. But what I was talking about was specifically a NATO response militarily to a tactical nuclear weapon or something like that. And if there would be a decision ahead of time for what to do if that happens, if there are contingency plans in place that have already been decided that
You
would
betcha.
I think NATO is the contingency plan. I think that already got like set up because of NATO. Sorry to be rude. I'm trying to ask my one question, but I think that's literally what that treaty organization is about. It will be.
I don't believe it would be an invocation of Article 5 anyway, because Russia
No.
wouldn't dream of using a tactical nuclear weapon on a NATO aligned or a member state of NATO.
That's not what I'm trying to say, but I was using Article 5 as an example because if if somebody wanted to invoke Article 5 in NATO, there has to be total agreement between.
I don't think they would wait days or wait for NATO approval if they were going to respond to an escalation that serious.
Yeah.
Bin Hodges pretty much alluded to what a perceived response would be, and I don't think he's just daydreaming, because he was the head of all European and North Africa forces, if I'm not mistaken. So he's the guy who would know what the plan was.
Yeah, so maybe Mick Ryan was more speaking along the lines of individual NATO states, not NATO as a whole, because I think maybe that might be the differentiation right there.
Yeah, I think there are a couple of nations who would serve to handle that on their own, and they would inform the rest of the NATO members after the fact.
Well, that was fun. Okay, thanks, guys.
I think some of the unspoken communication and the spoken communication that we heard on all the Sunday news shows from White House emissaries about how direct communications had been made with the Russians to let them know exactly what to expect indicates that we have a very detailed plan, and we would execute it if they choose to make such an unfortunate decision. But I personally believe that's why they haven't already made such drastic moves. They don't want to invite that kind of trouble upon themselves, and by they I mean the Russians. And there are people that would have to take out those or carry out those orders on behalf of Mr. Putin. He's not a one-man band.
Well, yeah, and it was interesting in a conversation earlier today. It was meant what China's response to it might be in the assumption or probability or indications that China would be very, very unhappy with the decision to employ any kind of nuclear weapon, tactically speaking, and Russia doesn't want to piss off China. So I think that may have a big deal, a big play in the decision making also.
Absolutely. I'm at risk of sounding like a chest-thumping American and a warmonger. If you think 2003 in Iraq was shock and awe, let Russia try to deploy a nuclear weapon, and we will redefine the term.
Yeah, we will unleash the Slovakian army, and based on the current performance of the Russian army, it's likely that those guys will take Moscow in no time and make it a suburb of Bratislava.
I think 100 Finns decked out in winter gear would probably do the trick, Ben.
I think the Slovakian will be a lot more painful for the pride of the Russians.
Maybe we should all send a message to Doma and ask him if he knows about that.
He was kicked out of the Slovakian army.
They probably didn't have good enough wine for him.
No, he wouldn't shut up. That being said, I think it was I don't see your full name, Miss Chase. You had a question.
Oh, I just wanted to thank everybody for being here all night, and also I wanted to just talk directly to Nina because I really liked her question, and I do have a question myself. okay, but basically, the happiest I've been is this week with Putin issuing that very embarrassing kind of clarification about the nature of his conscription. Because I'm not smart like you guys are about like war and how its prosecution and how to do it. But when I was in college, I studied the American Civil War, and Drew Gilpin Faust, who's the president of Harvard now, I think, is a historian who wrote this really incredible essay about how the Confederates lost the American Civil War, both because their moral cause, slavery, was shitty and an economic system, and but also because of women's gloomy letters. Her contention was basically that like the Confederacy lost because losing a war is horrible, and personal, and it makes you feel utterly bad when everything that you know about the system that you grew up in doesn't make sense anymore. And I feel like that's happening to Russia. Like, I feel like we're past, like Ukraine winning. I think Ukraine is winning. But like, I feel like we're almost at, regime change. This is like existential stuff. This is big. And are wars lost on the battlefield or not on the battlefield? I don't know. Like, that is like historian level stuff. But I just think this is like an exciting, cool week. And you all have been on the right side of it forever. And I'm just, proud and also excited because this is the first time that Putin has acted to me like he has customers, like he has like he acknowledges that there is a limitation to his own bullshit and he can't go farther than it. So that's where I'm at. But like, please, anybody else speak to whether or not they think that Putin realizes that he has limitations.
Oh, I think he's realized for quite some time that he has an expiration date and limitations on his power. And that's why he's worked so diligently to consolidate it and head off any threats or perceived competition, both politically and otherwise. Whether or not he's realized his days are numbered on the battlefield in Ukraine, I don't really comprehend yet. I think he's between a rock and a hard place with some of the pro-war factions in the Soviet military, the Russian military, and probably some of the people in the intelligence business who realize how poorly this war has been executed and what little chance they probably really do have at succeeding in Ukraine, and probably a lot of concern about what that looks like on the tail end. But if you'd seen any of Putin's overseas meetings he's done in the last few weeks, the tables have definitely turned on him politically. He has been notorious for years for keeping foreign dignitaries waiting while he stands in the wings and essentially makes them fidget in front of a gaggle of photojournalists. And within the last month or so, they've all been doing that back to him to great effect and making him be the one standing begging for an audience. And people have noticed.
Also, I remember when he was like such a dick to Angela Merkel, who had like a childhood fear of dogs, and he insisted on having dogs when they met, and just what a dick. Anyway, but also I love that. I love that like the photographers are humiliating him. Delicious. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. Sorry, but that's delicious.
Thank you, Miss Chase. I think Sebastian was next, and then Jens.
Yeah, thank you guys for the opportunity to speak. I want to say something to the NATO thing. Someone before said, Prince was it? I don't think that there is any need for any allies for the US to strike decisively the Russian military. I mean, the US has, I think, around 50% of the global spend in military per year. So they have all the rockets, all the weapons you need to destroy the Black Sea Fleet or destroy the airports and the facilities on the Crimea Peninsula and all of this stuff. But actually, I had a question for you guys regarding tanks. We talk a lot about main battle tanks and the delivery to Ukraine, but I'm asking myself why the US isn't considering delivering to deliver the Bradley, because I'm a non-military person and I have a crude understanding, but as I see it, it's a infantry fighting vehicle. I mean, it must be good against infantry, right? And that's the main thing right now, I guess, after the conscription. And what I heard is that Abrams is too heavy for many bridges in Ukraine. I don't know if that's true, but that was the message I received in the German news. And the Bradley also, from my understanding, has a TOV mounted, or it can be mounted, so that would be sufficient for fighting enemy tanks also. So why isn't that a thing? Why isn't that the option to deliver just the Bradley? Thanks.
I don't think that whatever prevents the delivery of main battle tanks does not apply to the Bradleys. They would be considered as a change, as well. Okay, no, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. The US consider that were they to deliver Bradleys, it would be seen as an increase in the type of a change, qualitative change in the help provided to Ukraine. By the whole, is it offensive? Is it defensive? Sort of weapons. So that's one of the reasons why they would not be I assume. But whatever, as far as I'm concerned, whatever they're giving is a bad reason. I think a few hands were raised following the question. If you repeat, can you give me a sign? One, two, the wiggles. To Jens.
Well, I can't hear you. So mic check.
Ben, you were breaking up a bit. Ben's or Jen's, you're 100%.
Okay, so I'll just make a comment on both Prince and Miss Chase. I think and I'm speaking from the point that I've seen Dr. Strangelove and War Games, but I think when it comes to the detonation of a nuclear weapon, the response has to be almost automatic or immediately. They have spent decades on contingencies. So when someone fires a nuclear weapon, you can't send out a marathon runner with a memo. Things have to be ready to go. So I think a response would be within the hour, as in you determine what happened, where it happened, and then fire whatever response you have planned, whether it is cruise missiles or whatever. So I think that once the nuclear weapon is triggered, the appropriate response will be almost instantaneously. The other thing I would say is that Putin has looked into the eyes of Merkel and Schröder and Scholz, and he has talked on the phone for hours with Macron, and everyone have begged him not to go into Ukraine, and he disregarded it. He has also looked into the eyes of Bush, who said he has a wonderful soul. He has looked into the eyes of Obama, who said, please don't interfere with the 2016 election. He has looked into the eyes of Trump, and Biden has warned him off. So I have a suspicion that maybe Putin doesn't take our soft Western leaders too seriously, and he clearly went into to Ukraine expecting a very weak response. So when we have warned him that there'll be a serious reaction to a nuclear weapon, I don't really know how he interpreted that. That's my comments.
Thank you, Jens. Just one kind of further step in terms of what you're referencing. I think it's a little bit of fallacy to go too far down this nuclear road that Putin keeps throwing up day after day, time after time. I think between him and Medvedev, this is now about the 25th time that they've raised this issue. So two things to keep in mind, and some of this has been outlined before, some of it hasn't. But keep the situation should be referenced somewhat to Joseph Stalin. Stalin, on his deathbed, there is significant historical. At this point, it's speculation because there's not documentation per se, but some of the finest historians in the West have commented upon the circumstances surrounding Stalin's death. And the one very pressing specter that is raised is the idea that, and of course everybody knows that Khrushchev was the beneficiary of that, the fallout when Stalin was on his deathbed. But there's considerable speculation that Stalin's demise was assisted, if not actually engineered, and specifically because he was echoing the same kinds of nonsensical rhetoric that Putin is spewing today. In other words, threatening a nuclear attack that would, at that time in Stalin's era, would have clearly incinerated the world. And every power that existed within the Kremlin surrounding Stalin was horrified by that prospect, horrified by it. And there is significant speculation that any one or all of them in conjunction may have simply pulled the pin on old Joe just to shut up those ridiculous speculations and to end that discussion. Fast forward to today. Putin is in the same seat in the Kremlin that Papa Joe was in. And Putin is surrounded by people who probably don't want to die any more than the ones surrounding Stalin at the time of his death, and including people like Khrushchev and so on, the successors. So whoever is involved in this, to take the threat seriously, you would have to see the ultimate justification for Putin making good. And to do that, you've got to make the assumption that Putin is in effect a kamikaze pilot, and that he's prepared to author his own demise in pursuit of fill in the blank. In pursuit of what? What does he gain if he pulls the pin? At least if you assess the motivation behind the kamikaze pilots, there was a strong ideology and a strong sense that they were dying for a much greater purpose. They were dying for an ideology or a larger ethos. What larger ethos is Putin dying for? Ask yourself that question. What possible benefit comes from Putin even attempting to follow through on his ridiculous threat? It's the end of him, the end of Russia, the end of the Salvasniki, and the Kremlin being turned into a meteorite crater. Where is the upside of that? And if failing a justification of that nature, you have to conclude you're dealing with a madman. And it's the historical assessment and the psychological assessments on Joseph Stalin were that, yes, Russia was dealing with a madman at that particular point in time. And that madman was eliminated. So hopefully that puts things into perhaps a little bit of perspective before the wind keeps blowing everybody's kilts up around their ears for ad infinitum on this subject. Thank you.
I would just like to, I thought the general, he put it into perspective in the sense that he said that because he has these weapons, you have to say there's not a 0% chance. You have to take it into your calculations. But I'm not lying awake thinking that this will happen, but I understand that they have to take it into consideration. That was all. I'll drop down.
Thanks, Jens.
Thank you, Leonard. Thanks to you, Jens, as well. And with all that, I've lost the order of hands. If I recall, it was HIMARS, Plant, and War.
War Dogofella.
Yep, that one. Yeah, War Dogofella. So let's go this way. HIMARS, Plant, and then War Dogofella.
Don't everybody talk at once.
Okay, guys, I'm muted.
I can jump.
I'll probably start. I
Okay.
apologize for jumping in. My name is Dan. I'm from Ukraine. Thank you for giving a voice. I really enjoy having discussions with you, and thank you for that. Scaling on what Miss Chase been mentioning and previous speakers as well. From Ukraine, there is a perspective that, like, Russia is becoming more and more hostages of their own propaganda. Hostages in the meaning not justifying all their actions of what they're doing, but in the meaning that their shit start blowing them own. And strategically, they're losing. Whatever they do is making them a damage. And if strategically they have already lost attacking Ukraine from the first day, making decision of doing that in front of the whole world, civilized world, seeing that, and like for Ukraine is the first time in the history for 600 years dealing with the same enemy, but being on the front line with the whole support of the whole civilized world. This is something that really never happened. And the good question is, guys, when Russia collapses as a country, if there is an understanding that is going to collapse with the same nuclear weapons that they have now, and we're having like 180 nations over there inside, that most probably there will be a massive civil war over there. And if there is any consensus or at least a discussion among the countries, like how to bring that all down, not making a further danger to the globe, or just we start the light, put the cover, and observe the things going in the civil war happening there.
I'm making sure nobody else makes a mistake like that. That's not me saying that I think the bombs that were dropped in Japan were a mistake, but utilization of nukes have severe consequences, and they will again if somebody chooses to go down that road anytime in the near future. Plant, go ahead.
Hey, hi, my name's Jeff. And I just started listening to this space, and I've been really enjoying it and appreciating it. So thanks to everybody for that. And I love this kind of whole format. So anyway, I guess I'll try to articulate this, but in listening to the past couple of days, one question that I just keep coming back to in my mind is like, I know it's like really hard to speculate about, some stuff are strategy or intention, like at this point, like given everything that's happened, that like he kind of is sort of